Hello and welcome to the Vault of Truth YouTube channel. This is a complete guide to the flat Earth and a complete refutation of the globe Earth and associated cosmos. I'll be covering all fields of science in depth, including physics, astrophysics, astronomy, geology, all Earth sciences, relativity, gravitation, quantum mechanics, and many others. My goal was to make this the most thorough flat Earth video ever produced and the most complete debunking of the globe ever produced. So this is the video to send to family and friends if you want to try to wake them up to the truth. The video is 8.5 hours long, but this is what was required to cover the full spectrum of topics and content necessary to fully prove the flat Earth and to fully debunk the globe. So without further ado, let's begin. Now, as you will see throughout my video, many of my proofs are one-shot globe killers, and this is certainly one of those. The curvature of the Earth is officially visible at 35,000 feet. At that altitude, you can see curvature left to right in terms of a bow on the horizon, but the most dramatic effect that you would see is a drop in the horizon from eye level. Also, as it says here, the curvature is visible even at lower altitudes than 35,000 feet. This is a scale model that I completed in Blender 3D of the Earth and an observer at 35,000 feet. The red line that you can see that the arrow is pointing to is the horizon at eye level. So you can see how much of a clear drop in the horizon there is, even at 35,000 feet. This will be easily distinguishable on all major commercial airline flights, without the need to whip out a theodolite to take measurements. And this is what the horizon drop looks like at 110,000 feet. So as you can see, it's even more dramatic. And this is where your high altitude balloons would be. And it is this simple fact that put the elites in panic mode, and they had to get their spokesperson, Neil deGrasse, to tell everyone that you can't even see curvature of the Earth at 63 miles up. They had to try to do this because now with the number of people flying every day, and the cheap prices of high-altitude balloons and high-quality cameras, they had to try to shut down people making attempts to verify Earth curvature. And you will find many TV appearances of Neil deGrasse, including his Star Talk program, where he claims that no one can see the curvature of the Earth, you're too little, the Earth is too big, and you have to literally go out into space or be on board the ISS to see it. It's a desperate tactic, but it's all they've got. This is a model that another flat earther made, showing what the horizon drop looks like at just 2 miles up, and you can see that it's very noticeable. This would be the horizon drop at 4 miles, and you can see that that's very noticeable. And 4 miles altitude is not that high. There are mountains that are that tall. And here at 7 miles up, you can see that his model agrees with mine, and that's what the curvature drop would look like. Very, very noticeable. Here you're looking at a high altitude balloon picture of the horizon at 107,000 feet. The orange line that you see near the bottom is where the horizon would be if the Earth were a ball. So if you would like, you don't even have to watch the rest of my video. This one proof ends it all. However, I still recommend watching the rest of my proofs so that you can see all the many ways that the globe fails. This is the Felix Red Bull stratosphere jump from 128,000 feet. You can see the horizon is at eye level, and the line below shows where the horizon would be if the Earth really were a ball. Now, to demonstrate that the capsule and the interior camera are level during this shot, take a look at the yellow line, and now look at this image. This is a picture of the capsule when it was sitting on the ground at an elevation of 10 feet. You can see the horizon is in the exact same spot, and the camera is in the exact same spot. Also, you can watch any of the large numbers of videos online of Felix's jump and see that when he climbs out of the capsule at a peak altitude of 128,000 feet, the capsule is perfectly still. It's not tilted, it's not wobbling. Thus, we can conclude that when we are shown a flat, eye-level horizon during the Felix stratosphere jump at 128,000 feet, that is indeed where the horizon is located. This, of course, is a lethal globe killer. This is from a U-2 spy plane at 70,000 feet. And again, the horizon is sitting at eye level, which would not be the case if the Earth were a ball. Here's a blue origin photo, 62 miles up. Flat horizon, an absolute globe killer. This image here is simply demonstrating the fact that at any altitude, you can put a straight line up to the horizon and there'll be no dip left to right, which there would be even at really low elevations if the Earth were a globe. Another tactic that the mainstream uses is to use fisheye lenses, as you see here. They impose a false curvature on the horizon. And everyone knows that these lenses do this, but the main point is that they want to make it so you can't tell what the horizon drop or curvature is actually doing. You can always tell when they're in use, though, because everything in the image will be bent. As you can see here, again, in the Felix stratosphere jump. The capsule to the right is bent, the bar over his head is bent. It's clearly a fisheye lens. Now we're going to get into ground level refraction effects that trick people into thinking there's curvature when there's not. You can see here, just with the sunset, how much refraction is happening. In these three images, you are seeing a superior mirage. This is an inferior mirage because it's taking the real image above and flipping it downwards and mirroring it below. The image you are seeing now is how much refraction can occur over just a few hundred feet across a pond. You are looking at a remote control toy boat that's being driven further and further across this pond from the observer. Now, as you see here, the boat has gotten a little further away, and the bottom half of it is being eaten up by an inferior mirage, also known as a Fata Morgana zone. So you can see the line here is showing where the true horizon is, but if you didn't know any better, you would think that the water line is where the horizon is and the boat is going over the curve, because all you see is the top masts and you don't even see the hull anymore. So this is one of the tricks that makes people believe they see boats going over the curve of the Earth. Here you can see this effect happening on the large scale. This is a large ship out at sea, moving away from the observer. You can see that the part below the line is being hidden by an inferior mirage. And if you were to watch this ship continue to move further away, more and more of the ship would disappear behind that mirror band region due to perspective. But if you didn't know any better, you would think the ship is going over the curve of the Earth. Here is that same effect again and again. As you can see here, it can get so extreme, it makes this ship look like it's floating high in the sky. Now we're going to talk about sea swells, as they are another item that makes people think that things are going over the curvature of the Earth. But before I go any further on that, this image also reveals that there's no curvature happening, period. Anyways, because due to the curvature formula, an object 9 miles out with an observer standing on the beach at 6-foot elevation, there should be 24 feet of curvature drop, meaning just about all of that boat should be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth, but it's not. Now back to the point at hand. So this is what the boat looks like before a sea swell encounters it. And this is what it looks like seconds later when a sea swell passes in front of the boat, between the boat and the observer. But if someone didn't know any better, they would think the boat just went over the curve of the Earth. Now we're going to talk about the third effect that can happen with refraction, and that is turbulence. And turbulence can arise either from mixing hot and cold air, creating different regions of hot and cold. It can be caused from different regions of high pressure or low pressure, and even different regions of high humidity or low humidity, or high pollution or low pollution. These different zones will scatter the light rays over and over and over again until none of them reach your eye. And the result is that objects will become hidden. So let's look at this experiment that was conducted by a YouTube channel called Skyfree, where they take some objects and put them on the floor in a room. Then they open the door to that room and let different temperature air come in and mix with the air that's close to the floor. This creates all kinds of different currents of air flowing along the floor of different temperatures, and this creates a turbulent air layer that begins to hide the objects until soon all you can see is the top of the two tallest objects. Now let's talk about the fourth and final type of refraction that can occur that tricks people into thinking they're seeing Earth curve. There can be upward or downward refraction of the background or the foreground. This will either cause the background to rise or sink relative to the foreground, or the foreground to rise and sink relative to the background, or any combination of any of those. And this is because the air layer can change with distance, and there can be different zones of hot and cold, and they can invert, where in the foreground, the hot air may be on top of the cold, but in the background, the hot air may be underneath the cold. And this is all based on Snell's law. You have a formula where you can calculate the index of refraction and get the associated angles of the light rays. That formula is the speed of light over the velocity of the first medium times sine theta equals the speed of light divided by the velocity of the second medium times sine theta. So in this image, we can use Snell's law and conclude that the light rays are being bent up as they leave the wind generators. Then at a certain point over the ocean, the light rays are bent down again as they reach the observer. This would cause the background objects to sink and a certain part over the ocean to be raised up a little bit, and the compound effect looks like Earth curvature. Foreground and background refraction can also cause the foreground or background objects to be pulled left or right a little bit too. Although this is less common because the temperature zones usually align themselves in an up and down manner. And there are far less occurrences where different zones align or misalign themselves in a left or right manner. I also need to point out that there could be a sea swell occurring here as well, adding to the effect. So now we've covered the four effects that mimic Earth curvature. Number one, you have inferior mirages, or the Fata Morgana effect. Number two, you have sea swells or waves. Number three, you have air turbulence. And number four, you have foreground or background refraction. And many times it'll be a combination of two or more of these factors. As you see here in this image, you have an inferior mirage taking place there in the distance, and you have some background refraction happening in the downward direction. Here are the same power poles on a different day, crossing Lake Pontchartrain, going a distance of 15 miles. And we can see that there are no refractive effects happening, so we see them as they actually are, going perfectly straight with no Earth curve present. Of course, globe proponents try to flip the script, and they will try to say that this is the result of all kinds of refractive effects happening to line these poles up exactly straight optically for 15 miles. This, of course, is insanely impossible, because that would mean over the course of the entire 15 miles, all of the zones of hot and cold air, water droplets, pollution particles, and other environmental factors must all be working together over a 15-mile distance to perfectly guide the light wave in a perfectly curving path over the Earth's curve at the same exact rate as the Earth is curving the entire way, so that your eye perceives it as a straight, flat surface. Do you realize that the probability of that happening over such a distance will be like hitting the national lottery? As you will see in later proofs in this video, they use this same excuse for radio wave propagation over large distances. They use the same excuse for sound wave propagation over large distances through the ocean. And they use the same excuse for sound wave propagation over large distances in the atmosphere. And they all have the same major problem, and that is the longer the distance, the more environmental variations you are going to have. So there's only one logical conclusion you can make as to why you can visit a location multiple days, and during half of those days, conditions are such that everything appears like it's going across a flat plane. And that conclusion is that you are seeing the default optics without any refractive effects present. In other words, you're looking through a calm, uniform environment. And those conditions do appear in nature, whereas the conditions they need to call this the result of refractive effects means that you would have to hit the refraction lottery. So I hope you see the difference of these two stances and why the flat Earth stance is far superior. And by the way, with an observer height of 6 feet and a distance of 15 miles, you would get a 100-foot curvature drop at the end of this line. But yet we don't see that, and we actually see the tree line on the other side of the lake here. If there were a 100-foot curvature drop present, you wouldn't see that tree line. Now let's talk about airplane windows and how they can distort what you see. As you can see here in this image, two different windows show the horizon at two different levels. They can distort things left or right, and the distortion can be quite dramatic, as you see here. Even your car windshield will do this a little bit, as you see with this broomstick. Now, this is an image that a globe propagandist has presented, where he is apparently seeing Earth curvature either through a theodolite or he's looking through one of his aircraft's instruments. There are three possibilities with this. One of those is that it's just a photoshopped image and it's not real. The next possibility is that the instrument is automatically calibrated to show a false curvature drop reading, which I could see that being the case, as they would want all pilots to believe that there is curvature drop happening. So I could see that being built into the instruments. And the third possibility is that he's just using a handheld theodolite looking through the cockpit windshield. And as you see in this image, the pot lid is bending the image of the wall panel downward, just in the same way that his cockpit window is bending the image of the horizon line downwards. Another thing I should mention is that if the window you are looking through has a bow in it left or right, this will also impose a curvature bend on the horizon to make it look like the horizon also has a little bit of an arch to it as well. So basically, aircraft windows can make it look like there's both horizon drop and horizon curvature. Now we're going to talk about long distance tests. And the mainstream's prime excuse as to why people see things too far is that there is a refraction rate of 7/6R, with R being the radius of the Earth at 3,959 miles, and that this refraction is lifting up distant objects a little bit so you can see further. As you can see in this article, one of the ways they claim this was discovered is that as stars approach the horizon, they seem to slow down a little bit and they don't set as quickly, and that their actual position is 0.5 degrees lower. Well, here is my theory on this matter. I believe the light from the stars is passing through multiple different mediums in the celestial realm, and also probably passing through several different firmaments with different lensing effects, and that is what is slowing down their setting at near the horizon. But this is all irrelevant because, as you can see here in these calculations, the visible horizon is only extended by about 8%. Due to this standard refraction. So the globe propagandists are not helped at all by this. So now let's take a look at this experiment that was performed at Tustamina Lake in Alaska. A laser was pointed at a target 10.3 miles away, and you can see the temperatures were below freezing most of the day, with the peak temperature reaching just at freezing. And this means that refractive effects should be at a minimum. Sure enough, you can see the laser dot there, and also in this picture. There it is, clear as day. So, with an observer height of 12 feet, there should be 18.5 feet of curvature blocking this laser. Earth flatness confirmed. Now, before we move to the next experiment, it's important for you to understand that different colors of light refract differently. The shorter the wavelength, the more refraction occurs. So your violet and blue will be refracted more than your oranges and reds. So now when we look at this experiment, you have one laser that's seen 14.4 miles away and another that's seen 23 miles away. The first one should be hidden by 95 feet of curvature, and the second one should be hidden by 285 feet of curvature. That's already bad enough, but what makes this far worse is that one laser is blue and the other is green, yet you see them on exactly the same line of elevation. So if this is due to refraction, then whoever did this experiment just hit the lottery twice and got a different refractive rate from different refractive effects along two pathways that are right next to each other that result in two different wavelengths of light arriving to the observer's eyes on exactly the same line of elevation. That would never happen. Earth flatness confirmed. Now let's look at this picture of the Chicago skyline seen from 50 miles away, and there's clearly no curvature. Now, we'll be as conservative as possible and go ahead and say that the observer was standing on Mount Tom, which is the highest point in Indiana Dunes State Park. And even at that elevation, the Chicago skyline should be hidden below 728 feet of Earth curve. Basically, everything below that orange line there should be hidden from view. But it's not. You see the whole skyline. Earth flatness confirmed. Now, this photograph actually made it to one of the local news stations on TV. But, of course, in an effort to cover up what's going on here, the weatherman just called it a mirage. So how do we know that this isn't just a mirage? Because the refraction that is happening to produce mirages is messy, and the effect makes messy images, as you see in all of these pictures. So that is how you know the difference between a real image and just a mirage. A real image will be very much intact and very much non-distorted, while a mirage image will be a complete mess. So now, using this rule of thumb, let's go back and analyze a few of the pictures we've already looked at. So as I stated before, this image is showing background and foreground refraction, and also possibly a sea swell. At first glance, the image looks pretty stable, without distortion, right? Well, let's look a little bit closer. Now that we're zoomed in, let's look at the left pointing arrow. And you can see that there is a wind generator there that's not too much further behind all the rest of them, but it's almost completely obscured out of visibility. The blades are not visible, and the mounting pole and the motor hub are barely there. That's the only way you can tell it's there. Then if you look at the downward pointing arrow and the right pointing arrow, these two wind generators are not much further behind the ones in the front. You can tell by the blade length differences. It's probably only a few football fields in distance. But look how much lower they are. There would not be that much curvature drop within just a few football fields distance between those and the ones in the front, unless you think the Earth is only 100 miles in diameter. Then if you look at the diagonal pointing arrow and the upward pointing arrow, here we're just looking at the different blade lengths, and you can see that the blades appear to be different lengths even on the same generators. And on most of them, it appears like the upward pointing blade is longer than the other two blades. We know that's not the case in reality because we know all blades are the same length on wind generators. You can also look at the blade with the upward pointing arrow and see that there's a little bit of bending happening and it's a little bit thicker than some of the other ones. So needless to say, there's a lot of distortion happening here, so you know that this is a mirage. Now let's look at this image again and let's zoom in on the heavily refracted area. Not much needs to be said here. As we peer into the refraction zone of this image, things are very heavily distorted, almost beyond recognition. Using our rule of thumb, a messy image means this is a mirage. Now looking at this image again, you can see there's very little to no distortion. It's a clean image, and the power poles are converging into perspective along perfectly straight lines. Even if we zoom in further, you can see that there's still no refraction or distortion present. The power poles are still converging along perfectly straight lines into perspective. So the conclusion is that this image is showing reality with no refraction, and the Earth is flat. Now let's look at another laser experiment that was conducted at the Utah Salt Flats at Wendover. The observer is at 6 feet of elevation, and the laser is 36 miles away. The laser should be hidden behind 720 feet of Earth curvature. But as you can see, it's clearly visible right on the horizon. One thing that needs to be pointed out about these long-distance laser tests is that at these distances, if these lasers were being seen due to refraction, the refractive effects would distort and bend these lasers into obscurity and you would not see them. Much in the same way that heat waves appear on a hot road when you're driving in the distance. As we just previously discussed, mirages are wavy, distorted, they come in and out, and they shift all over the place. Yet these laser sightings during these tests present a crystal clear laser dot that does not move. Now let's look at this image of Mount San Jacinto. As you can see here, the peak of the mountain is 10,834 feet, and the observer here is 123 miles away. So at the Earth's rate of curvature, we should only be able to see the top 2,200 feet. But clearly the entire mountain is visible all the way down to the base. Earth flatness confirmed. In this image, an observer is just a couple feet above the water level on a shoreline, looking at a peninsula that's 7.3 miles away. You can see the entire thing. Then even further in the background, you can see a distant shoreline that's 14 miles away. Both of these objects should be hidden behind a substantial amount of Earth curve. Now we're going to talk about the greatest flat Earth laser experiment that's ever been conducted, FE Core. As you can see here, 7 measurements were taken, 2 across Lake Balaton and 5 across Lake Jessel. They built an ultra-precise laser leveling mechanism that's capable of a tilt angle of 54 millionths of a degree. It is also capable of a panning motion of 34 millionths of a degree. They took all of the required environmental measurements, such as relative humidity, temperature, precipitation, wind speed and direction, and they even measured the heights of the waves. All of this data was factored into the final conclusions. And as you can see, they did these tests near freezing temperatures, which minimizes refractive effects. They even double-checked their area survey maps to make sure that there was no deviation of the geoid between the WGS 84 reference ellipsoid and the EGM 96 geoid. They did not find any geoid undulation, and this is simply the difference between the reference ellipsoid of the ideal Earth and the actual shape of the topography of the Earth in that local area. So now let's look at measurement 1 and 2. The laser is at a distance of 12 kilometers, and it is 2.2 meters in elevation. The observer is 1.6 meters in elevation. The laser should be hidden behind 2.2 meters of Earth curve. Now let's look at measurement 3. The laser height is 2.84 meters in elevation. The distance to the laser is 21.26 kilometers, and the camera height is 1.2 meters. So the blue laser should be hidden by 20.8 meters of Earth curve. Now the red light that you see there is a buoy that is floating close to the shoreline that the laser is sitting on. Remember that different colors of light refract differently because they have different wavelengths. Thus, if we see the blue laser at that elevation, and it is due to refraction, then you have to conclude that the blue laser and the red buoy are being refracted by the same pathway of refractive effects. Since the red light will refract far less than the blue light, the red light would be hidden way below a substantial amount of Earth curvature if this were due to refraction. But what do we see? Both lights sitting exactly where they should be. Earth flatness confirmed. Now let's look at measurement 4. The laser height is 2.85 meters. The distance is 28.68 kilometers, and the camera height is 0.85 meters. The laser should be hidden behind 47.4 meters of Earth curve. Now measurement 5. The laser height is 2.92 meters. The distance is 18.73 kilometers, and the camera height is 1.6 meters. The laser should be hidden behind 12.9 meters of Earth curve. Alright, measurement 6, the laser height is 2.92 meters, the distance is 40.14 kilometers, and the camera height is 1.5 meters. The laser should be hidden behind 97.3 meters of Earth curve. And finally, measurement 7, the laser height is 2.92 meters, the distance is 40.14 kilometers, and the camera height is 1.5 meters. So, just like the last measurement, this should be hidden 97.3 meters below the Earth curve. Now, although this is the same distance as the previous measurement, on this attempt, they had the laser tilted up just a little bit, off of level. You can tell because the light is getting dimmer and dimmer as it's moving towards the observer and slightly upward. Thus, you know that this is not an effect of refraction. The last thing I want to talk about is the Dr. Michael Heffron experiment. What he did is he went into stellarium and turned the refraction settings off. He then picked a star that would line up with the top of this mountain peak. He then went out into the field and took exact angle measurements of this star at the same exact time that he had set in stellarium, and the star matched the stellarium angle exactly. This demonstrated that there was no refraction taking place along the entire line of sight from him, the observer, all the way to this star. He then took an angle measurement of the peak of this mountain that was 31.5 miles away and found that there was no Earth curvature detected due to the fact that the mountain peak was sitting at a flat Earth elevation. He did this experiment in such a way that the star and the mountain peak were lined up in the same line of sight, and thus he could make the conclusion that if there was no refraction taking place anywhere in the line of sight between he, the observer, and the star, that you could infer that there is no refraction acting upon the mountain or the mountain peak. Therefore, you can make the conclusion that the mountain truly was sitting at a flat Earth elevation. Hence, the Earth was measured flat. Now we're going to get into radio wave propagation. And there are 4 types. You have ground wave, sky wave, troposcatter, and line of sight. Ground wave propagation is for your low frequencies and very low frequencies, anything under about 300 kilohertz. Then skywave propagation is going to be your AM frequency range, 300 kilohertz to about 15 megahertz. Then you have the troposcatter, range of about 30 megahertz to 300 megahertz. And this includes things like your FM radio and your TV signals. Then your line of sight is going to be your microwave frequencies. And this is anything pretty much above 1 gigahertz. And this includes your mobile phone, cellular signals, your Wi-Fi signals. And it's the frequency by which they are supposedly communicating with satellites and spacecraft and things like that. Now, here's some things to note about microwaves. They only travel line of sight. The range is usually limited to about 30 to 40 miles. And 40 megahertz is about the highest frequency radio wave that you can reflect from the ionosphere. They also do not diffract around hills or other objects. They are limited to the visual horizon. This is why you see so many cell towers and 5G towers everywhere. And remember what the text in green says. There is no tropospheric bounce mentioned anywhere. So here's a diagram showing ionospheric bounce. There are 4 different layers between 30 miles and 250 miles. As the angle of the wave decreases, with respect to the horizon, you get more of the wave bouncing back down. Whereas the higher the angle gets, the more of the wave escapes through the ionosphere. At a certain angle upwards, none of the signal is reflected, and this creates what's called a skip zone. Now let's talk about the formation of tropospheric ducts. Normally, pressure and temperature decrease with altitude, and so does the refractive index. But, on occasion, a warm air layer will emerge in the middle of the troposphere. This will result in the bottom layer and the top layer of this temperature inversion zone to create a refractive index change, and thus create a temporal duct. Now, there's one thing I want you to keep in mind with these ducts. They are local temporal events. They are not magic tunnels that magically sustain themselves perfectly over a 1,000-mile long distance. They can be disrupted at any time by things like thunderstorms, wind, updrafts, downdrafts, and humidity or moisture changes in the air. So these things are constantly changing and transforming all over the atmosphere. And they admit these problems in this graphic here, straight out of a textbook, and even introduce a couple new problems. One of the new problems that we have is that the stations need to be aligned exactly at opposite ends of the duct. The next problem is that the duct needs to be at the same altitude as the broadcasting nodes of these stations. They admit that some ducts are leaky and would let signals in and out. Well, sorry guys, newsflash, but that's going to be all of them. 100% of the ducts are going to be leaky, because that's how nature works. Nature does not create 500-mile-long radio wave propagation tunnels. Now let's look at troposcatter propagation. So you can see here a radio signal is emitted and bounced off of the troposphere, and as it ricochets back down, it spreads out dramatically, meaning that each one of these bounces you would have significant loss. So keep that in mind. Also, some of the signal will pass through to the stratosphere, and finally another significant percentage of the signal will be absorbed within the troposphere, because it's not a perfect mirror. Now, when we look at enhanced tropospheric refraction, we see that they're trying to claim the same things here that they do with optical refraction. And that is that nature makes these perfect bands and perfect layers that go hundreds, maybe even thousands of miles of temperature zones that are perfectly uniform, which we know is not the case. This graphic is even worse. It's showing you can do multiple bounces up and down. You know how quickly the signal would attenuate and how much signal loss you would have with each bounce? You might get lucky and get one bounce that still retains a fraction of the signal. But after that, you're done. And that spot that you bounce the signal will probably only exist for a few seconds before it shifts and disappears. Do you know how many different temperature zones and temperature pockets I feel just during my 3-mile run that I do every other day? At least a dozen. So imagine how many you have over 100 miles or 1,000 miles. Multiplied by the wide range of altitudes that we're talking about here, because different altitudes will have different anomalies happening all over the place. But they have to make something up because these kind of broadcasts give them problems. Some of these radio broadcasts in the FM band range are going thousands of miles. And what makes these even worse is being in the FM band range, your only possible choice is troposcatter. You can't do skywave propagation with these. Well, troposcatter is going to give you about one bounce. That might get you to 100, maybe 150 miles at best. And as you can see, all of these broadcasts are much further than that. So this is direct proof of the flat Earth, is that is the only explanation as to how these signals are going that far. So now we're going to look at the NATO Ace-High communication system. It's a microwave signal system with a range up to 250 miles. They claim they are using troposcatter to propagate these signals far enough to get to the next tower 250 miles away. The problem with this is that troposcatter is very weak and is really only for the lower frequency ranges of the microwave spectrum. Also, conditions in the troposphere are going to have to be just for these microwaves to do this. They certainly wouldn't get the 99.9% success rate that you see here by doing troposcatter. They would only get that if the Earth was flat and they were doing direct line of sight communication, which is the conclusion. You also have the U.S. military sending direct line of sight microwave communications hundreds of miles on a regular basis. Again, if troposcatter were the only option and it only ensured 10% effectiveness, the military would not be using that method. Now let's look at this example of a microwave distance record that was set back in 2016, particularly the one between California and Hawaii. They were apparently able to send a signal 2,544 miles. The article explains that they used a trans-Pacific tropoduct. There are two huge problems with this. Number one, as we've discussed throughout this entire proof, nature does not create perfect signal ducts over thousands of miles. The second problem with this is a microwave signal. Even if you granted them the fact that there's this magic signal duct over 2,500 miles, each time the microwave signal bounced within this duct, the vast majority of it would puncture through the sides of the duct and keep going because it's a microwave signal. Very little of the signal will continue on with each bounce. So you would likely only get a couple bounces, maybe 3 if you're lucky. But in order to go this distance, you would have to get many, many, many bounces over a perfect 2,500 mile duct with no obstructions and no leaks, with both receiver stations perfectly at the end of the duct on each side, with the duct itself at the correct elevation, and without any interruptions or cross interference within the duct at any point. Impossible. The Earth is flat. This was line of sight. Now let's get into the Michelson-Morley experiment that was done in 1886. So the setup's pretty basic. You have a light source that goes to a beam splitter. It splits the beam that then goes to 2 different mirrors and reflects back. And then both signals go to a detector. You can see a modern version of that here. Now modern ones use lasers. But back in the Michelson-Morley experiment, they had a different kind of light source, but it's still the same principle. You will get what's called a fringe pattern or interference pattern that shows up on the detector as all of these rings. And based on this fringe pattern, they can determine if it takes longer for one light beam to get to the detector than the other light beam. So at this point in time, their hypothesis is that there is a fixed ether field in the universe through which everything else moves. So they believed with this apparatus, they could detect the Earth's orbit around the sun. So if you think of it like a flowing river, at certain points around the orbit, you'd be going with the current. Other points, you'd be going against the current. And still at other points, you'd be going perpendicular to the current. And they believe that all of this would show up on the interferometer device. Now, the mainstream likes to lie about this experiment and say that it was a null result. In other words, they try to say that their interferometer device didn't pick up anything, and thus the ether was disproven. What really happened is they were looking for the Earth's orbit of 30 kilometers a second, and they didn't find that. What they did find after running 5 different trials of this experiment is varying degrees of ether wind. So this experiment actually proves the ether and disproves the fact that the Earth is orbiting the sun. During all 5 trials of this experiment, they found values greater than c, or values greater than the speed of light. Also, it's worth noting that Demjanov found something interesting. He found that as you approach a perfect vacuum, light wave amplitude disappears. They discovered this when they were trying to use vacuum chambers to get isotropic speed of light measurements. Now let's talk about the Sagnac effect that was discovered in 1913 by Georges Sagnac. Basically, when you have two light beams traveling in a circuit in the opposite direction, if the circuit is rotating, then the beams will arrive at the end of the circuit at two different points in time. This is the basis of fiber optic gyros and ring laser gyros. So that leads us into the Michelson-Gale-Pearson experiment in 1925. They basically made a big circuit with each side hundreds of feet in length, and they aligned this circuit to where the long ends of the top and bottom of the rectangle were along the Earth's latitudes, and the short sides are pointing north to south. Basically, they were looking for Earth rotation. What did they find instead? They found an ether field that fluctuates throughout the day and is based on sidereal time, not solar time. So this experiment proved that the Earth is not rotating, but that there is a fluctuating ether field that is based on the stars and their movements. Next, we have the Miller-Mount Wilson experiments of 1925 to 1926. He found a wave velocity change cycle that is based on sidereal time yet again, not solar time, proving yet again there's an ether field that is driven or connected to the stars. And now finally we move to the Wang linear Sagnac test of 2005. The setup here is pretty simple. You have two rotating wheels with an optical fiber belt wrapped around them. There's a light source and detector mounted on the belt so that they move with it. He found that the Sagnac effect occurs with linear motion, not just rotational. And this is huge, because this means that previous interferometry experiments should have detected the Earth's orbit around the Sun, the Sun's orbit around the galaxy's movement through the local group of galaxies, and the local group's movement through the universe. This is a relativity killer, because Einstein said that constant motion in a linear direction with no acceleration or deceleration is an inertial frame, and no physical or optical experiments could demonstrate that you are moving, and that it would be only rotational motion that would show up on something like the Sagnac effect, or it would be something that you could measure with physical gyros, for example. Well, the Wang linear Sagnac test proved that wrong, and it also showed that the Earth is not moving. So the conclusion is all of these experiments show that the Earth is not moving, that there's an ether wind based on sidereal time, not solar time, and this wind changes with the time of day, has a preferred direction, changes with altitude, changes with latitude, and has random fluctuations. They have tried to hide all of this by calling these things instrumental error, or by applying quote-unquote correctional adjustments, or simply by lying and claiming null results. As for Wang and all of his work and experiments, they simply just ignore them. They really have no other choice. Now we're going to talk about two things. We're going to talk about Airy's failure, and we're going to talk about Bob's experiment. Bob from Globebusters. First, Airy's failure. So you can see in this diagram that parallax occurs, or a shift occurs, of a nearby star relative to a fixed background of stars. And they claim this is from the Earth moving to opposite sides of its orbit. So what did Airy do in 1871? He took a telescope and tilted it 5 degrees so that starlight from a star would hit the bottom. Now, it was a known fact even back then that you had to tilt telescopes to offset the stellar parallax that was taking place, and at opposite times of the year, you would have to tilt the telescope in the opposite direction by the same amount. However, at the time, they believed that there was an ether field that the light was embedded within that always carried light with it at the same velocity no matter what medium it traveled through. So the thought here was that if he could slow the light down going through the water, that the downward motion would slow down, but the left or right motion would not slow down at all. It would remain the same. And this would cause him to have to tilt the telescope further to have the light hit the bottom of the telescope and not slam into the side. And the reason that they believed that the light would slow down in the downward direction, we'll call that the y-axis, and not the right to left direction, we'll call that the x-axis, is because they believe that the ether field was moving right to left along the x-axis, and thus was not affecting light's movement on the y-axis. So essentially, they were just trying to isolate the x-axis movement to determine if an ether field was carrying the light along. So he filled the telescope with water and kept the telescope at the 5-degree tilt, and to his surprise, the light still hit the bottom of the telescope. Now, a lot of flat earthers get this wrong, unfortunately. They will usually say that this experiment proved that the Earth is not rotating, because if it were the Earth that were rotating, and not just simply the starlight coming in at that vector angle by itself, that slowing the light down would cause it to slam into the side of the telescope. The reason why that is wrong is that they forget that the light would not only slow down in the y direction, but it would also slow down equally in the x direction. And if you want to be technical about it, light slows down to about 3/4 c in water. But the globe propagandists are also wrong because they want to call this experiment a failure in the sense that it disproved the ether. And that is also wrong. Basically, this experiment was inconclusive. It was not able to provide any kind of evidence as to whether the Earth was moving or not, and it was also not able to determine whether the ether exists or not, due to people's faulty understanding of the ether at the time. So the original question remained, is stellar parallax caused by the movement of the Earth, or is it caused by the movement of an ether field? So to answer this question, we're going to turn to Bob's experiment, Bob of Globebusters, that was conducted at Pikes Peak, Colorado, using a ring laser gyro. So during this experiment, he took readings at the mountain's peak and then went to some plains close to the mountain along the same latitude, but 10,000 feet lower in elevation, and he found that the rotational speed that the gyro is picking up changes with altitude. This disproves the rotation of the Earth and instead proves a rotating vortex ether field. So now we can conclude that Airy's experiment is in agreement with these results and proves that there is an ether wind that is causing stellar parallax, not the movement of the Earth. So now we're going to get into quantum mechanics, and we're going to talk about the gauge bosons, which drive the three primary forces of physics. You have the photon, which drives the electromagnetic force, the gluon drives a strong nuclear force, and the W and Z bosons drive the weak nuclear force. Well, what's missing in this picture? There's no graviton. So we're missing the gauge boson that drives the gravitational force. They haven't found it. And this should be a major clue that it probably doesn't exist. So here are all of the elementary particles in the standard model. As we just talked about, you have the gauge bosons, which are your force carriers, the photon, the gluon, and the Z and W boson. Then you have your fermions, which make up physical matter. And this consists of two different categories of particles. You have your quarks, and you have your leptons. And you can see that the electron falls into the lepton category. Now you can see that they admit it clearly here, even on this diagram, that the standard subatomic model cannot explain gravity, it does not explain mass, or dark matter, or dark energy. Now we know that they just made dark matter and dark energy up because the gravity model is off by 97% in the universe. And we also know that gravity is still a theoretical concept that's not been proven. Now when it comes to mass, the reason why mass would not be explained by subatomic particles could be that mass is generated through a fluctuation in the ether field. But because Einstein got rid of the ether, they have no way to explain mass in the current study of physics using this quantum model. So what is this showing? This is proof that dark matter and dark energy very likely do not exist. Now in terms of mass, we know that mass has to exist because we see the effects of mass through weight, through inertia, and through effects like buoyancy in things like density towers. And as for gravity, this doesn't necessarily disprove a downward pulling force, but it disproves gravity as a mass-attracting mass type force. Because if it's that kind of force, you would have to find a boson that is applicable to that. And this is why they have to claim that gravity is not really a force, but it's the bending and warping of space-time. However, as you're going to see throughout the rest of this video, neither the bending of space or the bending of time has ever been successfully done. So what would be the flat Earth explanation for the downward pulling force? It could either be incoherent electrostatic acceleration due to the 100 volt per meter electrical field of the Earth, in combination with density and buoyancy, or it could be a modality of the ether field. Now we're going to talk about tides and all the issues with tides. So you can see here that in their model, you have a high tide that's caused by the sun and the moon being on one side of the Earth and their combined gravitational pull pulling the water into a bulge. And then you have another high tide when the moon's on the opposite side of the Earth from the sun. And then there are two low tide points of the Earth where the moon is at a right angle to the sun and it's the only body that's pulling on the water. So basically, depending on where any of these bodies are, you have different bulges of water that the Earth would be spinning underneath. So that's their explanation. So now let's get into the problems with this theory. And here's problem number 1. I don't necessarily agree with all these layers of the Earth. It's pseudoscience, but we'll go ahead and grant them this, and I will show you why none of this works. So we have the lithosphere, a solid crust around the Earth where the tectonic plates exist. And this region is 60 miles thick. And these plates are sitting on a liquid-like layer 370 miles thick. Then there is a 1,370 mile thick layer called the mantle. And they claim this rigid, although I don't really understand how it could be. And as you see here, they say it's probably due to great pressure. So they're not even sure how it's rigid. Then the next 1,400 miles down from there, you have the outer core, which is liquid. And then you have the rigid inner core for the remainder of the radius of the Earth. So do you see the problem here? If the gravity of the sun and the moon can cause tidal bulges of the oceans on the Earth, then they would also cause tidal bulges of the tectonic plates because these plates are floating on liquid. So we would get daily tidal earthquakes and tectonic activity. But we don't see this. Not to mention, the mantle would be slung around back and forth between the asthenosphere and the outer core because it's not attached to anything solid. You can see here it's between two regions of liquid. This would add even more tectonic activity and would cause high pressure under the crust, causing vast numbers of volcanoes and fault lines to open up with lava spewing out all over the Earth constantly. Not to mention, if you have all of the tectonic plates bobbing up and down on a daily basis, then the oceanic crust is going to be bobbing up and down, and this is going to cause mega tsunamis all over the oceans on a daily basis. Also, notice the solid core is not attached to anything. So as the gravitational pull changes around the Earth, the central core is going to be shifting around. But we don't see any of this happening. With the exception of isolated earthquakes here and there across the Earth, the land is pretty geologically quiet. Now, here's problem number 2. The Earth-Moon barycenter in combination with the rotation of the Earth. One moon orbit is 27.3 days. That is 13.2 degrees of rotation per day, or roughly half a degree per hour. The barycenter sits roughly 3,000 miles from the center of the Earth, so it's relatively close to the surface of the Earth. So now to calculate how far the far side of the Earth is from the barycenter, you take the 2,900 mile distance of the barycenter from the center of the Earth and add it to the 4,000 mile radius of the Earth, and you get roughly 6,900 miles. Then we can find the circumference of the circle that is created from the far surface of the Earth rotating about the barycenter. Then we get roughly 43,000 miles. Then we can take our degrees of rotation per hour and calculate what percent of this circle is completed each day to get a surface velocity of 66 miles per hour on the far surface of the Earth from the barycenter. So now we found that the Earth is making two different rotations about two different rotation points, one of which being 1,000 miles per hour at the equator, rotating about the center of the Earth, and the other being 66 miles per hour at the equator, rotating about a point near the far surface of the Earth. When you have a compound rotation situation like this, you create acceleration and deceleration. So if you put an observer on the far side of the Earth at the equator at the beginning of the day, they would be traveling 1,000 miles per hour plus 66 miles per hour for a total of 1,066 miles an hour. Then 12 hours later, as the observer rotated around to the moon side of the Earth, they would decelerate by 66 miles an hour and would only be traveling at 1,000 miles an hour. Then for the next 12 hours of the remainder of the day, they would speed back up to 66 miles an hour faster than they were before, again for a total of 1,066 miles per hour. This daily acceleration and deceleration would have a major impact on the Earth's oceans and tectonic plates that are floating on a region of liquid. It would cause large sea swells of shifting ocean water to be slung around on a daily basis on a massive scale, and would lead to even further acceleration of daily tidal quakes and volcanic eruptions. Essentially, what you have is you have the octopus ride. For anyone who's ridden this ride at the fair or at Six Flags or at Disney World, you know what this feels like. As the arrows show here, the three main control arms are rotating counterclockwise, and then the seats of the ride are also rotating counterclockwise around the endpoints of these control arms. And we all know what this feels like. When you rotate to the outside, you feel extreme acceleration. And then when your chair rotates to the inside of the ride, it almost feels like you're slowing down and sitting still. Now, obviously, this ride is a more extreme version of this effect because the number of rotations per minute are greatly increased. But what a lot of people don't understand, and what a lot of globe propagandists don't understand, is that even though the Earth complex motion system will be doing this at a much slower rate, the scale is millions of times bigger, the mass is immense, and the radii are far greater. So the more you increase the size of the mass, the more that motions and accelerations and decelerations upon that mass will affect it. So when you're talking about a mass the size of the Earth, it only takes very, very small accelerations and decelerations upon all of that mass to impart great changes, because the inertia of all that mass moving in a straight direction or an unchanging rotational direction is extremely immense. So if you start applying another force that starts trying to change the direction of that immense inertia, the effects become catastrophic. Now, when we look at the tidal map of the Earth, we don't see anything that even remotely matches any of the motions or forces that they claim are taking place. And we certainly don't see anything that resembles what would happen from an Earth-Moon barycenter sling. What we see is just patchy areas here and there that have some higher tides and some lower tides. There's even points all over the ocean that have zero tide. They're called tidal nodes. Also, notice some of your stronger tides are up in the very north, up near Alaska and up near Greenland. You would think that they would be near the equator, near the orbital plane of the sun and the moon, because that's where the greater tidal bulge would be, right? So this tidal map makes entirely no sense with any of the forces that they claim are driving any of it. And it doesn't make any sense in regard to the additional forces that we found from the Earth-Moon barycenter rotation that they aren't telling people about. And it is for these reasons that tides debunk the globe. Now we're going to get into the gravity model of the solar system and the three-body problem. So as you can see here, this is the gravity equation, and it's the best they have, and it's only for two bodies. So Fg is the force, big G is the gravitational constant, which is in cubic meters per kilogram squared. M1 and M2 are the two masses, and R is the radius or the distance between the centers of the objects. What you're looking at here is a whole bunch of different three-body configurations. In these situations, the three bodies have equal mass, but you can see that they all clearly fall into chaos. There are certain perfect geometrical patterns you can create that will make a stable three-body system, like the ones that these arrows are pointing to, but you would never, ever, ever find that in nature. I mean, technically, you could take 10 bodies and make perfect geometrical configurations. You could do it with 1,000 bodies, but you would not find those perfect geometrical configurations in nature. And those were just in 2 dimensions. Look how chaotic it gets in 3 dimensions, even when all 3 bodies are close to the same mass. So So imagine how much worse it would be if one or more of these bodies were a much different mass. Now let's look at the solar system barycenter. And you can see that over time it shifts and moves all over the place. And this is a major problem because when you have a shifting barycenter within a system, it will cause that system to destabilize very quickly over time. Here is one of the factors affecting the barycenter. The orbital planes of the planets are not aligned with the plane of the ecliptic. This would cause an imbalance, especially depending on where Jupiter and Saturn are located along their orbits. The next big problem we have is that all planets, including all moons around planets, have an acceleration and deceleration. They don't move in perfect circles. They move in ellipses that are offset a little bit from the body that they're orbiting. For planets, this is called perihelion and aphelion. So for the Earth, for example, when it's closest to the Sun, its orbital speed is about 67,100 miles an hour. But when the Earth moves away at its furthest point from the Sun, the orbital speed changes to 65,500 miles an hour. So it's roughly 2,000 miles an hour less. Now think about it. As the planets accelerate and decelerate around the Sun, how are the moons that are orbiting the planets keeping up with that, without that causing a shift in their orbits? Well, the answer to that question is it would cause a shift in their orbits. And you have to remember that the orbits of the moons are not synchronized in some whole number way with the orbits of the planets. So this means that every time a planet moves through perihelion or aphelion, the orbits of its moons are going to be thrown more and more off whack each time. Then we have this next major problem, and that is that all the orbits of the moons have accelerations and decelerations, referred to as perigee and apogee. So now that just exponentially compounds the problems of the previous problem. So as the planets are moving around the Sun and accelerating and decelerating, you have the moons accelerating and decelerating around the planets while that's happening, giving you very complex vectors of acceleration and deceleration that would never be cyclical and would become destabilized very quickly. Also keep in mind, as we previously discussed, and as you see in this graphic, the planets and moons are orbiting about a common barycenter in an accelerating and decelerating manner, while the planets accelerate and decelerate around the Sun. So if the Earth-Moon barycenter is really what is following this Earth orbital path, then that means both the Earth and the Moon are off balance from this orbital path, and they are wobbling to and fro from one side to the other of it in an accelerating and decelerating manner, meanwhile making a left-hand turn of 1 degree per day, while the path they are following itself is forcing them to accelerate and decelerate along the path. So now do you see how complex and problematic this is? And this is for a planet with just one moon. If we look at Jupiter, for example, it's got 4 moons of significant size. Look at how many Saturn has, including the largest one, Titan. And keep in mind, all of these moons are accelerating and decelerating at different rates. So some of these other planets are going to have more and more complex wobbles happening. And their barycenters will be shifting around, unlike the Earth-Moon barycenter, which remains in one spot. Then, as if all of that is not bad enough, you have the additional problem of the orbital planes of these moons not being aligned with the orbital planes of the planets around the Sun. So this causes wobbling in 3 dimensions, not just 2. And this only adds to the 3-dimensional chaos that's caused by the orbital planes of all the planets being tilted off in different directions from each other. And you will never see an accurate solar system model be produced that accurately models all of these complex relationships. The only thing they put out is vastly oversimplified cartoons where they eliminate 90% of the complexities and just show everything making perfect little circles in 2 dimensions. And that's all the public knows, is a toddler's level model of the solar system. And of course, we're not going to leave any stone unturned, so we're going to bring up the fact that the Earth also has 3 different wobbles it's doing at the same time. You have precession, nutation, and the Chandler wobble. And you better believe all the other planets also have similar wobbles happening as well. Then you have additional complexity arising from the fact that all objects in the universe have unequally distributed mass and densities. You can see here a gravity map of the Earth, and that it changes all over the Earth due to different density regions located all over the planet. This adds a little bit more complexity to planet-moon barycenters as the planets and the moons rotate. So now imagine you take this huge mess of the solar system and you start moving it around the Milky Way galaxy at 500,000 miles an hour along a path that will also have accelerations and decelerations as the solar system approaches and moves away from more and less dense regions of the galaxy. Then take all of that and add to that the movement of the Milky Way through the local group at 1.3 million miles an hour, which is also along a curving path with accelerations and decelerations. Then add to that the fact that the Andromeda Galaxy, our nearest neighbor galaxy, is moving toward the Milky Way as I speak on a collision course, which will cause Andromeda and the Milky Way to begin to accelerate towards each other at an increasing rate as time goes on. Now, you will hear globe propagandists say that these larger motions outside of the solar system can be ignored because they are so colossal they can be considered straight lines, and they occur over such a long period of time, they're basically negligible. Well, the problem with this is that the solar system has supposedly been around for 4.5 billion years, and it supposedly takes 250 million years for the solar system to complete one orbit around the galaxy. This means that the solar system has already orbited 18 times by now. And you better believe in those 18 trips around the galaxy, the solar system has encountered some more and less dense regions and has already undergone accelerations and decelerations over and over and over again. Also, you better believe in that amount of time, the approach of Andromeda has already drastically altered the course of the Milky Way and has caused the Milky Way's path to curve more and more over time, which would throw off the orbits of everything orbiting within the Milky Way. So there you have it. The gravity model of the solar system has been debunked. The only orbital relationship you would find in nature that would be stable would be a two-body problem with no other gravitational influences anywhere near those two bodies. Once you move to three bodies or more, things become more and more and more unstable with each body that you add to the system. The solar system has hundreds of large bodies, all moving with accelerations and decelerations, with off-balance paths, and many other complex issues. It would rapidly become unstable, likely just after a few hundred iterations, and it would certainly not survive 4.5 billion iterations. Also, believe me, if there were that many complex motions happening at any given time throughout the solar system, we would detect all of these forces and motions with instruments on the Earth, not only through optical experiments, but through physical experiments. Not to mention all these different forces would be imparting all kinds of effects on the geology of the Earth, within all the different layers of the Earth, causing all kinds of seismic activity that will be picked up by seismographs. And really, in all honesty, if all these motions and forces were really taking place, life on Earth might not even be possible. And they can't use relativity as the excuse as to why none of these motions are being detected. Remember, relativity needs an inertial frame. An inertial frame requires constant motion with no acceleration or deceleration. Well, newsflash for you, every body in the universe is undergoing acceleration and deceleration. You will not find an inertial frame in nature. Einstein even admits that constant rotation doesn't qualify to be an inertial frame because even constant rotation has acceleration built into it because it results in a centrifugal force. Well, and guess what, Einstein? That means relativity cannot be applied to anything in the universe. And that means that we should be detecting all these motions with optical and physical experiments on the Earth. So, nice try, Einstein, but relativity fails again. Thus, we can conclude that the only reason why all these motions are not detected is because they don't exist. Now we're going to address another argument the globe propagandists like to make, and that is that they like to claim that if you take a given planet in the solar system, you can use the gravity equation to calculate its orbital period based on its mass, or vice versa. Then they go on to say that this could only work if the distances and masses and velocities of all of these planets were as they say they are. And they try to use this to prove that the solar system is valid. Okay, so let's look into this. We'll start with looking at Kepler's three laws of motion. The first is that he says that orbits are ellipses, which we've already covered. The second law states that planets will cover equal amounts of area of the orbital ellipse in equal amounts of time. The third law states that the time to complete an orbit squared is equal to the semi-major axis cubed. Now keep in mind that all of these laws are what is called kinematics. Kinematics explain the motion of things and tracks how they move, whereas dynamics explains all the forces involved behind the movement and describes how all of the mechanics are working. So all that Kepler found was just laws of motion of the planets. He did not claim to know why they are moving that way, and he also didn't claim that these laws of motion could tell you how far away the planets are or what their size is. Alright, so now let's take the two-body gravity equation and set it equal to the centrifugal force equation, and you get mv squared over r equals g times the mass of the first object times the mass of the second object over r squared. Divide both sides by little m, and you get v squared over r equals gm over r squared. Then multiply both sides by r, and you get v squared equals gm over r. Now velocity is just distance over time, and the distance is the circumference of the orbit, or 2 pi r, and time is the orbital period t. So then v squared equals 2 pi r over t squared. And so plugging this back in, we get 4 pi squared times r squared over t squared equals gm over r. Now we can multiply both sides by r, and you get 4 pi squared times r cubed over t squared equals gm. Then we can divide both sides by 4 pi squared, and you get r cubed over t squared equals gm over 4 pi squared. We then invert both sides, you get t squared over r cubed equals 4 pi squared over gm, and then we can multiply both sides by r cubed, and you end up with t squared equals 4 pi squared over gm times r cubed. So these equations of planetary motion and mass are really just Kepler's third law in disguise. This is still kinematics, not dynamics. You can make the gravitational constant, or m the mass, anything you want. All you have to do is change the value of r proportionally, which is the semi-major axis. So you could start out by picking whatever value you want for r, the semi-major axis, if you want to build a theoretical solar system, and then you could just backfill g or m, or both. So let's say I want to make up a solar system, and I take my first planet and give it a semi-major axis of 1 mile. I could then make g equal to 1 and m equal to 1, and you would end up with 1 divided by 1, which cancels, and you would just be left with t squared equals 4 pi squared. Let's say I want to make my made-up solar system much bigger, and I want my first planet to have a semi-major axis of 5 miles. Well, then r cubed becomes 125, and then I can make g 5 and m 25, causing r, g, and m to cancel to 1 again, and I'm left with the same ratio of t squared equals 4 pi squared. So these equations of motion mean nothing by themselves. They're just scalable ratios. So then all you would have to do is look to a faulty experiment like Cavendish and mistakenly think that you've found an attractive force constant and plug that into this formula, and then make an incorrect conclusion about something like Eratosthenes' stick experiment to think that the Earth is a ball and think that you figured the radius out because of shadow angles off of 2 sticks. And voila, you can start solar system building. So again, even if we ignore other outside influences on the solar system, such as the Milky Way galaxy or Andromeda, you're still left with at least a 9-body problem with billions of smaller bodies flowing around within it. And they have never been able to produce a working gravity model of this, with real masses, velocities, and positions inputted into the model. All they can do is produce simplified cartoons. So what they have to do is they have to reduce everything to separate 2-body problems. And even then, they usually oversimplify the relationships. As you see here, they have the moon going around the Earth, but it's going around the center of the Earth, when in reality, the Earth and the moon orbit about a common barycenter. And I'm sure all of you have seen this experiment, where they try to simulate a solar system using spandex and some marbles. The problem with this is that it's not accurately reproducing the inverse square law of gravity, and it imposes a great deal of friction on the marbles, making this a horrible demonstration of solar system mechanics. So let's see what the globe priest, Neil deGrasse, has to say about it. You can see he loves the globe so much, he's giving it a hug. He says a two-body system that is tugged often by something small, that it all cancels out in the end. So when it's out here, the tug is a little bit that way, but now it's over here, and the tug is less. Right, all right? And then sometimes it's tugging you in this direction when that's the configuration. You add it all up, it all cancels out. Oh, really, Neil? So it all just cancels out like magic, huh? How scientific of you. Then he says Newton could not have known. So apparently Newton was concerned with a three-body problem, and he was worried about the orbits of the planets. So maybe we should be too. So here he says that Newton didn't know about this new branch of calculus called perturbation theory. So now he's just trying to bamboozle the audience with scientific word salad. Perturbation theory doesn't solve the three-body problem. Perturbation theory is just a method to estimate or approximate a complex system by reducing it to a simple system and then making small adjustments along the way. So it's not a solution tool, it's an estimating tool. And the accuracy of it decreases as the perturbations increase in strength or in number. So this would make it very inaccurate on something like the solar system, where there are almost constant perturbations acting on all bodies at all times. And so then he says, that took care of that third body, gotcha, where the solar system is basically stable. Now notice the key word here, basically. He knows that he can't say that the solar system is exactly stable. So he uses this word basically as kind of like a get out of jail free card, because he knows that perturbation theory doesn't cut it. And then he goes on to say that it turns out the orbits of a three-body problem are mathematically chaotic. So now the truth comes out. I thought perturbation theory fixed all of this. Then he goes on to say that with three objects, not only is it chaotic, but it's actually unsolvable. Wow, so all that stuff about perturbation theory, that was irrelevant then, huh? He goes on to say you can calculate incrementally what's happening until the system dies or splits apart, but you cannot analytically predict the future of the three-body system. Because what chaos will do for you in your mathematical model, if you change the initial conditions by a little bit, then the solution diverges exponentially with the smallest increment of distance. So we can model it, but cannot predict with precision where everybody's going to be. And I agree with him here. They can model three-body systems and beyond, even in 3 dimensions. But these models only show incrementally what's happening one step at a time. You would not be able to suddenly jump forward in time 100 years on any of these computer models and expect them to suddenly show where 50 bodies are going to be in 3D space at that point in time. And the most important aspect of all of this is that they can't create models of a solution to a three-body problem, meaning a demonstration of a three-body system that remains stable into infinity. And again, I'm not talking about unnatural three-body systems where all 3 bodies are the same exact mass, making a perfect figure 8 in 2 dimensions, because you would never find that in nature. I'm talking about a real system where the masses are different, and the distances are different, and the velocities are all different in 3 dimensions that remains stable into infinity. So now, of course, after saying that the three-body system is unsolvable, and that you cannot predict the future positions of all the bodies in a three-body system or beyond, Neil deGrasse now has to do what he was hired to do for this show and defend the solar system, to give false security as to how it could all work. And so he introduces this so-called restricted three-body problem. So he says you have 2 bodies and you have a third body that's little. He then says the 2 larger bodies will orbit each other and the third little body won't really affect them. And here he says, so when you have 2 masses that are approximately equal mass and one that's much less than the other 2, that is solvable. Well, I'm going to demonstrate mathematically why that's not the case. So let's take the Sun, Earth, and Moon system, for example. So this would be the gravity equation and motion equation for one particular point in time for this system. You have the gravitational constant times the mass of the Moon times the mass of the Earth over the radius between the Moon and Earth squared, plus the gravitational constant times the mass of the Moon times the mass of the Sun over the radius between the Moon and Sun squared, equals the mass of the moon times the velocity of the moon squared, divided by the radius of the moon and the Earth, plus the mass of the Earth times the velocity of the Earth squared, divided by the radius of the moon and the sun. Now keep in mind, these equations are grossly simplified because we are treating these three bodies like they are making perfect circles with no acceleration and deceleration, and that the distances between them do not change, which is not reality. But they are still useful in proving my point. So Neil deGrasse is making the point that if the third body's mass is teeny tiny compared to the other two, the system is solvable. Well, there's one more thing you could do too to make the system solvable, and that would be make the distance of the third body nearly infinity. So really then what we are talking about in these equations is the mathematical limit as the mass of the third body approaches zero, or as the radius of the third body approaches infinity. So when we apply these limits to the equation, we get the gravitational constant times the mass of the moon times the mass of the Earth, divided by the radius of the moon and Earth squared, plus 0 equals the mass of the moon times the velocity of the moon squared, divided by the radius of the moon and the Earth, plus 0. And what do you end up with? That's correct. You end up with a two-body equation. So basically when Neil deGrasse is saying that there is such a thing called a limited three-body problem, and that is solvable, we can see mathematically that a limited three-body problem is actually just a two-body problem. So do you see the sleight of hand trickery that they do here with things like this? But these are the kind of deceptions that they have to pull off because they know that the solar system cannot work mathematically and that the three-body problem will never be solved. Another thing I want to point out is that as you increase the number of bodies in a system, the chaos increases exponentially, as you can see here in this model. Of course, just like with a three-body system, you can take any number of bodies that you want of equal mass and create a balanced system that looks something like this, where they are moving along these polygonal equidistant paths. And you could technically call this one right here a solution to a 10-body problem. But would you ever find this in nature? Absolutely not. So we can conclude that the solar system would fail far, far short of 4.6 billion iterations of orbits. And furthermore, all objects throughout the entire universe would either collide or be flung away into the infinite void. And they know this, which is another reason why they came up with the theory that the universe is accelerating in all directions. Because their thinking is, if we can get galaxies to move far enough away from each other, then at least these problems are reduced to a per-galaxy basis, which is just damage control. So just when you think you've seen all the problems with gravity, oh no, there's more. In the 1930s, a Swiss astronomer named Fritz Zwicky was looking at a cluster of galaxies called the Coma Cluster, and he found that these galaxies were moving much too fast based on gravity calculations. And so it was at this point in time that they created what's called dark matter to explain these movements. And not only did they create dark matter, but eventually they had to create something called dark energy as well. And what they have realized over time is that the gravity model of the universe is off by 94%. Or in other words, the physical matter that we see in the universe provides only 6% of the required mass to make all of the motions work. And what makes matters even worse is that they needed a new type of matter that makes an attractive force and a new type of energy that makes a repulsive force, because there are places in the universe where things are repelling away from each other and gravity didn't make sense in those scenarios. So basically the gravity model failed by a huge amount, and so they threw a Band-Aid on all of that by creating a made-up pulling force and a made-up pushing force. And make no mistake, neither dark energy nor dark matter has ever been detected or created in a laboratory. They are purely fictional. And of course, as you see in this recent news article, now they're saying maybe dark matter doesn't exist. Oh, really? You think? You guys have been looking for it for 100 years and haven't found it. You're just now saying that? It also says a modified theory of gravity could be the answer. But wait, I thought they had gravity all figured out, and I thought the gravity equations were unchangeable. Uh-oh, I thought we knew what the gravitational constant is. I thought the inverse square law of gravity was pretty much rock solid. I thought the relationship between two objects in space and their relative masses was what dictated the gravitational force. Well, I guess it was all wrong. So now we have to modify gravity again to match the cosmos. And you see, it's things like this right here that remind you that all of these things are just theories. And things that you are taught in school that they teach as concrete, rock-solid fact, especially in the realm of science, are just theories that are hanging on by a thread. Well, I've got another theory for them. How about the Earth is stationary and the realm of the cosmos is electric in nature? Maybe the galaxies are electrical or plasma phenomenon. Maybe stars are sonoluminescence. Maybe the rotation of everything we see in the universe is due to a rotating ether field, or it's due to rotating electromagnetic fields. Maybe the diameter of the universe is not 93 billion light years, but it's just 1,000,000 miles. Because from human beings' perspective on Earth, we really wouldn't be able to tell the difference. Anyways, all of this goes to show that gravity is just encountering more and more problems as time goes on. Now we're going to get into the fine-tuning problem. As you can see in this diagram, G sub O equals the current strength of gravity. And look at the strength of the weak force. It's 10 to the 31st power times that of gravity. Electromagnetism is 10 to the 37th power times gravity. And then the strong nuclear force is 10 to the 40th power times that of gravity. Those are pretty spectacular differences and very, very specific. Now, they tell us that a Big Bang created the universe at random. So how is it that all of these forces happen to emerge in this manner? And here's what would happen if you adjusted any of these forces. So let's start with gravity. If it were too strong, stars would burn out. If it were too weak, stars wouldn't form at all. And of course, that's a problem because they tell us that stars are the manufacturing centers of the elements. Next, we move to the strong nuclear force. If you weakened it just a little bit, you would not have stable nuclei. And if you made it too strong, hydrogen would convert into helium too quickly, and you wouldn't have stable stars. Next, we move to the weak nuclear force. If you made that stronger, again, hydrogen would convert into helium too quickly. And then you have the cosmological constant. This dictates the rate of the universe's expansion. If it were even just slightly larger, the universe would expand too quickly, preventing stars and galaxies from forming. So which cosmos do you think is more likely? The globe cosmos that says a Big Bang ignited the universe, and all of the forces and constants just happened to pop into existence at the correct strengths to cause the formation of a stable universe that supports life? Or do you think it's more probable that we live in an engineered flat Earth realm designed by a creator who personally set all of these forces and constants at the correct strengths? I would go with the flat Earth cosmos. Now, we have previously discussed how bad the solar system is in terms of the mess of forces and vector directions, accelerations and decelerations, wobbles and off-balance orbits, and shifting barycenters. And even after covering all of that, we still have additional centrifugal force issues to talk about in regards to the Earth. So as you see in this diagram, anytime something is under rotation, forces emerge. You have the path of inertia, which is always the tangent line to the point on the surface of rotation. Then you have the centrifugal force, which is the outward slinging force. And then there's the centripetal force, which is the inward pulling force. The formula is the centrifugal force equals the mass times the velocity squared over r. We should look familiar because we were just discussing that when we were talking about the three-body problem. Now, if we apply this to the spinning Earth, you can see that at the equator it's not a big deal. But as you start moving north or south, it starts becoming a problem. Let's say you are an observer standing at point M there. The centrifugal force would have an X component pulling you towards the equator and a Y component pulling you straight up, directly opposite the gravitational pull. So this means in the northern hemisphere, there would be a force pulling you to the south, and in the southern hemisphere, there would be a force pulling you to the north. Now, they admit this to some degree because this is why they tell us there's a 14-mile equatorial bulge on the Earth, and the Earth is oblong, also known as an oblate spheroid. They even show us in atmospheric diagrams that the atmosphere bulges at the equator of the Earth, partially due to warmer temperatures and partially due to the spin of the Earth. Now, they will admit to the bulging Earth, and they will admit to the bulging atmosphere, because neither one of those can be verified by anyone. But there are two other major effects that would also happen that they don't mention because those would be verifiable. So let's look at the first of those two effects. Earth's crust has an average density of 3 grams per cubic centimeter. Water has an average density of 1 gram per cubic centimeter. This means that the crust is 3 times as dense as the water is. This also means that the gravitational pull on the crust would be a little bit stronger than it is on the water, because gravitational attraction is based on density. So the net result of the centrifugal forces pulling the oceans towards the equator and the weaker gravitational pull on the water itself would result in the Earth looking like this, with a majority of the ocean concentrated around the equator and very little of the oceans in the northern and southern latitudes. But obviously we don't see this. The next effect that you would see is that skyscrapers in the northern hemisphere would lean to the north, and those in the southern hemisphere would lean to the south. This is because the centrifugal force in the X component would be pulling these buildings sideways towards the equator. This means that leveling devices like plumb bobs would be pulled slightly towards the equator, resulting in level appearing to be a backwards tilt of the building in regards to the direction of the equator. But just like the last point, we don't see this effect either. Thus, not seeing these two effects is proof that the Earth is not spinning. Now let's look at the Hubble Expansion issue. So when they look out at the cosmic microwave background and then take measurements using Hubble, they find that the universe is accelerating far too fast, or so that's what they claim. So they have come up with a crazy theory as to why they believe this is happening. And that theory is that dark energy is growing in strength over time, so that its ability to push things apart keeps increasing. As if that theory is not already crazy enough, the fact that they make the claim here that dark energy is already known to be accelerating the universe is even more insane. As I said in a previous proof, neither dark matter nor dark energy has ever been found or detected, nor has either of them been created in a laboratory. So now they're taking something that's just a made-up theory and adding another made-up theory that's dependent on the first made-up theory. And these are the kind of acrobatics that mainstream science has to do as the globe model keeps crumbling apart more and more. Besides, I thought we just saw an article that said they believe they can get rid of dark energy and dark matter with a new gravitational theory. So basically, the key takeaway from all this is they really don't know anything about the cosmos. Now let's get into dark radiation. So they have another theory as to why the universe is accelerating faster than it should be. And that is that there was a new subatomic particle early in the universe's history that traveled close to the speed of light. And it falls into the same category of particles as neutrinos, with that category being dark radiation. So basically they're saying there could have been all this additional dark radiation early in the universe to accelerate the expansion early on. Again, they have no clue, no way to know that, just making up a theory. Then they go on to say dark matter may have some additional characteristics. And then at the end of the article they say they know so little about the dark parts of the universe, which is the first accurate thing they've said yet. But again, if you look up in the second paragraph, they say dark matter is the backbone of the universe upon which galaxies built themselves up into the structure we see today, as if that's just a fact. When again, dark matter has never been detected, it's never been created in a lab. And there's even another article that we just saw that said that they're about to throw out dark matter and dark energy and replace them with a new theory of gravity. So they conflict themselves like crazy in all these different scientific articles. Then in the next to last paragraph, they admit that the speedier universe may be telling astronomers that Einstein's theory of gravity is incomplete. Boy, you can say that again. So again, this article just shows that they know nothing, and they also like to contradict themselves in different articles. Now let's talk about the Inflaton. So as it says here, the Inflaton field is a hypothetical, keyword being hypothetical, scalar field that could have driven inflation very early in the universe. It provides a mechanism where expansion could have been generated between 10 to the negative 35 and 10 to the negative 34 seconds after the Big Bang. And they say that this Inflaton field would create the observed spatial isotropy and homogeneity that they see today. So here's yet another crazy theory they've come up with to explain the excessive expansion of the universe and the spatial symmetry. So now they're trying to kill two birds with one stone, using the magic pixie dust Inflaton. Also, what would be the point of this Inflaton field emerging and then disappearing very early on? Just to give the universe symmetry? Why would the universe care about giving itself symmetry? You know, I could partially believe everything, including all of the forces of physics, emerging from the Big Bang. But what sounds even more insane than that is saying that there's something that emerged shortly after the Big Bang and then went away just to make the universe look pretty. Some of these theories that they come up with are really mind-baffling. Moving on to the horizon problem. So the horizon problem is just a fine-tuning issue with the Big Bang model. Basically, when they look out at the universe, they see that it's isotropic with observed homogeneity. Or in other words, it has symmetry. And the issue with this is that with their current understanding of the Big Bang, there wasn't any kind of mechanism that happened right in the very early stages of the universe that could have affected every region of the early universe equally in order to give it that symmetry. This issue was first pointed out by Wolfgang Rindler in 1956. They did come up with one theory to explain how this might have happened, as we covered in one of my previous proofs, where we talked about the Inflaton field. Basically, they proposed that there was this hypothetical scalar field that appeared very early in the universe, and it applied an expansion force across all regions of the early universe equally, but only for a brief period of time. As I explained in my previous proof, however, this theory really is grasping at straws. The more likely conclusion about the homogeneity and isotropy of the universe is that the Earth really is at the center, and the universe was created around the Earth realm. Next, we come to the flatness problem, which has to do with the density of matter and energy in the universe. And so this ratio affects the curvature of space-time. There is a very specific critical value that's required to have a flat universe. Well, it just so happens that the universe, especially in its early days, is only off of this critical value by 1 part in 10 to the 62nd power. And of course, ever since this issue was discovered in 1969, it has baffled scientists. And you can understand why. How would the universe have just emerged randomly being that close to this critical value? And we are talking extremely, extremely close. This would be like rolling quadrillions of dice and hitting all threes on all of them. I mean, this is insane. So then I ask you, what do you think is more likely? Do you think the universe just randomly hit this infinitely impossible lottery? Or do you think we live in an engineered Earth realm where there is no curving space or time, and there is a creator who set this value personally? I think this one is blatantly obvious. Wow, would you believe it? We found yet another problem with the cosmos. It's been quite a few, hasn't it? Now we are looking at the magnetic monopole problem. So the issue here is that if the early universe were very hot, which of course it had to be, then you would have a large number of heavy, stable magnetic monopoles. According to many different grand unified theories, the electromagnetic force and the strong and weak nuclear forces were not fundamental forces, but they emerged from spontaneous symmetry. And that prior to these forces, you had a single gauge theory. And all these unified theories predicted a number of different heavy stable particles, none of which have been observed in nature, with the most notorious one being the magnetic monopole. So there would have been a ton of these monopoles being produced early in the universe, and they would have persisted to this day. In fact, there would have been so many of them that they would be the dominant constituent of the universe even to this day. But all searches for them have failed. So this is another big fail for the globe Earth cosmos. Do you remember when you were taught in school that the age of the universe is a concrete fact? It's unarguable. Scientists can calculate it down to the nanosecond because of things like the cosmic microwave background or backtracking the universe's expansion. Well, yet again, a new discovery just a couple of years ago showed that this is not the case and that they were not even close. So the issue here is that they looked deep into the universe, which in the globe cosmos model means looking further back in time, right? And they found galaxies that were too developed for their age. So again, this just goes to show that things they are so certain about in their model oftentimes become proven very wrong. We are told that the first stars formed about 200 million years after the Big Bang, right? And like I said in the proof before this one, we were taught things like this as concrete fact in school. Now, what do we have here? The James Webb Telescope just discovered a star that is older than the universe itself. Wow, would you believe it? Even more issues with the globe Earth cosmos. I guess that's back to the drawing board for the 9 millionth time now, isn't it, guys? Now we're going to talk about the 100 volt per meter field that is found all over the Earth and why the globe explanation for this field doesn't work. So you see in this diagram, this is the global electric circuit. You have the ionosphere, and basically solar energetic protons and galactic cosmic rays supposedly bombard this ionosphere to continue providing an electrical charge to it. They also show here that there's thunderstorms that create upward transient currents, and of course discharges between the ground and the cloud. You also have fair weather return currents. And then you see that there's magnetic field aligned currents, which deliver things such as the auroral currents that create things like the aurora borealis. They claim that the ionosphere is about 100 kilometers up. Now it's important to understand that the ionosphere changes between day and night, and also from season to season. So during the day, the solar energetic protons are able to charge the ionosphere to its fullest extent. Then at night, the ionosphere becomes far less dense because cosmic rays deliver far less in terms of electrical charge than the sun's particles do. Then you also have seasonal variations, so the hemisphere that's in the summertime is going to have a stronger ionosphere over it than the opposite hemisphere that's in wintertime. And then think about cases where there's 24 hours of nighttime in the north or the south for weeks on end. The ionosphere in those locations will become very thin. And this is very important when we're talking about the fact that there's a uniform electric field of 100 volts per meter over the Earth. You cannot have a uniform field with this much fluctuation in the ionosphere happening at any given time. Then you have other factors that contribute to fluctuations in the ionosphere. You have the 11-year solar cycle. So at solar maximum, the ionosphere will be stronger, and then solar minimum is going to be weaker. And then you have random events such as solar flares and CMEs, or coronal mass ejections. And these events would cause huge spikes in the ionosphere. But the spike would only occur on the side of the Earth facing these flares or CMEs. Now, of course, they provide a mechanism by which the ionosphere remains charged at night. One way is that the plasmasphere gets charged during the day, and then at night, charged particles begin to flow downwards towards the ionosphere from the plasmasphere. Then they say that upper atmospheric winds can contribute to a charge, and then, of course, cosmic rays. But you have to remember that all these phenomena will be happening during the day as well. So the charge difference in the ionosphere between day and night would still be the same. and it would be quite a big difference. Now I'm going to show why the charge of the ionosphere at night would actually be very, very minimal. Even though they give us 3 mechanisms by which it would be charged, I'm going to show you how 2 of those really actually wouldn't work. First of all, we can already address the atmospheric winds mechanism. That would vary greatly all over the Earth and would just be random events here and there. Also, the atmosphere gets really thin beyond a few miles up. So really you can eliminate the atmospheric wind mechanism. Now let's address the next mechanism, cosmic rays. So there's a region between Earth's magnetic field and solar wind called the magnetosheath. And it's a region of compressed plasma. It basically takes on the shape of a comet's tail, and thus it would block the majority of cosmic rays heading to Earth. Then you have the Van Allen belts, which also block some of these cosmic rays. Then, as you see here, you have the heliosphere, which is a general shield for the whole solar system from cosmic rays, and that's a bubble of solar plasma that comes from the sun. Then you have Earth's magnetosphere, which offers further protection. And then you have the plasma sheet to the opposite side of the Earth from its movement in its orbit that also acts as a shield from these cosmic rays. So the Earth would have 5 shields against cosmic rays at all times. The heliosphere, the magnetosheath, the magnetic field, the plasma sheet, and the Van Allen belts. With all that in place, not one cosmic ray is going to make it to the ionosphere. So then that leaves only one small mechanism by which the ionosphere could get charged at night, and that is trickle down from the plasmasphere, which would be very, very, very weak. But yet we see this relatively consistent electric field across the Earth. What's even more suspicious about this is the fact that they literally tell us that there's no specific map showing the average electrical field over the Earth. And the reason why they would do that is because they want to tell people that it just varies all over the place, because it would have to if it were coming from something like the ionosphere that would vary wildly from day to night and from season to season. When in reality, it's actually pretty stable throughout the day and from month to month throughout the year, as shown here in these measurements taken in Russia. But they don't want people to see this because the ionosphere could not produce a stable field like this. What you really need to produce a stable electric field is 2 Gaussian surfaces. Much like I show here in this flat Earth model that I came up with. You have an upper Gaussian surface at 62 miles up, and then a lower Gaussian surface under the ground 62 miles down, with the upper one being positively charged and the lower one being negatively charged. And this will create an electrical field between them with a downward flowing current. This would create an effect called incoherent electrostatic acceleration that could provide a mechanism for the downward pulling force on Earth, in combination with density and buoyancy, of course. So the downward current would just set the direction, but most of your downward pulling effect would be the result of buoyancy. What you see here is called a density tower. You have all of these different materials with different densities that are poured into the cylinder, and they settle into their own density zones, with the heaviest ones on the bottom and the lightest ones on the top. Now, most people think that the gravitational field around Earth is uniform, but even mainstream science admits that it varies across the Earth based on latitude due to the differences in centrifugal force, geoid imperfections, and different density zones around the Earth, as well as where you are on the Earth relative to the position of the sun and the moon. When really it's just due to different conductive regions of land around the Earth and things like thunderstorms that can locally alter the field a little bit, and then small variations in the field itself. So now let's go ahead and address some of the common points that globe propagandists bring up to try to argue against electrical gravity theory. They often say, why don't people levitate during thunderstorms? And the answer to that is just the sheer magnitude of the total potential of Earth's field, being 500,000 volts. You would have to apply roughly 1,000,000 volts beneath their feet continuously. Then they often say, why doesn't the force change based on the ground's conductive abilities in a given spot? The answer is it does change. That's how we can detect metals, oil, and water under the ground, using radio waves. There are also things called fulgurites, where sand is struck by lightning and pulled upwards. Now let's cover some other important points. Van de Graaff generators can be used to levitate any object or material. It's the way the electron charge was discovered, and you can look into the Millikan oil drop experiment that was done in 1909. Next point, all matter is electrostatic. Electrostatic forces between electrons and protons are roughly 2.27 times 10 to the 39th power stronger than the gravitational force between them. Also, kilograms and coulombs are interchangeable. Next point, look into the Boyd-Bushman experiments done at Lockheed Martin. They took a rock and a dual magnet of equal mass and dropped them at the same time repeatedly. There were many other scientists present as eyewitnesses, and what did they find? They found that the rock always fell faster than the dual magnet. This proves that there's a connection between the electric field and the fall rate of an object. Next point, you cannot shield against electrostatics. 100%. Faraday cages will not totally block the entire field of a strong field like that of the Earth's. Plus, there are vacuum energies present. You have the Casimir effect, Lamb shift, vacuum bifringence, spontaneous pair production, the magnet moment of the electron, and many other things, all likely manifestations of the ether field. And let's not forget, 80% of the first part of Einstein's special relativity in 1905 was reverse engineering Maxwell's equations to make them applicable to mass. Now I'm going to show you that electric gravity theory, and really electric universe theory, is nothing new. There have been many university studies, books, scientific papers, and experiments that have been moving in this direction. Here's just a few of them. The image here shows The Electric Universe, which is a book written by Wallace Thornhill and David Talbot. And as it says on the bottom, a new view of Earth, the Sun, and the heavens. Next, we have an electrostatic solution for the gravity force and the value of G. Spears, 2010. Then we have on the classical coupling between gravity and electromagnetism, University of Nebraska, Lincoln, 2015. Next up, gravitation as fourth order, electromagnetic effect, Universidad Estatal de Campinas, 1995. Then we have the electrostatic model of gravity. This was covered at the 12th International Symposium on Nuclei in the Cosmos in Cairns, Australia, August 5th through the 12th, 2012. And then finally, unification of gravitation and electrostatics, Moy University. And this is just a few, there are many more. But one of the tricks that the mainstream uses on the populace is that they want the masses to believe that all of science and all the scientists are in agreement about the Big Bang, about evolution, about the globe Earth, when that is not the case, especially as more issues with the cosmos and relativity are discovered. More and more scientists are abandoning these old theories, including the globe Earth. But those scientists and their studies and their experiments don't make it to the mainstream. And unfortunately, the only exposure the masses get to what's happening in science is through the Illuminati-controlled television or the heavily censored internet. Now, in my previous proof, we were just talking about electrical gravity, and the Alias Effect might be another proof of this. In 1954, Maurice Elias noticed that a Foucault pendulum started acting a little funny during a solar eclipse. Elias reported another observation of the effect during the solar eclipse of 1959, using a pendulum of his own design. That study earned him the 1959 Galabert Prize of the French Astronautical Society and made him a laureate of the U.S. Gravity Research Foundation. Now, I believe Foucault pendulums are driven by rotating ether wind, and so perhaps whatever phenomenon causes the solar eclipse does something to affect the ether field, which would affect the motion of the pendulum, but it might also affect the force of gravity if gravity is tied to an electrostatic acceleration or the Earth's electric field. And this is because electromagnetism and electricity, perhaps even matter itself, or at least the density of matter, are believed to be modalities of the ether field. So if the ether field gets modified in some way during an eclipse, then it would probably affect all of those modalities of the ether. Hence, it would affect the electric field, and thus it would affect the downward pulling force that's connected to that electric field. And that's probably why eclipses appear to have an effect on gravimeters. Now, obviously, the Alias Effect is extremely damaging for the globe model because the globe model has no way to explain these effects, having a correlation with eclipses. So now we're going to talk about the Hutchison Effect. So in 1979, a Canadian inventor named John Hutchison was trying to replicate some of Nikola Tesla's experiments. In one of those experiments, he crammed a whole bunch of devices that emit strong electromagnetic fields, like Tesla coils, Van de Graaff generators, radio frequency transmitters, and many others, into one room. When he turned them all on at the same time, a metal bar that was on the ground near him floated in the air for about a second and then fell back down. Now, all of these devices emit very strong electric fields. So it's possible that he caused a momentary reversal of the downward current of Earth's electric field at one nodal point of the room that happened to be where this bar was sitting. And obviously the reversal only lasted about a second before the Earth's electric field became dominant again and the electrical current began to move downward again, causing the bar to fall. This effect is direct proof that gravity is electrical in nature. Now let's talk about physical gyros and what they show. So technically, if the Earth is rotating at 15 degrees per hour, that should be picked up by a mechanical gyro, such as this one. So basically, you should be able to fire up one of these gyros, let it run for an hour, and the gyro should turn 15 degrees. And of course, you need a decent gyro with low friction bearings, because that is a slow rotation. But people have made videos where they have put these gyros on a turntable that is turning at a rate of 15 degrees per hour, and they certainly see the gyro rotate at 15 degrees per hour. Now, I will say it again. You do need a high-quality gyroscope with low-friction bearings, and preferably one that is motor-driven, where you can get a high RPM on the spin, because obviously the faster the gyro spins, the more sensitive it will be. So why is it that people can pick up a 15 degree per hour rotation on a turntable, but they can't pick up the 15 degree per hour rotation of the Earth with one of these? And why is it that someone needs one of these ultra-sensitive, super low friction, vacuum chamber gyros to pick up a rotation of 15 degrees per hour? Well, I believe I have the answer for this. So there was a physicist back in the latter 1800s who contributed to the understanding of shock waves and all the physics involved in those. He also was one of the physicists that influenced Einstein, but he created a principle called the Machian principle, which basically says that inertia is imparted upon other objects in the universe. So for example, he says, if you see all the stars whirling around you, there is some physical law that would make it so you would feel a centrifugal force from that. So it's very possible that there is a weak Machian rotational force that is being transferred from the celestial realm above down onto objects on the Earth, such as gyros, but it's very weak, which is why you would need an ultra-sensitive gyro to pick it up. Now, we've already established that there's a rotating ether field over the Earth, and this field definitely affects light waves. So it's possible that this rotating field also imparts some kind of very minute tugging force as well. So perhaps this is what is turning the gyro. Since the ether rotation changes with altitude, someone needs to take one of these ultra-sensitive gyros to different altitudes and see if it physically rotates at a different rate based on the altitude. And that would determine whether the rotation was from an ether field or from a Machian rotational force. Now, I need to address something else about gyroscopes that you will hear a lot of globe proponents say, and that is that airplane instrument gyros pick up the curvature of the Earth as the plane flies over the curve. And that's entirely incorrect. This is a snippet of an article from an old pilot who explains how these gyro compasses worked. As you see here, these gyros had a small threaded shaft on the gyro with a nut attached. It was called the latitude nut, and they set it for the local operating area of the plane. Then he goes on to say that the nut would precess the gyro as the plane flew over the curve because the weight of the nut would always be pulling toward the direction that gravity is pulling anywhere on the Earth. So the gyro would never notice the curvature of the Earth. The gyro would remain pointed in the direction of gravity. So the instrument would know the difference between a curved Earth and a flat Earth. Now this explains how it's done in modern aircraft. It's basically the same exact thing. The gyro is calibrated to the local plane. Then as the aircraft flies, the gyroscope compensates for the curvature automatically through a mechanical apparatus. And of course we know that there is no curvature of the Earth and that it's flat, but they have to tell pilots that this is what is happening because they can't tell pilots that. And then it says that GPS is also used alongside these gyroscopes to correct any errors and to ensure accurate navigation. Well, of course, we know that the GPS instruments would be programmed to show all of the flat Earth coordinates mapped out onto spherical Earth coordinates, but that's a whole other topic altogether. And the reason why they would design these gyroscopes to do this is because let's say that there was Earth curvature. As you flew further over the curve, the gyro would point higher and higher into the sky, and it would very quickly harm your ability to maintain a correct orientation or to keep the airplane level. So, the bottom line is, the fact that it takes a super ultra-sensitive gyro to pick up the 15 degree per hour rotation of the Earth is proof that it is not the Earth that's rotating, but either a Machian force or a rotating ether field that is causing this effect. So, what did the Swiss physicist, inventor, and explorer, Dr. Auguste Piccard, say in 1931 as the first man to reach the stratosphere about what the Earth looks like at 10 miles in altitude? That's correct. It seemed a flat disk with an upturned edge. So what did the world-renowned scientist Nikola Tesla say about the Earth? He said, "The Earth is a realm. It is not a planet. It is not an object. Therefore, it has no edge. Earth would be more easily defined as a system environment. Earth is also a machine. It is a Tesla coil. The sun and moon are powered wirelessly with the electromagnetic field. This field also suspends the celestial spheres with electromagnetic levitation. Electromagnetic levitation disproves gravity because the only force you need to counter is the electromagnetic force, not gravity. The stars are attached to the firmament." End of quote. Here's another one of his quotes. "We are now confident that electric and magnetic phenomena are attributable to ether, and we are perhaps justified in saying that the effects of static electricity are effects of ether under strain, and those of dynamic electricity and electromagnetism, effects of ether in motion." End of quote. So what did Edwin Hubble say in his book, The Observational Approach to Cosmology, in 1937? He said, "Such a condition would imply that we occupy a unique position in the universe." Now pay close attention to this part. "This hypothesis cannot be disproved, but it is unwelcome. Therefore, we disregard this possibility. The unwelcome position of a favored location must be avoided at all costs. Such a favored position is intolerable." Wow. "Therefore, in order to restore homogeneity and to escape the horror of a unique position," so he's clearly admitting that the Earth appears to be in the center of the universe, but that's a horrible thing to admit and must be avoided at all costs. So they disregard it and will try everything in their power to come up with some other hypothesis as to what they are observing. And this is why it's so important that you can't have bias in science. Many times in science, especially with astronomy and cosmology, experiments and observations are going to offer multiple interpretations. A true scientist practicing real science would pick the interpretation that has the strongest evidence behind it. A biased scientist practicing a religion will pick the interpretation that fulfills his or her desires. And that's why it's 2025 and people still think we live on a ball in an infinite vacuum void, moving a trillion different directions at once with accelerations and decelerations. In the report of the Academy of Sciences for October 12, 1846, and then again for August 1847, the director of one of the French observatories gives a number of observations and calculations that lead to the conclusion that there is at least one non-luminous body of considerable magnitude which is attached as a satellite to the Earth. You also have Sir John Herschel admitting that invisible moons exist in the firmament. Also, Sir John Lubbock is of the same opinion, and he actually gives rules and formulas for calculating the distances and periods. You also have Lambert in his cosmological letters admits the existence of dark cosmical bodies of great size. So you have various scientists and astronomers who are in agreement that there are dark bodies close to Earth. And this lines up with one of the flat Earth explanations for lunar eclipses, and that is that there are dark bodies that pass in front of the moon that are normally invisible but have some kind of polarizing effect on the moonlight. The article goes on to say that one of the dark bodies, which orbit above the Earth, emits what are called laboratory subquarks, which are anti-gravitational subquarks, and this is proven by the Alias Effect. And this makes sense because if you remember my previous proof on the Alias Effect, it has been observed multiple times that eclipses appear to have an effect on gravimeters and things like Foucault pendulums. So if the eclipse event caused some kind of redirection of the anti-gravity subquark field to be directed towards Earth, that would be a valid explanation for the Alias Effect. Now obviously this disproves the globe, because the Moon-Earth gravity model doesn't have any room for additional bodies orbiting the Earth. And believe me, if it were Earth's gravity keeping these things in orbit, then that means that they would be interacting with gravity, which means that they would be emitting their own gravitational pull, which would affect the Earth and the Moon. So these invisible moons only work in the flat Earth model. Now let's get into the cosmological constant problem, otherwise known as the vacuum catastrophe. There is a huge discrepancy between the observed values of vacuum energy and the theoretical value of vacuum energy, also known as zero-point energy. The theoretical vacuum energy comes from models that are suggested by quantum field theory. The difference between what is calculated in theory and what has actually been observed is as high as 120 orders of magnitude. Here is what Mikio Kaku has to say about this matter. He is a theoretical physicist, professor, and writer of popular science. He says, usually in science, if we're off by a factor of 2 or a factor of 10, we call that horrible. We say something's wrong with the theory. We're off by a factor of 10. However, in cosmology, we're off by a factor of 10 to the 120th power. That is 1 with 120 zeros after it. This is the largest mismatch between theory and experiment in the history of science. So here again, we have something in cosmology that is horrifically wrong. And like many other problems that we've seen with the universe, it's something that should cause mainstream science to entirely rethink the universe. But they refuse to do this because these atheists can't let go of the Big Bang and the globe Earth and evolution. And unfortunately, that's what we're dealing with here, and that is that mainstream science has become a religion, not the pursuit of truth. Surprise, surprise, we have another problem with the universe, and that is the rotational velocity of galaxies. You can see in this graph that the bottom axis shows the distance from the center in light years, and the vertical axis shows the rotational velocity in kilometers per second. So you can see that the theoretical value shows that as you move away from the center of the galaxy, the rotational velocity should really drop off. But when they make observations of these galaxies, what they find is that the rotational velocity remains roughly the same as you move away from the center. So this is yet another failure of the gravity model in the universe. Now let's get into Earth spin anomalies. As you see here in this article, back in August of 2022, the Earth had a slightly faster spin. It completed a full rotation at 1.59 milliseconds under 24 hours. Now, according to the solar system model and gravitational friction, which is what causes bodies like the moon to become tidally locked to the Earth, then it's not really an issue for bodies' rotations to slow down slightly over time. But one thing that should never happen is the rotation should never speed up. Now, believe it or not, they do have excuses and theories as to how they believe this is actually possible. One of the mechanisms that they propose is that wind currents align across the Earth more than normal, giving a little extra push to the Earth's surface, or that there's a sudden shift in dense material at or near the Earth's core, or that melting polar ice caps redistribute water mass across the Earth's oceans. So let's talk about these three mechanisms and why they are all invalid, starting with the shift of dense material at or near the Earth's core. If you had a sudden shift of dense material in the core or near the core on a large enough scale to affect the rotation of the Earth, that would trigger all the seismographs worldwide and would cause worldwide earthquakes. So we can eliminate that possibility. Now let's talk about wind currents aligning. First of all, most of the higher velocity wind currents are higher up in the atmosphere. The winds down near the surface of the Earth are small, with the exception of local hurricanes and tornadoes. But of course, those winds would never align in one certain straight direction. Also, gases have a very, very low friction coefficient. So even if the ground wind across the Earth aligned more than normal, this slow-moving wind would impart practically no frictional tug on the surface of the Earth. And then in regards to melting of polar caps, that's something that occurs over decades with a very, very, very slow redistribution of water taking place. It would not cause a sudden change. And in case there are any globe propagandists that try to argue that perhaps some changing ocean currents would do the trick, that mechanism would not work either. For one, the ocean currents maintain a very regular pattern. Number two, the continents effectively break up the oceans into different zones around the Earth, eliminating any globe encircling currents that could somehow speed up and cause a frictional tug on the Earth. And number three, and this is also the same problem with air currents, ocean currents are circulatory in nature, so they have cell-like rotations, just like the atmosphere with Hadley cells, for example. And these ocean currents remain locked into salinity zones that will never change. So even though we have just debunked all of these mechanisms, you can see here in this article, they are still trying to use the flow of water and air on Earth as excuses for these variations in the lengths of days on Earth. And as you see here, they are using a ring laser gyro. Now, of course, in previous proofs, I already showed how ring laser gyro experiments showed a rotating, fluctuating ether wind. However, they have tried to hide all of that from the public, and they are still trying to do that to this day. So as you see here in this article, they're trying to say that these ring laser gyroscopes are picking up variations of Earth spin, when in reality, they're picking up variations of the ether field. So, same old trick, different century. Now let's get into the issue of seasons. This graphic here shows how the seasons supposedly work in the globe model. So when one hemisphere is pointed towards the sun by 23 degrees due to the tilt of the Earth, the argument is that this slight change in the angle of the sun rays causes that part of the Earth to heat up more. And of course, the opposite being true in winter, where that hemisphere is tilted away from the sun, meaning the angle of the sun rays hits that hemisphere at more of a sideways angle. And then, of course, in spring and fall, both hemispheres are tilted at exactly the same degree towards the sun, so the light ray angle on both hemispheres is exactly the same, and they're both heated the same. Now, the first major problem with this should be obvious, and that is putting a slight angle on the entry of the sun's rays through the atmosphere would not do anything to affect the heat on the Earth. The atmosphere is supposedly only 80 miles thick, with the dense parts of it being only a few miles thick. So if you shrunk the Earth to the size of a basketball, the atmosphere would only be a few sheets of paper thick. So imagine you take a basketball with a blanket of gas surrounding it, only a few sheets of paper thick, and then you take a powerful spotlight and shine light on it from across the room. What do you think is going to happen? Do you think just the middle part of the basketball facing the light is going to be hot and that the lit area of the basketball near the shadow line is going to be cooler? No, the whole lit face of the basketball will be equal temperature. Now, if you look at this graph, this is the hourly temperature change throughout the day, with one day out of each of the 12 months of the year plotted out on this chart. Do you see how much the temperature rises and falls just in the matter of a few hours? And I can already hear the globe proponents saying, oh, well, the heating effect is not just due to the angle of the sun's rays, but the length of time that the sun is heating the atmosphere. And my response to that is, okay, if that's the case then why is it that by 3 o'clock the temperature starts to decrease? And it decreases even more by 4 and 5 o'clock. By 3 o'clock, the angle would only be 45 degrees, off of 90 degrees at noon. Even at 4 o'clock, it would only be 60 degrees off of 90. Remember, the atmosphere at the densest part is only a few miles thick. So these changes in angle wouldn't affect the distance the sun's rays are having to travel that much. So then why isn't the temperature remaining high until maybe about 8 or 9 o'clock when the sun sets? Or gets very, very low to the horizon where the angle would be very great through the atmosphere, causing a significant change in distance for the sun's rays. So my point is with all of this is that the temperature swings we are seeing from summer to winter or from day to night throughout the day are not lining up with a sun that's 93 million miles away, bombarding one whole face of the Earth with parallel light rays. Now consider this conceptual example. And I realize this is using convective heat and not radiant heat, but that doesn't matter. It still illustrates the same point. So in the situation above, you have a disk heater that's heating a pool of water under it equally. And let's say that we want to simulate the day and night cycles of the Earth as well as the seasons. So what we could do is turn the disk heater on and off at different rates. So we could leave it on longer and longer and longer for 6 times in a row to represent the 6 warmer months of the year, and then leave it off longer and longer and longer 6 times in a row to represent the 6 winter months of the year. What effect do you think that's going to have on the pool of water? It will very gently get warmer and cooler as you move from summer to winter, and it would do it across the whole body of water equally. And you would see that same pattern on the day to night changes, where the whole body of water would warm up and cool down day to night. But again, this is not what we see with either the day to night change nor the seasonal changes. Now imagine you take the same pool of water and you take a pole with a small heater on the end of it and hold it close to the surface of the pool, and then you start moving it in a spiral motion in and out across the surface of the pool. Now you will get the desired day to night temperature swings and the seasonal temperature swings, and you will also reproduce the hot and cold ripple effect that happens as you transition from one season to the next. For example, moving from winter to spring, everyone knows it's not a steady progression in temperature, but you'll have cold days and then warmer days. And then next you'll get a little less cold days and a little bit more warmer days. And then suddenly you'll get a random cold snap. And then after that, it'll really heat up for maybe a week. Then it cools down again. So you wouldn't get this rippled effect of temperature change from season to season on the globe model. But you would get it with this stick heater over the pool of water, and of course that represents the flat Earth model. And this graph here illustrates my point. Look how many wild temperature swings you have, even month to month throughout the year. If it were really the globe model producing the seasons, you'd be lucky to get much of a temperature change at all throughout the year, and the little bit of change that you would get would produce a smooth curve on this graph, not one with thousands of temperature swings. So you're probably wondering, what do whale calls have to do with the shape of the Earth? Well, let's take a look here. They claim the call of a fin whale may travel 250 kilometers at the surface, but more than 6,000 kilometers in the deep sound channel. As Professor Clark explains, if a whale is near the surface, their calls will bounce off the surface of the sea and the ocean shelf and quickly dissipate. And then it goes on to say that once the animal plummets into the abyss or the deep ocean, that due to refraction, their calls get trapped in a layer within the ocean and can travel farther and faster. And here's the mechanism they're talking about, the SOFAR ocean channel. They claim it's a naturally occurring channel that allows sound waves to propagate over the curvature of the Earth. Now, if you remember back to my proof on radio wave propagation, they were trying to use the same excuse there too for long-distance radio wave propagation, except there they were calling it atmospheric ducting. So we have the same problems here with this that we did with the atmospheric ducting. For one, you will not find a pure, uniform density, uniform temperature, and zero turbulence zone like this anywhere in nature. You'd be lucky to find a channel like this in the ocean that went 1 mile, let alone 4,000 miles. And sound waves are even more prone to breaking down than radio waves. And it barely takes any kind of interference at all to break them down and make them dissipate. So let's look at all the factors that would disrupt a channel like this and not allow it to go very far. First, you have ocean salinity. So you can see here in the horizontal distribution of salinity that you can't go very far in any direction in the ocean before you start hitting some density boundaries. And that, of course, would cause big problems for sound waves, as these density transitions would absorb a substantial percentage of the sound wave. Then you have warm and cold ocean currents. So not only would the temperature transitions block or disrupt any kind of sound channel, but so would turbulence in the water caused by these currents. Because remember, sound propagation is a physical wave that moves through a medium. So if a traveling wave hits a medium that's traveling in a different direction, it will partially absorb and deflect that sound wave. If you remember when we were looking at radio wave propagation, we saw that atmospheric ducts had to be lined up with the sending station and the receiving station. So this means that on each end of the duct, the station has to be aligned perfectly in the left or right axis and the up and down axis to ensure they are both inside the duct. The odds that a duct would just happen to form in the ocean like this between a whale emitting a call and a scientist listening for it 3,000 miles away would be like hitting the lottery. Then, even if your magic sound channel did somehow manifest, the ocean is full of sound-disrupting objects that could still get in your way. So let's look at some of those. Here you have what is called kelp, and these kelp fields grow in the ocean, sometimes hundreds of feet tall. The ocean is also full of huge clouds of plankton, as you can see in this image. The ocean also has huge clouds of algae growing in it, as you can see in this picture, which shows the red tide. And then you have hydrothermal vents, like the one shown here, emitting huge clouds of gases and dust and debris into the ocean. And then, of course, the ocean is full of schools of fish, some of which can be very large. And then you have extreme density boundaries, like the one shown here, between the Atlantic and the Pacific Ocean, that would absolutely block sound waves altogether. So the bottom line is, even if you could get this magic SOFAR channel in the ocean to form, which I already showed is impossible due to ocean currents and salinity zones, and the sender and receiver having to line up exactly with the channel, even if you hit the lottery and all that happens, there are still countless objects in the ocean that could exist anywhere along the channel to block the sound waves from moving any further down the channel. And the probability of that happening increases with distance. So all of this proves that the fact that we can hear whale calls across the ocean for thousands of miles is not due to some magic impossible sound channel in the ocean bending the sound waves over the Earth's curvature, but because the Earth is flat, and thus the oceans are flat, and the sound waves have a much greater probability of leaving the sender and getting to the receiver. So now we're going to talk about the search for a grand unified theory and how relativity ruins any chance of constructing this unification theory. So the problem emerges because of the differences between quantum mechanics and relativity. Quantum mechanics is mainly probabilistic, meaning that outcomes have probabilities assigned to them and are not certain. However, general relativity has causes and effects that are related in a precise and predictable way. Quantum mechanics describes space-time as a discrete quantized entity, while general relativity describes it as smooth and continuous, or a continuum. And of course, quantum mechanics applies to the very small and fast, while relativity applies to large-scale structures of the universe and gravity. So two big problems happen when scientists try to merge quantum mechanics with general relativity. For one, when they try to merge the equations, they get all kinds of mathematical difficulties such as infinities and other inconsistencies. Also, at certain scales, the gravity equations become meaningless. And then, of course, as I described in one of my previous proofs, we have the gauge bosons for the electromagnetic force and the strong and weak nuclear forces, but they have not been able to find the gauge boson for gravity, which adds to the difficulties of merging relativity and quantum mechanics. And then there is another big roadblock, quantum entanglement. And this is where two or more particles share a single quantum state, becoming perfectly connected regardless of distance, even if separated by billions of light years. So this will require instantaneous information transfer across vast distances of the universe. That's a huge problem as far as relativity is concerned, because relativity says that the speed of light is the speed limit of the universe. So although the globe Earth universe fails to provide a grand unified theory, the flat Earth universe easily provides one. And that is that there is an ether field that encompasses the entire Earth realm, and that different modalities of this ether field is what produces electromagnetism, dynamic electricity, and even the density of matter itself. As Nikola Tesla so correctly put it, if you want the keys to the universe, you need to think in terms of frequency and vibration. So matter itself may be the result of a vibration of the ether field. After all, every element in the known universe has a specific frequency. Just imagine the incredible technology we could have right now if mainstream science came out of its delusion, let go of the globe Earth universe, and started pursuing real scientific truth. Now we're going to look at flight paths, and you're going to quickly see how flight paths prove the flat Earth and disprove the globe. So right off the bat here, you can see that there's no flights that cross Antarctica to get from continent to continent, which is a huge red flag because on the globe that will be the shortest distance for the southern points of these continents. So now we're going to look at a bunch of flights that make no sense on the globe, but make sense on the flat Earth map. Now, globe propagandists will try to make the excuse that some of these flights go way off path and go to major airports way out of the way due to economic reasons, such as to add additional passengers on a larger plane at another airport who are all going to the same destination to try to make more money. However, this would be a break-even at best because jet fuel is extremely expensive. Plus, as you'll see with many of these flight paths, the length of the detour to another airport is just as long and sometimes even longer than the flight would have been just to go directly to the destination. And that makes no sense and cannot be justified. The only case where I could see that this would be justified is if you were flying to a really remote place of the world with a really tiny airport that could only handle a very specific type of plane. In that case, I could see the reasoning behind going to another airport that might have one of these smaller planes. And then you could break up your current passengers into maybe 2 or 3 of these small planes and send them off at different times to this remote location. But that's about the only case I can think of. But as you will see, most of these flight paths shown here are major airports to other major airports. So let's take a look at this flight. Lima, Peru to Auckland, New Zealand. These are pretty major airports. Why would they fly all the way up to LA when that distance is just about the same distance as flying directly to the destination? And then the flight from LA down to Auckland is even longer than the original distance. You know how much extra jet fuel that would impose? But when you look at the flat Earth map, oh, there you go, makes perfect sense. Now, in this one, Durban and Sydney, both major airports, why would you deviate all the way up to Dubai? If you were going to make another stop, why wouldn't you pick a major airport in India? That would be less of a deviation. Or you could even go with a major airport in Malaysia. But going up to Dubai makes no sense on the globe. But it's a perfectly straight line on the flat Earth map. Again, all major cities here. Sydney to Mexico City. Now this one's far less of a deviation, so I could kind of see the excuse here maybe for a layover or to pick up more passengers. But it's just interesting that the flat Earth map makes it a straight line, yet again. All of these are major cities. So why would you detour all the way up to Senegal when that path is just about the same distance as going to the original destination? Again, straight line on the flat Earth map. Now on this flight path, why would Magadan be set as the emergency landing airport when Taiwan is directly in the flight path at about the same distance? Makes sense on the flat Earth map, doesn't it? Also, you probably notice a vortex there over the North Pole. Many flat earthers have theorized that there is a polar vortex that is caused by rotational energies from the black sun below the Earth. There have even been a couple of stories of pilots admitting to this and stating that they have to stay away from it when they're flying because the wind currents are dangerous there. So that would make sense why this flight path arcs a little bit to get around it. Now, on this flight path, I admit there's probably not a lot of people going from Cape Town to the South Pole. But there's also probably not a lot of people from London going there either. Why would you fly people from Cape Town all the way up to London just to fly those people back down to Rio de Janeiro? You would think they would just fly the people from Cape Town directly over to Rio de Janeiro and the people from London directly down there. Because on the globe, this seems like a little bit of a waste of jet fuel. But when we look at the flat Earth map, it makes a little bit more sense. And it looks like they're showing another flight path on the flat Earth map coming from either New Zealand or Australia and going to Santiago. And the reason why it's showing this flight path is that is a flight that a lot of globe proponents try to use as a flat Earth disproof because they say the flight time is not long enough. But as you see here, there is an extreme jet stream that travels around the south that could boost the speed of the jet by 250 miles per hour, making the jet go close to 800 miles per hour. And that would definitely account for the shorter time. Now I'm going to show you economically why these airlines cannot afford to make a deviation in their flight paths. So the jet fuel cost for an average airliner is $20 per mile. So a 500-mile deviation would cost $10,000 in extra fuel cost. Now let's say the average ticket price for the flight is $600 and they fill the whole plane up with 175 passengers, which is the average passenger count for an average commercial jet. That flight will rake in $105K. But the average industry profit margin is only about 3%. So an average flight is only making about $3,150 in profit. And you might say, well, these flight deviations are already factored into the ticket price and calculated in the overhead. And I would agree with that if it weren't for the fact that these airlines are competing in a free market environment. So if one airline is making gross deviations for one reason or another competing airline is going to find a more direct route to fly to undercut the ticket prices of the other airline to try to win business. So free market competition is going to cause all these airlines to try to find the most direct routes to places. And as we've seen in all these flight paths, that's why they're all pretty much straight lines on the flat Earth map. And this flight path is no exception. You have 3 major cities, straight line on the flat Earth map, makes less sense on the globe. Here's yet another one. All major cities, gross deviation on the globe, straight line on the flat Earth map. And there are hundreds of these examples. I'm just showing you a few of them. You have rapper and MMA fighter Rampage Jackson stating that emergency landings convinced him that the Earth is flat. As they should. They should be convincing everyone. And here is proof for the globe proponents that jets will try to find jet streams. As you see here, this is from Flight Radar 24, and the majority of the jets here are jumping into the jet stream. This explains some of those longer distance flights in the south taking a shorter time than you think they would. And no, this would not explain the majority of the deviations we've just previously seen, because the jet streams primarily move in an easterly or westerly direction, but most of the deviations we saw were primarily to the north or to the south. So jet streams wouldn't be of any assistance there. Here is proof for the globe proponents that the southern jet streams can reach speeds of 250 miles an hour or even higher. Now, it's important to note that there is atmospheric cell rotation that takes place north to south and east to west. Though these wind currents move slower than the jet streams, planes can still take advantage of these winds. And these atmospheric cells are always present. You have the Hadley cells, the Ferrel cells, the polar cells, and so on. And people might say, wouldn't the pilots know about all of these jet streams and crosswinds? And wouldn't all of that already be factored into the flight path and duration? And my answer to that is yes, pilots know about all of these jet streams and winds. However, their navigation systems are not showing them their true location or their true speeds. Because remember, the GPS map of the Earth has been altered to make all the coordinates fit the globe Earth. And there's no other way you could tell from inside the plane how fast you're going relative to the ground in a given air current, because the only thing the airplane knows from its perspective is the velocity of the wind rushing across its surface. So if you're being carried along at an extra 250 miles an hour in a jet stream, you wouldn't know that from the perspective of the plane. However, if someone were standing on the ground and watching you fly overhead, they would be able to tell. But of course, remember, these stronger jet streams are primarily over ocean only. So you have no one out there making observations of how fast it appears planes are moving across the sky. And no one does that anyways. So basically what I'm trying to say is that it would be very easy to hide the true distances on many of these southern flights from pilots and the passengers in the plane. Another thing I just want to quickly point out is look how weird the jet streams look on this projection of the globe Earth. And they would try to blame this effect on Coriolis, but that still doesn't really explain these weird directions of some of these currents. But as soon as you plot these currents out on the flat Earth, bam, they actually make sense. And look how strong those currents are in the south. That's how they're hiding the distances of those southern flights. So now we're going to talk about how time zones hide the flat Earth. And credit to this discovery goes to Hervé Raboni, a professional sailor who's been sailing for 30 years. He has crossed the Atlantic 8 times. He has circumnavigated the Earth and was a participant in the Whitbread 1993 and 94 race. So he has immense experience in sailing the oceans. So let's look at what he has to say about how time zones hide the flat Earth. Now, the first major thing to point out is that in all of his years of sailing, Hervé discovered that distances are shorter in the north and further in the south than what the globe shows, which is a critical discovery. The next major point is that if you were going to divide the world into 24 different time zones, you would think it would be done equally as shown here. This would make things simple and easy for world travel. Plus, it wouldn't show prejudice to any one nation or territory. But instead, what we see with the time zones is that there's 19 in the north and 32 in the south, which makes absolutely no sense, unless you discover the trickery that they're pulling off. Now, if we look at this spot between Russia and Alaska, there are 3 hours missing there. So it jumps from midnight in Russia to 3 a.m. in Alaska. Also notice the coastlines are closer together between Russia and North America on the old maps than they are on the globe map. Hervé points out here that the lack of any airline paths or maritime routes between the two continents in this area makes this region very mysterious. He goes on to say that the pseudo-Cold War rivalry between the USA and Russia discourages people from sailing around these waters. And of course, if you watch my other videos on my channel, you will see that major wars and major events throughout the world for the past several hundred years have been scripted events by the Illuminati. And so this fake USA-Russia tension would scare people away from this region of the ocean. And it's also possible that Russia has set up military bases up in the North Pole as a scare tactic to keep people away from that part of the Earth as well, as many flat earthers believe that the North Pole holds some secrets too, such as Mount Meru, the magnetic mountain, or the North Polar Vortex coming from a shaft that leads to the black sun below the Earth that drives all of these celestial objects. So they cut out 3 hours in the north, and then when you look further south, past 40 degrees north, you see the time zones are increased by half-hour increments. We also see that there are 2 extra time zones in the South Pacific to the east of New Zealand. He makes a good point here when he says that there's large areas of the Pacific that are uninhabited, as well as the southern coastlines of Iran, India, Burma, or Australia. So it's impossible to know how the 32 time zones will be overlaid onto a sphere. And the territories to the south of all those locations are open ocean. So it sets up the opportunity to really start playing with some distances. And here he makes the point that the 32 time zones disappear at sea, because again, it's much easier to hide these discrepancies on the ocean than it would be on continents where people are driving around every day and traveling about, as that would cause any major distance discrepancies to become quickly noticed by many people. Now here he's showing that the USA and Australia pretty much have the same width, but the USA has 4 time zones and Australia only has 2, even though they stuck this additional 30-minute time zone in between the 2 time zones in Australia. No one there uses that one, because who would? But I believe they stuck all these 30-minute increment time zones in just to add a little bit more confusion in there and hide some distances. If you put the USA and Australia onto the flat Earth map, you can see why the US has 4 and Australia has 2. Now, the spot that he's pointing at here is where they added in the extra 13th and 14th hour time zones next to the international date line. And then after doing that, they just pulled the line back in to be on the same longitude as the rest of the international date line. Basically, that creates a hidden flap, so to speak, in which they could hide the fact that they were taking the 13th and 14th hour time zone and extending them out to the edge of the flat Earth map. And then he says, so now you can add the rest of the time zones after these extra 2 time zones that were put in. And again, he says you can get away with it because no one lives there. So now you can just start adding all the rest of the time zones back in, all the way up to South America. And here, speaking from experience, he is saying the travelers in this area have no reference points. So there's no way to really gauge how far you've gone. And to make matters worse, the magnetic declination in that region deviates to the east. And that's also why they chose that spot to add the 2 additional time zones. He goes on to say that the magnetic declination will change the trajectory of boats in that area in that direction. And that allows us 2 extra time zones to be more hidden. Also, as I've said before, GPS lies about your position on the Earth because it's meant to match the globe coordinates. So that tool is of no help out in the open oceans. Now, the globe propagandists will say that time zones are a mess around the world because of political reasons, and that certain countries and territories want to have ownership of certain time zones for various purposes. Well, that's a pretty weak argument because you can get all the nations of the world to agree on the Antarctic Treaty, but you can't get everyone to agree to make the time zones logical around the Earth. So the bottom line here is they eliminated time zones in the north and added zones in the south, because that's exactly what you would have to do if you were trying to wrap the flat Earth map into a fictional ball. So, what do undersea cables tell us about the shape of the Earth? You can see by looking at this map that the northern continents are connected, with cables running across the oceans. They run across the Atlantic, and they run across the Pacific. But notice what they do in the south. Instead of crossing the oceans in the south, they run north to south instead. Now, you would think that they would want to run across the seas in the southern hemisphere for redundancy purposes. For example, let's say that there's an outage in the United States internet grid there. Well, South America gets all of its internet strictly from the USA. So if the USA goes out, all of South America goes out. So then why wouldn't you run a cable from South America across to Africa to tie into one of its points over there? Of course you would do that. And the same would hold true from Africa to Australia. It's just incredibly odd that you have so many cables running east to west in the northern hemisphere and 0 running east to west in the southern hemisphere. Well, it's obvious. There's really barely any distance change between the continents in the north, and so the cable laying contractors wouldn't see really any discrepancies in the length of cable that they had to lay. That couldn't be attributed to estimation error. But in the southern hemisphere, the distance between continents is double what it is in the globe. So if you sent cable laying contractors down there to lay a cable east to west between Africa and South America, they would only make it halfway across the ocean before they would suddenly run out of cable. And then too many people would start asking questions. The other problem you have is if you put these east to west cables in place in the southern hemisphere, people could use what's called time domain reflectometry, or TDR, to measure the length of the cables. And the way it works is they send an electrical pulse down the cable and calculate how much time it takes for the pulse to return. And whatever that distance turns out to be is either the end of the cable, or it's a splice or a short. Sometimes they will do this to calibrate the velocity of propagation, or VOP values. They even make portable TDR cable length meters. And the accuracy is 1 to 3%. So that's pretty outstanding. And so there you have it. That's how undersea cables prove the flat Earth. Now let's talk about the land to population ratio between the north and the south hemispheres. So you can see that the northern hemisphere has 68% of the land, but somehow has 86% of the population. Meanwhile, the southern hemisphere has 32% of the land, but only 14% of the population. This doesn't make much sense on the globe because the continents are about the same distance apart in the north and the south, especially in the Atlantic and the Indian Oceans. But as we look at the flat Earth map, it all makes sense. The southern continents are far more remote and separated from each other on the flat Earth than they are the globe. And you have to remember that a long time ago, people didn't have the modern means of travel that we have now. The only way to cross an ocean would have been with a sail ship, and that takes a long time and a lot of supplies. So obviously, humans would have settled more where the continents are closer together due to just logistics. And also, way back in ancient times, ground travel was very slow. People either traveled on foot or horseback, and they moved supplies with horse and buggy. Or you literally had people pulling carts by hand. So it's no wonder that the early populations settled in the northern hemisphere, or the central part of the flat Earth, and why far fewer people migrated to the southern lands. And it was these early settlement patterns that set the trajectory for our modern-day populations. Of course, as time goes on and modern travel methods become more efficient and more cost-effective, population patterns will equalize more and more all over the world. But for now, even to this day, we can see how the early settlement patterns shape the populations of the world, and this is another excellent proof of the flat Earth. Now let's talk about circumnavigation. East to west circumnavigation has been done millions of times. North to south circumnavigation has been done 0 times. The question is why? Both would be the same distance. And yes, I realize that north-south circumnavigation requires flying over 2 Arctic poles, and that does add a little bit of danger to the trip, I admit. However, we've had the travel technology to do this for decades and decades. So why hasn't it been done even once? I mean, this would be a really cool way for someone to set a world record. Surely someone out there in the world wants to do this. This is why you can't do that. Because on this map, you can make eastward or westward circles as many times as you like, but you can't go south across Antarctica and pop back up on the other side. And I'm sure many of you are already saying, but I've heard of stories of people doing this. Or, I just watched a documentary on Netflix about someone that did this. Now, I'm going to leave it to the YouTube channel Flatworks to show you all of the debunks of all of the people that have supposedly crossed Antarctica north to south from coast to coast. And again, I will not cover these proofs in detail in my video because I want to avoid adding several more hours of content to a video that's already several hours long. But I will read what he posted in this comment. This was his response to a globe propagandist who was trying to claim that Antarctic crossings have been done north to south. So here he says, Mike Horn actually only made an east to west traverse of Antarctica from Novo Station to Dumont d'Urville Station. I've actually done 2 debunk videos of Mike Horn's traverse, as well as Colin O'Brady, Rune Jones, Will Steger, Ranulph Fiennes, and several other traverses on my channel. None of them are a north to south traverse crossing of the continent, with a small unverified exception for Will Steger, which had many discrepancies and took over 210 days, and 4 times longer than any other expedition for nearly the same distance. And then he says, this is why the flat Earth community is always inquiring about a north to south, pure meridian GPS tracked flight crossing of Antarctica, as it has never actually been done. So again, if you want to see these debunks, head over to his channel and check those out. Now, I want to bring up one other point. If someone were to ever cross Antarctica north to south from coast to coast, and it were proven that it actually happened, that's still not proof of the globe. The map of the Earth could just look like this, where there is a large ice island called Antarctica that exists before you get to the main ice edge of the Earth. Because if that's what the map of the Earth looks like, and I'm not saying the continents are arranged exactly like that, but this is just for conceptual brainstorming. But if the map of the Earth looks like that, then that would make some of the Antarctic deceptions a little easier, that's for sure. So just something to keep in mind. But the bottom line is, the fact there's been no north to south circumnavigation means the Earth is flat. Now we're going to look at the Vendée yacht race, particularly a statement from Francois Gabart, who won the 2012-2013 Vendée Globe in 78 days, 2 hours, and 16 minutes, setting a new race record. He claims you must always turn left. But obviously that doesn't make any sense, because as you can see on this race path, as they leave Europe and come down to Antarctica, you would make one left turn, and then you would have to turn right all the way around the entire continent of Antarctica, and continue to turn right until you made one full revolution of it, and only then would you make one more left turn to go home. However, when we look at the flat Earth map, it all makes sense. This is why you must always turn left. There would not be one single right turn during the entire race. Here he is on a live TV interview. He says, "We sail down the Atlantic. We turn left every time. You must always turn left." This is what light looks like when it shines on a curved surface or a sphere. And this is what light looks like as it shines across a flat surface. So what shape do you think this surface is? The fact that this sunlight on the horizon is hitting all these wave tops equally over many, many, many miles is proof that the ocean is flat. How about this reflection? This lake has to be laser flat in order to produce this perfect mirrored reflection of the surface above the lake. Even a fraction of a degree of curvature on this lake would noticeably warp this reflection. And you can find tons of examples like this with perfectly still water. Remember, on the globe, in 1 mile, there's 8 inches of curvature present. And trust me, even if this lake is only a mile across, 8 inches of curvature dip would provide just enough of a curvature angle to ruin this reflection. And that would apply not only forward to back, but left to right as well. Thus, specular reflections prove the flat Earth. The globe Earth universe offers no mechanism for highly complex life. From BBC science forums, Earth is unlike any planet we know by virtue of hosting a rich variety of life, but experts are still unsure what got it started. University of Chicago News. The origin of life on Earth stands as one of the great mysteries of science. Various answers have been proposed, all of which remain unverified. To find out if we are alone in the galaxy, we will need to better understand what geochemical conditions nurtured the first life forms. What water, chemistry, and temperature cycles fostered the chemical reactions that allowed life to emerge on our planet. Because life arose in the largely unknown surface conditions of Earth's early history, answering these and other questions remains a challenge. So the origin of life on Earth stands as one of the great mysteries of science. Here's an article from Big Think, Why the Origin of Life and the Universe Itself Might Be Forever Unknowable. There might be a hard limit to our knowledge of the universe. So now let's look at the primary issue that evolutionists have for claiming that chemical sludges on the early Earth magically turned into the first single-celled organisms. Experts and researchers agree that even single-celled organisms demonstrate a level of complexity equivalent to an advanced aircraft. Cells contain intricate power systems, complex manufacturing facilities, transportation mechanisms, and data processing capabilities. They found that even single-celled organisms can demonstrate complex decision-making behaviors. They can also organize structures spontaneously. In the case of bacteria, even though they're single-celled organisms, they can form complex colonies that communicate using various chemicals, acting more like a multicellular organism. So we somehow jumped from a sludge of random chemicals found in puddles on rocks to an organism with these highly advanced capabilities. I don't buy that, neither should you. Then to make matters worse, single-celled organisms have very complex DNA. For example, dinoflagellates can have genomes many times larger than humans, with millions of genes. Some single-celled organisms can even break their DNA into small pieces and then reassemble them during development. It also says here that even organisms with relatively small numbers of genomes can exhibit complex cellular structures and behaviors. And just look at the complexity that you have in one DNA strand in a single-celled organism. 2 nucleotides spiral around each other in a helix pattern, and they are connected with adenine, thymine, cytosine, and guanine. Those 4 different connection types form the complex genetic code. Then the DNA is wrapped around what's called histones to form nucleosomes. Then an H1 histone is added to the nucleosome to form a chromatosome. Then the chromatosomes fold up in the way you see there to produce a fiber. Then the fiber forms a coil. The coil then compresses into folds. Then that band of folds wraps into another coil. That coil is packed tightly to produce the chromatid of a chromosome. So now we've seen even getting to the first single-celled organism is impossible. It's like claiming that a tornado moved across a junkyard and was able to randomly assemble a Ferrari. Not ever going to happen, even if you tried it a quadrillion times in a row. And the problems don't stop there. They have problems on the other end of the evolution timeline as well. Here is one of them. The fossil record is incomplete. Well, that's convenient for evolutionists because then they can just make up whatever ancient organisms they desire to fit their theory, and there's no way for anyone to verify it. And then we've got another big problem. This is the supposed evolution sequence for human beings. Supposedly, we branched off from chimpanzees 7 million years ago. Then 4.2 million years later, we evolved into genus Homo. Then 400,000 years later, Homo habilis emerged. Then 500,000 years after that, you got Homo erectus, also known as the upright man. Then 1.6 million years later, you finally get Homo sapiens, or modern humans. So basically, in 7 million years, we went from monkeys to modern humans. Here is a big problem with that. Sharks have supposedly existed for over 400 million years. So how is it monkeys evolved into modern human beings in 7 million years, but in 400 million years, sharks are still sharks? That makes no sense. Also, if one animal type evolved into a modern human being, then all of the other complex animals would have done the same. And you would have millions of different types of intelligent beings walking around Earth right now. That also means there will be no animals left on the Earth, only highly intelligent beings. There is no reason why nature would have just picked one animal type for evolution. Meanwhile, all the rest of them just remain stuck where they are. And don't get evolution confused with adaptation and diversity. You can crossbreed animals and make new breeds. Polar bears adapted to their snowy white environment by developing white fur coats, whereas bears that live in the forest develop brown coats to blend in with the trees. So all of this disproves evolution. And unfortunately, if you believe in the globe Earth and the globe Earth universe, it requires you to believe in evolution as well. So this is also another major debunking of the globe. If you want to know where life came from, read the Bible. Red alert, red alert. This is a red alert. We have redshift problems. The James Webb Telescope has detected galaxies with high redshifts, or a z-value greater than 10, with stellar masses that exceed predictions based on the standard model of cosmology. The next big problem is that these high redshift galaxies are abundant, and that suggests they may be forming in a different way than predicted by the current model. Then there's a third problem, and that is that these observations have added to the Hubble tension issue. And of course, we discussed Hubble tension in one of my previous proofs. Now we're going to look at the fact that the Big Bang model is not the only model that can explain redshift. It can also be explained by stellar ether emission. Let's look at the Big Bang explanation first. There, they claim the redshift is due to a Doppler shift. So here, c equals frequency times wavelength, with c being the speed of light, of course. And that formula aligns with special relativity because there's no ether involved. If you solve that equation, you get the fact that there is a shift or change in the wavelength divided by the wavelength. Then using that measurement, they conclude that the stars are receding, and that is supposedly proof that the Big Bang occurred. But if there's no change in wavelength, then there is no radial velocity, and hence there will be no Big Bang. Now let's look at the ether version of redshift. If stars are emitting both ether and light, then the speed of the ether when it is emitted must be applied to the wave equation. So then you get c plus v equals the frequency times the wavelength, where v equals the velocity of the ether. Then you divide both sides by c, which is simply just the frequency times the wavelength measured on Earth. And you end up with v over c equals delta lambda over lambda 0. And that's the same exact result that you would get with the Doppler shift version. So an ether emission by the stars will basically replace a Doppler shift theory. Also, the amount of redshift that you would detect off of each star will be dependent on the magnitude of ether being emitted by that star. Another aspect of the ether version of redshift is that the stars can be stationary in that model. They don't require movement away from or towards the observer. Now let's look at this quote from Edwin Hubble. If the redshifts are a Doppler shift, the observations as they stand lead to the anomaly of a closed universe. Curiously small and dense, and, it may be added, suspiciously young. Here's another quote from Y.P. Varshney. The redshift hypothesis for quasars. Is the Earth the center of the universe? It is shown that the cosmological interpretation of the redshift in the spectra of quasars leads to yet another paradoxical result, namely that the Earth is the center of the universe. The Earth is indeed the center of the universe. The arrangement of quasars on certain spherical shells is only with respect to the Earth. These shells would disappear if viewed from another galaxy or quasar. This means that the cosmological principle will have to go. Also, it implies that a coordinate system fixed to the Earth will be a preferred frame of reference in the universe. Consequently, both the special and general theory of relativity must be abandoned for cosmological purposes. Here's another quote from Professor Hirano from the Observational Tests for Oscillating Expansion Rate of the Universe. A widespread idea in cosmology is that the universe is homogeneous and isotropic above a certain scale. This hypothesis, usually called the cosmological principle, is thought to be a generalization of the Copernican principle that the Earth is not in a central, specially favored position. The assumption is that any observer at any place at the same epoch would see essentially the same picture of the large-scale distribution of galaxies in the universe. However, according to a Fourier analysis by Hartnett and Hirano, the galaxy number count n from redshift z data indicates that galaxies have preferred periodic redshift spacings. A natural interpretation is that concentric spherical shells of higher galaxy number densities surround us, with their individual centers situated at our location. Here's one from Paul Davies. If the Earth were at the center of the universe, the attraction of the surrounding mass of stars would also produce redshifts wherever we looked. This theory seems quite consistent with our astronomical observations. So now we have seen how the redshift observations match the flat Earth model far better than the globe model. So let's see what a 1958 encyclopedia says about the Earth. So the Encyclopedia Britannica 1958 edition, Book 2 on Antarctica, said there's a dome over the Earth. And it gave dimensions. It says 72 miles at the peak, and at 80 degrees south, it was 13,000 feet in elevation. Of course, in 1959, it was removed, and the Van Allen radiation belt narrative was put in its place. And then you had the Antarctic Treaty in 1959. These dimensions of the firmament are exactly what I expected. Higher in the center, shorter at the edges, implying a dome shape. And if you remember back to my proof on flight paths, there are no flight paths anywhere near Antarctica. And you can see why. Because planes fly at 35,000 feet, so they would crash into the lower firmament at 80 degrees south. Now, there are a few connector flights, obviously, that go there to take people to the various campsites or research stations located near the coast. But that's it, and those fly at low altitude. You know, when I see something like this, where they remove a record of old knowledge and replace it with propaganda, it reminds me of Nazi Germany, where Hitler burned countless books that didn't agree with Nazi theology. It also makes me wonder if some of these major library fires throughout history were inside jobs and not just random accidents, such as the Library of Alexandria, where a fire there destroyed a significant chunk of the world's knowledge at the time. I would be willing to bet there is a wealth of flat earth information that was eliminated a long time ago by the current Nazi Illuminati elites that run this world. Here we have a 1965 scientist who claimed that the moon is plasma and that landing on it won't be possible. So again, this is another example of a scientist who did not follow the mainstream line of thought. He further said that once his profound and decisive investigations were proven, a complete reinvestigation of the laws of nature would be necessary. And he's absolutely correct about that. You can find the TV interview of this guy on YouTube. Also, as you see here below on the bottom, it says that they were not able to confirm his identity or find any documentation of his work. And there's no surprise there. I'm sure that the powers that be have destroyed or erased anything he's done, like much of the rest of this old knowledge and experimentation. So there you have it, Professor Foster. And the theory that moon could be plasma is not really that far-fetched. Many flat earthers have brought up this possibility. And as you will see later in my video, the moon crescent does not always line up with the sun, and moonlight is cooling, not warming. Both of those facts absolutely destroy the possibility that it is just a spherical rock reflecting the sun's light. Also, later on in this video, I cover all the issues with the moon landings and prove that they were all fake. Now, if I had to guess, you probably believe that humanity's ability to predict eclipses is due to the fact that the globe model is so precise that we know the three-dimensional Cartesian positions of everything in the visible universe at all times, and that NASA has a supercomputer running some supercharged version of Stellarium, projecting a holographic map of the universe that looks like it's straight off the movie Prometheus, as shown in this scene. In reality, though, eclipses are based off of what is called the Saros cycle. This is a cycle that the sun and moon complete every 18 years, 11 days, and 8 hours. Here is a map of those cycles showing the shadow paths over the Earth, and you can see that the patterns repeat east to west, though each one is not exactly like the one before it. But this is how the world predicts where the path of the next eclipse will be. In addition, the 18-year, 11-day, and 8-hour cycle causes each eclipse to be 11 days apart from the one before it. And the extra 8 hours shifts the next eclipse path roughly 120 degrees west. Then there is a larger, grander cycle where each Saros begins with a set of repeating partial solar eclipses, then becomes annular, then total, then annular again, then partial again, and then fizzles out. And that process takes centuries. So you can see with eclipses, like everything else in the celestial realm, it's all cycles upon cycles upon cycles, like one massive complex clock. So for example, the Great American Eclipse that took place on August 21st, 2017, was part of Saros 145. And then one Saros cycle previous to that same eclipse and path were seen in the UK and Europe. And then, of course, the same eclipse will happen again in 2035 over China, Japan, and the Pacific Ocean. So here are the different magnitudes of a solar eclipse. You can see the two cases where it's just partial. Then it becomes annular once 90% of the sun or greater is covered. And then it becomes a total eclipse once the sun is 100% covered. Then you also have magnitudes of a lunar eclipse. You can see the two cases where it's just penumbral. And then when 50% of the moon or more is covered, it becomes partial. And then, of course, when the moon's completely covered, it becomes a total eclipse. As I was saying before, it's all cycles upon cycles, and here is further proof of that. Look at this pattern that emerges as you look year to year and month to month between solar eclipses and lunar eclipses. You can see how they line up and form these repeating bands that come in sets of 4. Now you can see here in this article that NASA cannot perfectly predict the paths of eclipses, contradicting what most globe proponents try to claim. You can see here that for the eclipse of April 8th, 2024, NASA had an estimate of the eclipse's path, but they were expecting the actual path to be a little bit different, to the point where cities on the edge of the eclipse's totality that were told would be able to see it might actually miss it. So the bottom line is, the repeating cycles of eclipses disprove the globe model. If you remember back to my proof on gravity, the solar system, and the three-body problem, the solar system will be unable to produce any kind of repeating cycle ever, and therefore the eclipses could have no cycle in that model. And the other smoking gun is the fact that NASA can never perfectly predict the paths of the eclipses, which they should be able to do if the solar system were actually stable and the astronomy software were actually accurate. If I had to guess, the thing that is throwing off the NASA estimates on these eclipses is a changing and fluctuating ether field. You could also have a changing and fluctuating electromagnetic field acting on top of that to further compound the issues. In addition, there could be other mediums in the celestial realm between Earth and the celestial objects that shift and bend the light rays a little bit. And then you have things like the Alias Effect that we've already discussed that could be hinting at a field fluctuation during eclipses. Now, the mainstream scientists would probably say it's because the solar system does not create perfect cycles that they cannot accurately predict the eclipses. Well, the problem with that is that then they are admitting that the solar system is not stable. And these are the kind of things that happen over time when you've created a false model of nature. More and more things will emerge over time that will begin to expose it. And the eclipses are just another one of those things. Now let's talk about laser guide stars. As you can see here in these images, what these are powerful lasers that are shined up into the sky from observatories in order to aid the calibration of the telescopes. Now this is how they claim it's working. They claim there's a sodium layer at about 90 kilometers altitude. Then a laser beam of a specific wavelength is pointed directly at this layer, which then excites the sodium atoms, resulting in a glowing spot. And this acts as an artificial star for telescopes that have adaptive optics. And these adaptive optic systems then use the laser guide star as a reference to adjust the mirrors of the telescope in order to compensate for atmospheric turbulence. Now look at what they claim is the source of all of the sodium up there. They say it's due to meteor ablation, which is simply the process of meteors entering the atmosphere, heating up and vaporizing, causing their sodium content to remain in the atmosphere, particularly the mesosphere. Now there are a couple of problems with this theory. For one, your average meteor is only a couple inches in diameter, and the sodium content of that meteor represents only 0.5% of the total composition. So each average meteor is depositing a very, very minute amount of sodium. Then think about how large the mesosphere would be. It would be gigantic. You would need nearly an infinite amount of these little meteors streaking through to deposit enough sodium to create a consistent layer all over the Earth. Now let's look at problem number 2. The atmosphere is primarily made up of nitrogen and oxygen. That is 99% of it. Then the remaining 1% is argon and other trace gases. Let's look at the atomic mass chart here. Nitrogen is 14, oxygen is 16, and sodium is 23. So sodium is substantially heavier than nitrogen and oxygen. You also have to remember that the higher altitudes have a much thinner atmosphere. So there is no mechanism that would keep these sodium atoms from sinking down to the bottom of the Earth's atmosphere. And believe me, there's not enough meteor ablation happening to be constantly resupplying the sodium layer of the whole Earth. You can see here in this Big Think article just how shaky their theories are on the sodium layer. They state here, this thin layer is fascinating by itself. Yeah, I'm sure it is because it's impossible. And then they say it's likely formed by meteor ablation. So they're not even sure about that. Then further down they state there is some debate on the details driving it. So scientists don't even agree on how it's possible, probably for the reasons that we've already discussed. But then, of course, in standard NASA fashion, they say, but trust us, it's there. Here's a picture of it from the ISS. And here is that image. Now, it really doesn't matter whether this is long exposure or not, because look how much sodium they're claiming is up there. That would be a colossal amount. There is no way that is being sustained by meteors that are only delivering 0.5% each. Nor would it be perfectly uniform like that. But this is what happens when you go through a bunch of mental gymnastics to try to come up with some kind of concept to create a cover story for a phenomena that you observe from Earth. Now, when we look at this diagram, we see lightning, gnomes, sprites, and elves, the four major electrical phenomena of the atmosphere. Notice how they stop at an altitude of 100 kilometers at the ionosphere. Notice how the elf looks like it is spreading out along the underside of a surface. I believe you are seeing the lower firmament at an altitude of 100 kilometers, which is pretty close to the altitude that 1958 encyclopedia claimed that the firmament is. And thus, I believe it is the lower firmament that is causing the laser guide stars. Now we're going to talk about the Van Allen belts. The lower belt sits at an altitude of about 600 miles. The outer belt stretches all the way out to a distance of about 40,000 miles. Now pay close attention to this part. The energetic particles in the Van Allen belts can cause satellite damage, leading to malfunctions or even failure, according to NASA. They are harmful to astronaut health, so extended exposure in the belts can pose a radiation hazard to astronauts, according to NASA. And then it says that spacecraft that operate in or even near the belts require shielding to protect against radiation damage. So you can't even be near the belts without having shielding. Now we're going to look at the engineering challenges from a NASA engineer's perspective that existed on NASA's Orion project. This was supposedly an unmanned mission to the Van Allen belts. Here is the narration from the NASA engineer. He says, as we get further away from the Earth, we'll pass through the Van Allen belts, an area of dangerous radiation. Radiation like this can harm the guidance systems, onboard computers, or other electronics. On Orion, naturally we have to pass through this danger zone twice, once up and once back. But Orion has protective shielding. Notice he keeps calling the Van Allen belts a danger zone over and over again. Orion will be put to the test as the vehicle cuts through the waves of radiation. Sensors aboard will record radiation levels for scientists to study. We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space. Read that underlined part very carefully. And now look at this. Before this Orion project, before 2014, a total of 9 manned Apollo missions passed through the Van Allen belts. They were Apollo 8, and then 10 to 17. You can see a number of astronauts passed through them, with the first journey through the belts happening during Apollo 8 in 1968. And look at the scale of these belts. Look how large of an area we're talking about here. Many of these Apollo missions would have had the flight path that you see here. This would have caused the astronauts to spend a considerable amount of time in the Van Allen belts. Yet NASA acts like this was no issue at all. And this was 50 years ago. The technology and shielding capabilities were nowhere near what they are today. Your smartphone has more powerful computers in them now than the spacecraft had back then. But then in 2014, NASA is freaking out about the Van Allen belts, saying that they have to engineer some mighty shielded spacecraft before they can send any human beings through the Van Allen belts. What an insult to everyone's intelligence. They really think they can be that sloppy in their lies and get away with it. Well, I guess they're correct because it's 2025 and NASA still exists. Now we're going to discuss the satellite issue. As you can see here, the Van Allen belt zone is 1,000 to 64,000 kilometers. That would include all of your GEO satellites, all of your MEO satellites, and the majority of your LEO satellites. Now look carefully at what this is saying here. It's saying there is no such thing as a perfect radiation shield. It's probabilistic. No material can completely block radiation. Different materials offer different levels of protection, but some radiation will still get through. Radiation shields can either absorb or scatter the incoming radiation, and the effectiveness will depend on the composition and the thickness of the material. Now you have to remember that it is extremely expensive to put something into space. Every pound of the payload makes a big difference. You can be guaranteed that none of the telecommunication companies, or even the government, are spending exorbitant amounts of money to encase the satellites in 2-foot thick lead shells. And even something like that would not be a perfect shield. So they have to compromise and go with much lighter or thinner materials. All of these satellites have very sensitive electronic equipment on them. All of this means that these satellites would not make it very long in the Van Allen belts. Yet they claim that there's satellites that are in operation out there that have been operating for years and years and years. That is impossible. Let's take a look at this engineering article from H.J. Curtis in 1961. And the title of it is Limitations on Spaceflight Due to Cosmic Radiations. He clearly states here, it is probably impractical to shield a rocket sufficiently to permit a man to remain in the inner Van Allen belt for more than about an hour. But it should be possible for him to go through it without serious harm. He will likely be injured, just nothing serious, right? Then he says shielding for the outer Van Allen belt is possible, but would have to be quite heavy if a stay of more than a few hours were contemplated. And again, that's because, as we've already seen, there's a correlation between the thickness of the radiation shielding and the level of protection that it offers. So this article is another confirmation of what we have just previously looked at, and that is that you would really need some pretty thick, heavy-duty paneling on any spacecraft that you wanted to send through the Van Allen belts in order to provide true protection. So let's look at some of these craft and see if it looks like they would have survived. So this is the Orion spacecraft that we were just looking at with the NASA engineer. 2/3 of it look like it's pretty well shielded. But look at the rear. There's all kinds of exposed components back there. Of course, they would try to argue and say that these are just basic propulsion systems. But you're still going to have electrical components back there to open and close valves for the thruster. And you're obviously going to have sensors so that the crew knows if something is malfunctioning. So, nice try, but I'm not buying it. This satellite is an instant fail. Paper-thin aluminum paneling on the sides, tinfoil on the top, a whole bunch of exposed components. And you have to remember that the satellites need to be able to survive years on end in the Van Allen belts, unlike some of these other craft that would only spend a few hours in the belts, which is why I don't think this one would make it, with exposed components and just a silver foil blanket that looks like a windbreaker jacket somebody would wear on a cool day. Well, at least this one has one advantage. It doesn't look like there's really any exposed components. Solar panels are probably okay, but the problem we have here is that the paper-thin paneling is just not going to cut it. Here's the Apollo command module. The crew capsule looks like it's pretty well shielded, but everything below that is pretty bad. It looks like the midsection is missing an entire large panel that should be there. So you have a whole bunch of exposed equipment there. It looks like they tried to button up the rear by the thruster, but it just kind of looks like some foil-covered insulation. I would definitely say you wouldn't want this thing in the Van Allen belts for too long. And the engineers admit that. They don't deny it. Their response is that they tried to ensure that the flight path will get all of these older craft through the Van Allen belts as fast as possible, because they knew it was a risk. Here is Voyager 1. All the equipment is exposed, except for maybe that small section below the dish there. I would say that thing would definitely incur some damage going through the Van Allen belts. Same goes for Voyager 2. Cassini is not much better. It looks like they tried to wrap some additional stuff in gold foil which of course would not be sufficient, and you still have some exposed equipment. And you got to keep in mind, too, that it's not just the Van Allen belts that you're having to shield these craft from. All throughout space, you're going to have cosmic rays, and within the solar system, you're going to have charged particles coming from the sun. There's going to be micrometeorites, and then as you approach these other planets and moons, they might have their own radiation zones or electric fields trapping charged particles. So you would really have to seal these things up pretty well with a thick structure. And you might even have to go beyond that and install some kind of micro electromagnetic field generator on these things, or some other type of powered shielding system. But of course, that would increase power demands, which that, along with these added systems, would increase the payload. Here's the Galileo probe. It's about the same as Cassini. It looks like they tried to wrap some stuff in foil. There is some paneling under the dish. But again, this isn't going to cut it. Here's Pioneer 10. This is the worst I've seen yet. Pioneer 11 is only slightly better. So I think the point's been made. The bottom line is the Van Allen belts pose a real threat to space travel and human life. There's no explanation to how satellites could sit in the Van Allen belt zones for years on end without being completely destroyed. Also, the fact that NASA sent countless manned missions through the belts decades ago, but in 2014 suddenly becomes very concerned about them to the point of developing a heavily shielded craft and running test flights through the belts before even putting a crew inside, shows that NASA is a fraudulent agency who believes that the public will buy anything. The Antarctic Treaty was signed December 1st, 1959. This took place in Washington, D.C., and there were originally 12 nations that signed it. There are now 58 member nations to the treaty. It was done in several languages, and the thing I find the most interesting is the date that it became effective, which is the 23rd of June, 1961. If you write that out as a string of numbers, you get 236-1961. And if you watch my other videos, you know that in the Illuminati numerology, 1s are irrelevant, so you can get rid of those, and 9s and 6s are interchangeable. Also, if you watch my other videos, you know that 923 is the destruction code for the USA. So what we have in this string of numbers is the first 3 numbers are a 923, and the last 3 numbers are 666. And this is really no surprise that the date would have those connections, because this is when they put the Hunger Games-style prison barrier around the human race. As you see in this map, the Antarctic Treaty applies to all areas beyond 60 degrees south. And of course, they move the boundary that far north because it would be beyond that point that you would really start to get discrepancies in distance between the globe Earth and the true Earth. Also, they don't want people sailing along the coast of Antarctica and discovering how long it really is. There's a big difference between 2,000 miles and 60,000 miles. It's also possible that you might start to get celestial deviations that far south, where the movement of planets and stars starts to disagree with what would be predicted by the globe model. Here we have the testimony of a sailor. They state here, also, I used to be a sailor, and another anomaly about sailing to the southern waters was that we would receive faxes from London stating that we could not bring food and fuel south of 60 degrees. Strictly enforced. And then they say the faxes didn't make sense at the time. This comment was posted on a video about the Antarctic Treaty. So hopefully it all makes sense to this sailor now. Look at this Freemason with his huge Masonic flag and his evil grin, standing at the supposed geographic South Pole. I rest my case. Operation High Jump, officially titled the United States Navy Antarctic Developments Program, also known as Task Force 68, took place in 1946 to 1947. It was a U.S. Navy operation to establish the Antarctic Research Base, Little America, 4. The man in charge was Admiral Richard E. Byrd. The task force included 4,700 men, 70 ships, and 33 aircraft. So this was a huge operation. Here's what the public was told as to the purpose of the mission. It was supposedly for training personnel and testing equipment in frigid conditions, extending U.S. sovereignty over the continent, determining the feasibility of establishing, maintaining, and utilizing bases in the Antarctic, and investigating possible base sites, developing techniques for establishing, maintaining, and utilizing air bases on ice, and gaining more scientific knowledge on the electromagnetic, geological, geographic, hydrographic, and meteorological propagation conditions in the area. And I find that last point, number 5, very interesting, because you would think that they would already have a lot of that knowledge already. Well, I think that's hinting at the fact that we didn't have a lot of that knowledge, and that this task force was sent by the U.S. government to go try to find the edge of the Earth, or find additional lands or additional continents. And they brought all kinds of equipment with them, such as large Antarctic exploring vehicles and scientific equipment. They sent pilots out on major exploration flights all over Antarctica. But as time went on, more and more people started dying. They even lost a couple of planes. It's anyone's best guess as to what they were encountering and what was happening. It's possible a couple of the planes crashed into the invisible firmament. Another possibility comes from writings that were supposedly found in Admiral Byrd's private journal. Now, I would take all of this with a grain of salt, but supposedly Admiral Byrd and a team of explorers came across a massive underground cavern with a huge crystalline advanced city inside of it. And according to the journal, highly intelligent beings came and greeted them and spoke to them. Apparently, one of the discussions was that these entities are concerned with mankind's discovery of nuclear weapons. Of course, there's no way to really know if that's true or not. However, the Bible does talk about fallen angels that are imprisoned in Antarctica. And as you see in this photo here, they have found these mountain-sized pyramid structures there. And of course, there's no process in nature that would just magically make that shape. I could also see the existence of these intelligent beings as being another big reason to keep all of Antarctica top secret, while allowing the public access to just a couple of campsites and a couple of Antarctic cruises. Now let's take a look at Admiral Byrd. In 1921, he was a member of the Federal Lodge No. 1, Washington, D.C. In 1929, he led private journeys for the Rockefellers and dropped Masonic flags on both poles. Then in 1935, he established the first Antarctic Lodge, number 777. 60 of the 82 members were Freemasons. Then, not too long after Admiral Byrd gets back from Operation High Jump, he dies mysteriously in 1957. And then, strangely enough, right after that, in 1958, the Off-Limits Antarctic Treaty was established. And that definitely seems a little suspicious to me. Perhaps Admiral Byrd was threatening to leak information to the world about what they really discovered in Antarctica. Now, they interviewed Admiral Byrd about his trip to Antarctica and Operation High Jump on the TV show called The Longines Chronoscope. And here's what Byrd said during the interview. Strangely enough, there's left in the world today an area as big as the United States that's never been seen by a human being, and that's beyond the pole on the other side of the South Pole from Middle America. And I think it's quite astonishing that there should be an area as big as that unexplored. Now, if you look at what this Globe propagandist website is saying, they are claiming that Admiral Byrd is just talking about the rest of the Antarctic continent beyond the South Pole, because that area happens to be roughly as big as the United States. But you need to look at the key phrase here, and that is, never been seen before by human beings. Well, it's a well-known fact, and Admiral Byrd would have known this as well, that the whole Antarctic continent had already had many expeditions that took place with many different explorers traversing all parts of it. Now, we know better, and we know that no one can cross Antarctica, and that most of Antarctica is still unexplored, but that doesn't matter because this is the official narrative. So you had James Cook in the 18th century, who supposedly crossed the whole Antarctic Circle. Then you have Fabian von Bellingshausen and Michael, who discovered islands in the Antarctic Ocean in 1820. You have Nathaniel Palmer, who explored the region in 1820. Then there's James Ross, who led an expedition to Antarctica in the 1830s and 1840s. He discovered the Ross Sea and the Ross Ice Shelf. Then you have Dumont. He led an expedition to Antarctica in the 1830s. Then Karsten, who led an expedition there in the 1890s. And then, of course, Robert Scott, who led an expedition there in the early 20th century. And, of course, you can see here that it says it's clear that the continent was already being explored by the time of Byrd's expeditions. So this is a direct refutation of the globe propagandist's claims that Admiral Byrd was just talking about the other half of the Antarctic continent when he mentioned an area as big as the United States that no human being has ever seen before, beyond the South Pole. I personally believe that Admiral Byrd was referring to this continent that you see the arrow pointing to here, as shown on this very interesting map of the Earth that's hanging on one of the walls of the UN. Not only does this landmass qualify because it would be on the other side of that particular South Pole from Admiral Byrd's position, but it also appears to have the same land area as the United States. 15 years after Operation High Jump, you have Operation Fishbowl in 1962. This was part of a larger operation called Operation Dominic, which means of God. During Operation Fishbowl, they launched nuclear missiles straight up and conducted high-altitude detonations. So it's clear what's going on here. In High Jump, they found the firmament. Then in Fishbowl, they're admitting that the firmament is shaped like a fishbowl, and it belongs to God. And these high-altitude nuclear detonations were the government's attempt to try to crack through the firmament. And here's what those nuclear detonations looked like. Of course, it's difficult to tell whether or not these explosions were up against a solid barrier or not, but you can definitely tell, like the one shown here, that some of the explosion appears to be crossing into another medium or material. It's also possible that the firmament is an energy barrier of some kind, and perhaps that energy barrier is disrupting the explosion as it crosses it. There is no doubt about it, though. In true Illuminati style, they put the truth in plain sight in the names of these operations. According to the globe model of the seasons, the Arctic and the Antarctic should receive equal amounts of sunlight throughout the year. From that, you would conclude that the Arctic and the Antarctic should have identical environmental attributes. But the reality is that they are extremely different in almost every way possible. The Arctic has sea ice, but also has land areas with permafrost, and it has warmer summers and milder winters compared to Antarctica. Antarctica, on the other hand, has a massive ice sheet covering most of its surface. It's also known for extremely cold temperatures, far colder than the Arctic. The Arctic has a wide range of flora, including mosses, lichens, and some shrubs, with nearly 2,000 species of smaller shrubs, sedges, grasses, mosses, and liverworts. The Antarctic has very limited plant life due to the harsh climate. The Arctic has a variety of land and marine mammals, including polar bears, walruses, seals, reindeer, and various species of whales and other marine animals. However, in Antarctica, the animal life is very limited, with penguins being the only land animal you will find. You may find seals and seabirds along the coastal regions, but they'll be far more limited in number. The Arctic has indigenous populations, especially in the coastal areas, such as the Inuit, Sami, and Chukchi, whereas the Antarctic has no indigenous population. The Arctic sea ice makes thicker, more rigid formations due to land masses causing collisions and the formation of ridges. But in Antarctica, the sea ice is more spread out and mobile due to the open waters surrounding the continent, causing it to be more flat in appearance. Of course, one of the biggest differences between the two is Antarctica is significantly colder than the Arctic. Antarctica holds the record for the coldest temperature on Earth ever recorded at minus 136 degrees Fahrenheit. The average winter temperature in Antarctica is around minus 76 degrees Fahrenheit. The Arctic, on the other hand, doesn't get nearly as low, with its average winter temperature being around minus 40 degrees Fahrenheit. Another really unique aspect of Antarctica is the fact that it has the highest average elevation of anywhere else on Earth. Its average elevation is 8,200 feet. That is nearly 2 miles. You can see here on this elevation map of the whole Earth that the Arctic doesn't even come close to that. Also, if you remember back to my proof on flight paths, the wind currents and jet streams around Antarctica are far more powerful than those in the north around the Arctic. In addition, ocean currents are also stronger, and the ocean waters are more treacherous in the south than they are in the north. So, while it is true that there would be minor differences between the Arctic and the Antarctic due to the Arctic being surrounded by land masses, while the Antarctic is surrounded by waters, you would not get this many extreme differences. And this is a major disproof of the globe because both polar regions would receive the same exact amount of light throughout the year at different points in the orbit. Thus, the environmental differences should be far more minimal. So we supposedly have thousands of satellites in orbit around the Earth, but we cannot get a real picture of Antarctica. As you can see here, even on Google Earth, it is a spliced, stitched together image, and they didn't even try to hide it. What it clearly looks like they have done is they've taken the ice ring around the flat Earth and compressed it all into an ice continent, and of course that would leave a circular region in the middle that you would have to fill in. Well, if you look closely here, that's exactly what happened. They had to fill in the hole in the middle with a bunch of copied and pasted triangular wedges, as you see here. There's even a dot in the center that someone forgot to airbrush away. The supposed mountain ranges there are very low quality and look very pixelated and are clearly not real. You also have one large part of the splice being a much brighter white than the rest. And just think of the insanity of this. NASA supposedly gives us pictures of the surface of Pluto, but they can't give us a picture of Antarctica on Earth. Let that sink in. And it gets worse. This is supposedly a 2006 satellite image of Antarctica, but they still call it a composite image. That means it's still multiple images stitched together. Why can't they just snap a picture of Antarctica? We have the same problem with supposed images of the Earth. They're all composites. And what you will find as you look more and more into supposed NASA images of various planets, moons, pictures of the universe, whatever it may be, you're going to find that they are either artist renditions, composite images, or photoshopped images. So we can conclude that the fact that there's no real image of Antarctica means that it does not exist in the shape or form that they portray it. It's also a major globe disproof because with thousands of satellites in orbit, it should be very simple for one of them to snap a photo of it. Yes, you read this proof correctly. Despite all of the rage and the cheering of the globe proponents over the final experiment, I'm going to prove that it was all fake and that there is no 24-hour sun in Antarctica. We are going to start by looking at two well-known videos that were put out all over the internet supposedly showing the 24-hour sun, and I'm going to demonstrate why they are fake. So let's look at the first one of them here. So you can see what the sky and the clouds look like in the beginning of the footage. Then look at the frame below that shows the end of the footage 24 hours later. You have the exact same clouds. This is proof that this is not one continuous 24-hour tracking of the sun, but a composite video of multiple videos stitched together. Thus, video 1 has been proven fake. Now let's look at video number 2. So in the top frame, you have an image of the sun taken at the beginning of the video. And then 24 hours later, supposedly, you have another picture of the sun in the same position. But look at the sun rays. They're identical. Now, they did go through the effort to make sure the clouds were different. I guess they learned their lesson from the previous video. But this is still pretty bad. And it gets worse. Did you catch that? Look again closely. There's a brightness change that occurs. And it occurs on both frames, exactly 24 hours apart, when the sun is in the exact same spot in the sky, emitting the same exact light rays. All of that occurring just by coincidence is impossible. So we can conclude here that this is just spliced footage, like the video before, but this time they just changed the clouds up to try to hide it a little better. So now video number 2 is proven fake. So when you have thousands of videos of the 24-hour sun in the Arctic in the north, but only those 2 fake videos that you just saw as evidence for a 24-hour sun in the south, you can understand why many flat earthers believe that there is no 24-hour sun in the south, in Antarctica. Well, I guess that the government saw that that's a problem, and so they decided to run this massive hoax called the Final Experiment. This was supposedly an organized expedition to Antarctica during the time of year when there would be a midnight sun, and they invited 4 people that support the globe model and 3 people that support the flat earth model. 2 of the people on the flat earth side, Jaron and Whitsitt from the Globe Busters, enjoyed the benefit of having their trip fully paid for if they would just go on the trip and quote-unquote seek the truth. The 4th invitation on the flat earth side was done in the form of a competition, and I actually participated in this, so I can give you the inside scoop. The first step is we had to write an essay as to why we thought we were the best candidate to go. Then we had to prove that we were indeed a flat earther and had been posting it to social media for at least 2 years. So, of course, I linked to my YouTube channel. If you were selected, you would make it to the final 12, which I was not selected. And the final 12 candidates were asked to plead their cases in a live Zoom call with Will Duffy, the leader of the trip. Now, I still watched this Zoom call, and I can tell you that these people had to be actors. They acted as goofy and quirky as they possibly could. Many of them shared embarrassing things like their wife and kids had left them, or they were unemployed and broke. One of them had their sister on at the same time, and her sister kept saying, "Oh, she's insane, she's crazy." So the whole thing was clearly designed to make flat earthers look bad. They all acted like lunatics except for this Lisbeth character that you see here in the picture. She acted normal and intelligent. And then the real truth came out when she said she has a friend in NASA who she works with quite a bit. And who do you think got selected? You got it, the one with the NASA connection. And even when she was selected, she really didn't act surprised at all. It was a very fake and rehearsed excitement. And that was that. Now, other than Jaron, Whitsitt, and Lisbeth, everyone else had to raise their own money for the trip, which was $35,000. And so they did GoFundMes and things like that. Now, the other big red flag with this event is that Critical Think, Dave McKeegan, and MC Toon all run globe propagandist channels on YouTube where they do nothing but attack flat Earth 24/7. The Mark guy you see there on the left works in Hollywood. So even before the trip took place, the alarm bells were going off in all the flat earthers' minds. We were all thinking a Hollywood guy and a NASA girl involved with a government employee, Will Duffy, all working together with 3 major globe propagandists that either work for the CIA or are part of quote-unquote disinformation fighting organizations like J-Trig. And what you have is the equivalent of the next faked moon landing. I also want to point out that another major globe propagandist, Globey McGlobeface, attempted to crowdfund his trip, but apparently couldn't raise enough money to do it. But it's extremely telling that the Final Experiment has so many of the major mainstream globe propagandists involved. I'm surprised Professor Dave and Simon Dan didn't go as well. Now let's take a look at Will Duffy, the leader of the trip. This is a quote that he posted to the Final Experiment page. "If a general is to win a battle, he must always be prepared. If his opponent makes a move, he must see that he is able to make a countermove. Everything must be planned in advance, and nothing unforeseen." So he doesn't view the Final Experiment as honest science seeking truth. He sees it as a battle where there's opponents involved. That's another huge red flag. Apparently, this guy also claims to be a pastor. So let's look at one of his sermons. After carefully looking at both sides of the debate, and after taking a very deep dive into everything I could possibly find in Scripture regarding lying and deception, I have come to the conclusion that neither lying nor deception are inherently immoral. Wow, what a pastor, huh? The Bible has hundreds of verses about how lying is evil and a sin. But he doesn't think so. Wow, what a perfect character to go conduct something like the final experiment. Now let's look at some of his other professional endeavors. An enrolled agent at the U.S. Department of the Treasury, retirement income certified professional, chartered financial consultant, and then he lists a publication, Roths for the Rich, how to fund your Roth with over $100K each year. So this guy's all about money. No wonder he's a horrible pastor. You can't serve God in money, and you can't be trusted with something like the final experiment. So now let's look at the footage that came out of the final experiment of the supposed 24-hour sun. Take note that the sky is pretty much a uniform blue with very little brightness difference between the area around the sun and other areas of the sky. Also, as we look at different parts of the footage, you will see the sun change shape, stretching into an oval shape many places. Also notice that as the sun gets low to the horizon, it remains a white color and does not turn more yellowish, as you would expect. Again, I will reiterate the fact that the sky remains a uniform blue and uniform brightness all the way around through the whole 24-hour progression of the sun. Here is a video of the 24-hour sun in the north in the Arctic, and you can see what it should look like. You can see the sky has a richer gradient of blue and a wider spread of brightness, especially around the sun. The sun also remains a perfect circle and does not turn into an oval. And overall, this video just makes the other one feel artificial. Here's a bunch of photos of the 24-hour sun in the north. And again, you can see the big difference. Also note here that when the sun gets low to the horizon, it really turns into a yellowish color, even a deep orange at the lowest point. So again, these two examples of the 24-hour sun in the north really make the supposed 24-hour sun footage from the south, from the final experiment, look very artificial and fake. Now let's get into some of the green screen glitches that have been observed, such as this one on Duffy's jacket, this one on the screen of the scale, and then here you see a large part of Duffy's jacket fading out into a green screen glitch. That looks like some of the NASA glitches we've seen. Now take a look at this. When you use a chroma key filter on their footage, it removes the entire background, including the mountains. Here is another example of this. The entire mountain range gone. Now here, the picture on the bottom is from the main base camp, and you can see when the chroma key is applied there, the mountains are still there. It is not until they get to the secondary camp, roughly 2 miles away, that they take the picture you see on top. When the chroma key is applied to that one, the entire mountain range disappears. Why would there be a difference? I believe it's because this Antarctica scan was done in 2 phases. During the first phase, they actually did go there, so that way they could obtain all of the convincing footage of the flight in, the base camp, people and vehicles out at long distances. And once they had all of the environmental footage they needed, phase 2 was done in a studio. This is why when they're at the secondary camp, where the 24-hour sun footage was supposedly recorded, you really don't ever see much wind. No one is acting like it is cold. And keep in mind, even during the peak of summer, Antarctica is still 34 degrees Fahrenheit. The weather just so happens to be perfect with clear skies the majority of the time. There's no fog coming out of anyone's breath. There's no footprints being left when people are walking across the snow. There's no fog or condensation that appears on any of the lenses of any of the cameras. At one point, you even see someone walking around in shorts. And then there's the vape incident from Whitsitt. During one of his live streams, the audience asked Whitsitt why there's no fog coming out of his breath. He made the excuse that, the air is just very dry. Then he walks off for a minute, stating that he was going to go get gloves. But another camera that he was unaware of was recording him the whole time. Here he is taking the first vape. Afterwards, you see him exhaling some of the smoke from it. Then he takes another hit of the vape. He then walks back over to the camera to resume his live stream and says, "What now?" as he exhales the smoke. Pretty shady behavior, if you ask me. Then shortly after all of that, one of the people on his live stream asked if he could pick up some snow to verify that he's really there. And instead of just bending down and picking up some snow, he walks way over to another spot 30 feet away to get the snow. Now this makes sense if you were on a set and there were only a few spots where they actually placed artificial powdery snow. We have footprint issues as well. So you can see this person starts walking here. And look at that, not a single footprint left. There's not even so much as a scratch. And then they take another step, and there's still no footprints left. This is what I would expect to see if the stage they are working in has a hard floor, molded to look like a snowy terrain, with things like footprints pre-molded into it, because obviously it would be hard to recreate the cold temperatures in a studio that would allow you to use real snow or ice. And globe propagandists try to say that it's just hard ice, but I've walked on hard ice. It still breaks, chips, and cracks when you step on it. It doesn't behave like concrete. Now we're going to look at the most lethal piece of evidence against the final experiment. You can see here where the arrows are pointing that you are looking at a green screen boundary, or seam, in the studio. This is seen in official footage from the final experiment. Here it is in another scene, and then yet again in another scene. And in this one, it's so obvious, I don't even need to put arrows to show you where it is. You are clearly looking at the corner of a room here, and you can clearly see the connections between either green screens or LED panels, or something else. Now, the final really bizarre aspect of all of this is that less than a week after the final experiment, 2 NASA astronauts, Neil deGrasse Tyson and William Shatner, took a voyage to Antarctica for 10 days. A number of adoring fans also went with them. But this is clearly some kind of Illuminati ritual that was designed to go hand in hand with the final experiment. And here's an example of the truth in plain sight. The logo from the expedition is clearly a flat Earth map. You can see the ice ring surrounding the oceans there in blue. The orange circle at the edge is showing the perimeter of the firmament. And then they are showing all the stars contained within the firmament. And that's just the overhead view. They also show a side slice view with mountains to either side of flat land and the domed firmament shown above. Also, the name of the mission, Space to Sea, is hinting at the fact that space is actually water, and that water surrounds the Earth. The craziest part about all of this is it really doesn't matter if there's a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. It's not an issue for the flat Earth, even if it does exist. As you see here in this image, even this simple glass dome shows how day and night and sunsets and sunrises are all possible on the flat Earth. Thus, one can conclude from here that you could optically make all the celestial objects move any way that you wanted in the sky with the right type of lens. Ultimately, I imagine that the lens over the Earth is extremely complex, hence why the Bible calls it a molten looking glass. So why are they going through so much trouble with all this fakery in Antarctica? The first reason is that they wanted to defeat the straw man version of the flat Earth, which is just a basic dome over the Gleason map. The second reason is that they are hiding something about the sun in Antarctica. Either there is no 24-hour sun, or there is 24-hour daylight, but the sun is not always visible in the sky. Or there is a 24-hour sun, but the sun angles don't match the prediction of the globe. One thing is certain, all of this fakery is proof of the flat Earth. Now let's look at the truth hidden in plain sight regarding the names of stations in Antarctica. So the first one we see there is Great Wall, and that is a reference to two things. First is talking about Antarctica's proximity to the Great Wall of the firmament at the edge of the Earth. And second, it is a reference to the ice wall, which is a name commonly given to Antarctica by flat earthers. The next station, Dome C, is a reference to the fact that there is a dome over the Earth, and beyond that dome is a sea or ocean. Then on the bottom left, you see deception, because of course they are deceiving the masses. And then on the bottom right, you have troll, because they are trolling the masses. Look at what they named this island. This is the closest point in Antarctica to any of the other continents. It is also the island that the majority of explorers pass as they head towards Antarctica. So of course they would name it Deception Island. Now let's look at the April 8th, 2024 solar eclipse. On the left-hand side, we have the actual path of the eclipse, as recorded by this YouTuber hanging on his words. And on the right, you have the predicted path from programs like Stellarium. You can see that they are very different. The angle is nowhere close. And you can see that this same problem remains throughout the entirety of the eclipse. So this is another example of the globe model failing to get something right about the movement of the celestial objects. It's an excellent flat Earth proof. Now let's talk about Operation Mogul in 1947. The CIA was concerned that the Russians were developing their own atomic bomb. So they developed high-altitude balloons that carried acoustic detectors to the stratosphere, where they believed they would be able to hear the sound waves generated by nuclear tests from the Soviets. They believed that this would be possible due to what they call an atmospheric sound channel. Does this sound familiar? They're trying to use the same excuse here that they use for whale calls or radio wave propagation, where some magical, perfectly uniform channel forms over thousands of miles with a perfect uniform temperature and density that has zero turbulence and is clear of any other medium of any kind, including dust particles or pollution. It's impossible. They even admit here that the channel forms due to a combination of wind and temperature variations. If you think wind and temperature is going to perfectly line up into a perfect channel over thousands of miles, you need to have your head examined. To make matters worse, and this is the same issue that we have with sound waves through the ocean channel, sound waves don't just ricochet off of surfaces caused by changing density layers like a rubber bouncy ball off of concrete. As you see here, when a sound wave strikes a surface, some of the energy is absorbed by that surface or material. So then only a fraction of the wave is reflected back. The absorption rate depends upon the material. They can be scattered if they hit a rough surface. And most importantly, when a sound wave encounters a boundary between two mediums, some of the sound wave passes through the boundary and keeps going. Even if one of these magic atmospheric channels somehow emerged, this graphic here is not accurate. It shows the sound waves ricocheting back and forth down the tunnel. That is not what would happen. Each reflection would reduce the sound wave by a major chunk. So you might only get 2 to 3 reflections. And this graphic is showing a straight line over a short distance. If you're talking about trying to travel around the curvature of the Earth for thousands of miles, you would need potentially hundreds of reflections of that sound wave. Not going to happen. Also, the channel needs to magically line up in a way that the source and the receiver are both contained within it. Then, like I said, you need the atmosphere to hit the lottery in terms of wind patterns, densities, temperature zones, humidity levels, pollution levels, dust particles, the trickle down of sodium atoms from ablation of meteors in the mesosphere, and the absence of any kind of weather events or electrical phenomena that could also interfere. Also, in order for these sound waves to travel a couple of thousand miles, the speed of sound in air is not that fast. The atmospheric channel would have to be sustained for at least a couple of hours. That would be like hitting the atmospheric lottery over and over and over again every few seconds. So we can conclude that they are able to hear long-distance sound-generating events because the Earth is flat, and thus the sound waves have a much greater probability of reaching the receiver in straight lines instead of requiring hundreds of repeated reflections that are impossible for sound waves to do in a channel that can never exist. So now we're going to talk about meteors, and boy do we have some problems here. So you can see in this graphic that a meteor shower occurs when the Earth passes through a debris belt. You can see here there's about 30 meteor showers that occur every year, and they are often named after the constellation they appear to radiate from. Here is an artist's representation for the belt that causes the quadrantid meteor shower, and we will get into problems with that later. But for now, just keep in mind that the Earth is supposedly passing through 30 of these debris rings every year. In addition to that, every day, the Earth is estimated to be hit by 17 meteorites big enough to reach the ground. And then on top of that, the Earth is bombarded by more than 100 tons of dust and sand-sized particles daily. Meteorites are typically traveling between 45,000 miles per hour as the average speed, up to 160,000 miles per hour. To put that in perspective, here is some average bullet speeds, with only the fastest one reaching 2,000 miles per hour. So that means meteorites are traveling up to 80 times the speed of a bullet. If we were truly getting hit with 30 major debris fields per year, and on top of that 100 tons of debris per day, then in 1 year's time or less, every satellite, piece of equipment, and even the ISS will be completely wiped out and destroyed. Yet you rarely ever hear about this happening to even just one. The next issue is, if the Earth were approaching a debris band like this, at 66,000 miles an hour, then you would expect the meteors to fall into Earth's gravity along the lines that I've shown here. They would never look like they were converging into a single point in the sky. They would all appear to be coming down parallel to each other, as far as the eye could see in any direction in the sky, horizon to horizon. Unless you were an observer on the backside of Earth there, in which case they would be crisscrossing each other in the sky horizontally. They would never appear to do this, as shown in this NASA diagram. They would only look like that if they were coming from one little cloud of debris in space, no more than 10 to 20 miles wide. And that would never happen. And yes, there would be a little bit of a perspective effect directly over the observer, but that would be it. The rest of them would look like they were coming down parallel to each other. To further prove this, meteors normally enter the atmosphere 50 to 75 miles up, and then burn up 31 to 59 miles up. So the maximum length that a meteor streak could be in the sky is 44 miles long, and most of them will be a lot shorter than that. So to illustrate what I'm talking about, I built a meteor shower in Blender 3D. In this example, the meteors are coming down perpendicular to the Earth's surface at the point of the observer. If the observer looks straight up 90 degrees, this is what he or she would see. You see the convergence effect due to perspective, but it's limited because these streaks would be short from that perspective. Then as you begin to look down 45 degrees, this is what you would see. The perspective effect is barely noticeable, and the streaks begin to look like a big carpet of rain coming down at once. Then as you look towards the horizon, this is what you would see. You have a little bit of a perspective effect in the foreground streaks, but as you look further down towards the horizon, that diminishes, and the number of streaks clearly greatly increases as you look towards the horizon. So basically, you should see this no matter what direction the meteors are coming from in the sky. So if the meteors were coming in at a 45-degree angle, you would just turn all these line segments 45 degrees. But it won't change the overall effect. And by the way, you would see this along the entire horizon, 360 degrees around you. The only observation point on Earth that would be a little bit different would be the exact opposite side of the Earth from the debris field. And in that case, you would just tilt all of these line segments completely horizontal and then point them all in random directions. But it still wouldn't change the fact that the number of meteor streaks would increase as you look down to the horizon. Now, just to set the record straight, I'm not claiming that this many meteors will come down at once within a few seconds. Obviously, this is meant to show a time lapse over several hours, and the number of meteor streaks might not even be quite that numerous. This is just a model to show the effects that I'm talking about. But do we see this in real life? Absolutely not. All of these meteor showers look like they're coming from a single point in the sky only, as if the Earth didn't run through a massive debris field, but ran into a little meteor cloud a few miles across. And that's it. So meteor showers are clearly not what we've been told. You will not find one meteor shower photo that looks like the model that I created. Now we're going to look at issues with the supposed sources of these meteor showers. The Geminids supposedly come from asteroid 3200 Phaethon, and the Quadrantids supposedly come from 2003 EH1. Another thing to note here is that the Quadrantids have been observed since at least 1825. So when we look at the asteroid that supposedly supplies the Quadrantids, 2003 EH1, we see that its orbit is 5.5 Earth years. So that means since its discovery, it's had 36.4 orbits. Notice that the diameter is only 1.2 miles. How much material do you think is in this asteroid? its orbital path will be somewhere around 1 billion miles long. And if it's leaving debris out as far as the Earth, then that would probably mean that roughly half of its orbit would be a period of mass emission for this asteroid. So it would be shedding material for 500 million miles. Minimum, maybe more. And the debris emission would have to be significant enough so as to deliver a debris field for the Earth to pass through every year, compensating for the fact that the debris field would also spread out over time. Because, of course, the debris field would spread out to be many times the diameter of the Earth. And the mass emission of the asteroid would only increase as it got closer to the Sun in its elliptical orbit. Again, I ask you, how much mass do you think this meteor has to do that over such a long distance? Over and over and over again. You would probably need an asteroid the size of the Moon, and I mean its globe Earth model size, to have enough material to achieve that. And even then, after 36 orbits of that, even the Moon would be almost whittled away at this point. Now let's look at the Geminid meteors. They've been observed for 200 years, and strangely enough, early observations saw about 20 meteors per hour, but now people see up to 120 meteors per hour. So the intensity has grown sixfold. How would that be the case if the source is an asteroid that is shedding material? Your greatest amount of mass shedding would be in the beginning, and then it would decrease over time until the asteroid finally fully dissipated. But that's just the beginning of the problems. Here in this article, scientists bring up the very issue I was just talking about previously, and that is that the Geminid debris stream would have to be massive to deliver that level of a meteor shower, but asteroid 3200 Phaethon is puny, tiny, providing less than 1% of the mass required to explain the meteor shower. Zhang and his colleagues mentioned that the debris hill could never supply enough material, and then it got worse. They finally discovered the asteroid was emitting gas and not dust or rock, and they basically had to admit that they have no idea what the source is for the Geminids. So the bottom line is, meteors disprove satellites, the ISS, and everything else in orbit around the Earth, because all of that would have been destroyed and wiped out completely in a year or less. The next problem we have is that the pattern that meteor showers make in the sky does not match what we should see in the globe model. They all seem to emerge from a singular point, so that disproves the globe. Then finally, the sources for the meteor showers and the meteors themselves does not line up and make sense. The masses of the supplying asteroids are nowhere near large enough. There is also no way that the debris rings left by these asteroids would magically continually line up with the Earth's orbit, because as we saw in my proof with the solar system and gravity, all of the motions of everything is a mess with a changing solar system barycenter. Thus, the debris rings from asteroids will be tugged off in different directions, causing the Earth to miss them here and there. Yet, we get a perfectly reliable 30 meteor showers per year, like clockwork. And that proves that they are just a celestial event over the flat Earth, probably electrical in nature. This does not mean that physical rocks do not fall down to the Earth, but I believe that's a different phenomena altogether. This is another one of those proofs that instantly ends the globe. As you see in this image, there are cases where the moon crescent does not line up with the direction of the sun. It's famously called the moon terminator illusion. As you see in this article, they are trying to blame this effect on straight lines being projected onto what they call the celestial sphere. The effect is even talked about in this article here, written by NASA Ambassador Tony Rice. And even in this article, he admits that light travels in straight lines, and you would expect the lit side of the moon to point directly to the sun. And then further down he says, but it doesn't. So why? So this is his explanation. He says the answer lies in distance and in the visual cues, or lack of, provided in the sky. Our brains want to take what appears to be the shortest path to the sun, but that's based on the only visual cue we have, the horizon. And then look at this part. He says, in reality, the path is more curved on the dome of the sky, or what astronomers call the celestial sphere. First of all, that's very interesting terminology. It's almost like they're admitting that this is a flat Earth and the celestial realm is a domed region over the Earth. The big issue with this is that they are trying to invoke hyperbolic geometry and perspective for this effect. And what makes this so bad is that they are saying we normally see in 3D Euclidean space, but for brief moments here and there, our visual perception changes to hyperbolic non-Euclidean space. This is a video game where your character has non-Euclidean hyperbolic perspective. All of those beams on the ceiling are straight lines, but you perceive them as curved lines. This is essentially what they are saying. They are trying to say that without visual cues, this is what our perspective and our vision is really doing. The two primary problems with that is, one, if our vision were doing this to objects in the sky, it would be doing it to the entire world all around us, which would be very obvious. As you can see here, the ground even curves away from you. The second really big problem is, of course, the fact that our vision does not switch between 3D Euclidean space and non-Euclidean hyperbolic space. We only see in 3D Euclidean space. So what does the artist network say about shading a sphere with a light source? It says you draw the shadow line or the terminator perpendicular to the light source. This is right out of an artist's textbook. And this confirms that no matter what direction the light is coming from, and no matter where the observer is and the sphere are in 3D space, the light crescent and resulting terminator shadow line will always be perpendicular to the direction of the light source. And if you still need further confirmation of this, you can go and download a 3D modeling program like Blender 3D, then create a sphere, create a light source, and then move the observer, sphere, and light source around in different configurations in 3D space, and you will see that this law never changes. The crescent and the terminator will always be perpendicular to the light source. Even AI admits that this effect should not be happening in the globe model. You can see here it says the illuminated portion of the moon, which we see as a crescent, is always facing the sun. Because of course it would have to be in the globe model. So the bottom line here is the fact that the moon crescent sometimes does not directly face the sun is a disproof of the globe and proves either, one, that the effect is caused by a lensing effect from the firmament or different mediums in the celestial realm, or number two, that the moon emits its own light and is not dependent on reflecting the sun's light. Now let's look at Operation Paperclip. It was a secret United States intelligence program in which more than 1,600 German scientists, engineers, and technicians were taken from former Nazi Germany to the U.S. for government employment after the end of World War II in Europe, between the years of 1945 and 1959. Several of these people were confirmed to be former members of the Nazi Party, including the SS or the SA. You can see here it says the program remains a controversial chapter in American history, when the U.S. officials incorporated former Nazis into American life and institutions. So from its very founding, NASA was corrupt and was employing people that had just committed war crimes and ethnic cleansing. This picture right here shows over 100 German scientists working on the von Braun rocket team. And then, of course, members of NASA who were not Nazis back in those days were Freemasons. Now, in current times, all of these Nazi scientists would have passed away by now, but NASA is still run by Freemasonic Illuminati elites, with all the lower ranks just doing their jobs and taking orders and getting paid fat paychecks to not ask questions. As you see here, the Hebrew word for NASA is nasha, and it means to deceive, to beguile, and to lead astray. I couldn't think of a more fitting word for NASA myself. As you can see here, the secret meaning behind that red swoosh in their logo is the serpent's tongue. And of course, the serpent represents Satan, the father of lies. What do you find on the tombstone of NASA Director Wernher von Braun, aka the father of space travel, a former Nazi, and someone who worked with Freemason Walt Disney in making space exploration propaganda videos? That's right, Psalm 19:1. And what does this verse say? The heavens declare the glory of God, and the firmament showeth his handiwork. So in true Illuminati fashion, he's putting the truth in plain sight and admitting that no human beings can travel beyond the firmament, the impenetrable barrier that sits at roughly 70 miles altitude over the Earth. Russian astronaut Igor Volk appeared on the Russian TV show A Matter of Perspective and admitted, "We haven't been to space." And then he says right after that, "If someone claims that we have been, it is not true. It is not the truth." After that, the TV host says, "This is another hypothesis on which I and the viewers of A Matter of Perspective will have to think about for a long time." Years later, this same TV host, Stoicho, speaks out about this during an interview on a popular Bulgarian YouTube channel hosted by Martin. And by the way, both of these men are well respected. Neither of them have been accused of being liars or crazy or anything like that. On this interview, he says, "One of the guests on my show was one of the greatest cosmonauts of the Soviet Union, Igor Volk. In a private conversation, this man told me, 'We haven't been to space.'" So here he's admitting it wasn't just on his TV show that Igor told him this, but that this Russian astronaut confirmed it again during a private conversation outside of the show. What did Buzz Aldrin tell a little girl during a meet and greet session? The girl asks, "Why has nobody been to the moon in such a long time?" He answers, "That's not an 8-year-old's question. That's my question. I want to know, but I think I know. 'Cause we didn't go there. And that's the way it happened. And if it didn't happen, it's nice to know why it didn't happen. So in the future, if we want to keep doing something, we need to know why." And then an awkward pause, and then he says, "Something stopped in the past if we want to keep it going." Any reasonable-minded individual would hear this response and take it as, we never went to the moon. Now let's look at Earth photo discrepancies. Come on, NASA, what does the Earth really look like? Here's supposed official photos of the Earth from different years. None of the photos have the same color schemes, and even the continent sizes vary from one to the next. Now let's look at these images. One was taken from the Epic satellite in 2015. The other was taken from Apollo 11. Yes, the Earth is two radically different sizes in these photos, but that's not the real issue because that could just be the result of the dolly zoom effect. The real issue is the brightness of the surface of the moon there. It also looks very cartoonish with very little detail and barely any contrast between the few different gray spots that you see. The moon's shadow terminator is also very abrupt and does not have any kind of gradient. And the whole moon looks like it's just cut out from a flat piece of paper. This is a real photo of the moon, and you can already see the huge difference. And I understand that with the brightness of the Earth behind it, it would reduce the brightness of the moon somewhat, but it would not look flat, cartoonish, and lack detail, as if it were something out of a 1990s video game. Look at the difference between Earthrise 1968 and Earthrise 2015. The colors on the Earth are entirely different. The brightness of the Earth is entirely different. And look at the surface of the moon. It's much brighter in 1968, apparently, and then the moon's surface on the right looks like low-quality CGI. Here's another image of the Earth and the moon. And here we see that the colors of the moon and the Earth and the brightness of the moon and the Earth are different even from the previous two images. So again, NASA, what does the Earth and the moon really look like? These two pictures of the Earth were supposedly taken during one of the Apollo missions from two different distances. Why is it the same exact picture with the same exact clouds? Also, why did changing distance to the Earth affect the color balance? Then we get to the worst bloopers of all, which is copied and pasted clouds on the Earth. This proves that images of the Earth are just photoshopped pieces of art. They are not real pictures. This is proof that we have not been to space, and thus any pictures that anyone claims are from space are also fake. Now let's talk about launch paths. Anything that is sent into orbit would have to reach an orbital velocity of 17,500 miles per hour. In order to obtain that velocity with no atmospheric drag, they would have to reach an altitude of 100 miles. As discussed previously, however, we know that the lower firmament sits somewhere around an altitude of 100 kilometers or 62 miles. Now, if we look at a time-lapse photo of a supposed space launch, we can measure the height of the peak altitude of this launch by applying a perspective grid and using a reference object like these nimbostratus clouds as a reference. The bottom of those clouds will be roughly 1.5 miles high. The distance between the major lines is equal to 3 times the height of the clouds, which would be 4.5 miles. Then we simply take the 4.5 miles multiplied by 9 line segments, and we can see that this rocket only achieved an altitude of roughly 40.5 miles. This is nowhere near high enough to clear the atmosphere, proving that they are not going into space. So where are they going then? Well, first of all, I believe it's no surprise that they aren't going any higher than about 40 miles, because if the lower firmament is about 62 miles up, they don't want to get close enough to that to risk a collision. As to where they're going, I think that depends on the launch and the vehicle connected with the launch. It is no coincidence that these launch centers are located on the coast. For the space shuttle missions, for example, they likely fly the rocket way over the ocean somewhere, so they can drop the boosters in the ocean, and then the space shuttle would fly to a secret military base on some secret island way out in the ocean, and the public would have no clue that that happened. Then for all of your other missions that just require a rocket, they just arc the rocket over and drop it in the ocean, making sure, of course, that they fly the rocket far enough out over the ocean to where the public loses sight of it. Then they just send a cargo ship with a crane on it to go pick the rockets up off of the seabed for reuse. So, NASA launches are great proof of the flat Earth. Now let's look at what Don Pettit, a NASA astronaut, has said about why we haven't been back to the moon. He says here, "I'd go to the moon in a nanosecond. The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again." What kind of stupidity is this? Does the public actually buy this? They supposedly achieved the greatest scientific and technological milestone in the history of mankind, and they didn't keep records of it? They didn't keep any of the engineering schematics, any of the propulsion methodologies, any of the conceptual drawings, any of the models, any files on the computer systems, the life support systems, the materials used, any of the launch methodology, the booster staging schematics, the sanitary and hygiene systems. It doesn't make any sense. And yet all the while, for the past 60 years, NASA has supposedly been sending other probes and craft to different planets throughout the solar system. So what do they mean they can't go back? The processors in your iPhone are more powerful than the supposed computer systems that existed on the Apollo spacecraft. Keep in mind, taxpayers are paying NASA $67 million a day to be responsible and to do good work. Who was it at NASA that made the call to destroy all of the records of the moon landing technology without first consulting the taxpayers? Now, we know that NASA is a fake organization, but even if it weren't, an act like this would be considered treason, fraud, and a highly offensive criminal act that should be prosecuted to the fullest extent. And this wouldn't be just flushing previous years of research and development down the toilet, but it would also cause a future waste of effort in engineering and research and development in trying to bring this technology back into existence. And at a cost of $67 million a day, years of research down the tube adds up pretty fast. But of course, we know the real reason why they have to make up a stupid excuse like this for not going back to the moon. And that is that they know that there is a flat earth movement of millions of people who would be carefully watching and picking apart any aspect of the moon mission and many others across the world that did some research and discovered that the moon landings were faked. They know that they no longer have a gullible population of people looking at old fuzzy TV screens that are easy to trick. Now everything is in ultra-high definition, 8K resolution, and they know that they cannot fake this stuff to that level of realism. So really what Don Pettit meant to say is NASA destroyed the old fakery methods, and it's a painful process to try to do that again now with ultra-high resolution TVs and a more critical and scrutinizing public. Let's talk about the NASA data visualizer and designer, Robert Simon, also known as Mr. Blue Marble. He claims that photos of Earth are photoshopped, but they have to be. Really? Well, it seems like they had no problem taking a picture of Earth here in 1946, before Photoshop was invented. Also, how did they take all those photos of Earth during the Apollo missions, which was before Photoshop? Also, keep in mind the cameras we have today are far more advanced. But now we need Photoshop to complete the pictures of Earth? I think it was a Freudian slip. I think NASA was using other means to fake the photos back then. And then in more modern times, they have been using Photoshop to make all of their fake pictures. Now we're going to look at how NASA used the same launch video for two different shuttle missions. The one on the left shows Flight 33, STS-32 Columbia. The one on the right shows Flight 78, STS-78 Columbia. They were 6 years apart, but it's clearly the same exact footage, even with the same exact ice particles. Now there are slight differences. The one on the left is a little bit darker, and you can also see that the one on the left is missing that one ice particle that's shown on the video to the right with the arrow pointing at it. But of course, that's just for this short time segment of the video. Now at this point in the time frame, the video on the left is missing that one little piece of ice that's shown to the right with the arrow. So it's not like they just duplicated the video and called it a day. They clearly made intentional little edits in the footage to try to make it appear different. And I guess they were hoping the fact that it was 6 years apart, they would get away with it. Everyone remembers the Challenger catastrophe of 1986, when it exploded shortly after takeoff. But was it really a tragedy? This picture shows what the crew looked like back in 1986, and it also shows that they are still alive and kicking, and apparently doing pretty well. Let's take a closer look. Francis Richard Scobie, the commander of Challenger, is now the CEO of Cows and Trees Limited. Judith Kesnick, Challenger mission specialist, is now a Yale law professor, and Ronald McNair, Challenger mission specialist, suspiciously has a quote-unquote twin brother named Carl McNair. Of course, we all know that's really Ronald. It looks like he's doing just fine, wearing a nice suit. Wow, would you look at this? Another crew member has a twin brother. What are the odds that two of the crew members would have twin brothers? Well, I can tell from the picture on the right that Claude Onizuka looks like he's doing pretty well. Then you have Michael Smith, Challenger pilot, who is now Professor Emeritus at the University of Wisconsin-Madison. Then at the bottom we have Sharon, Challenger payload specialist, who is now a Syracuse law professor. Now it's no wonder that Michael Smith teaches at good old University of Wisconsin-Madison. Their motto, Numen Lumen, means God our light. And of course that's the god of false light, Lucifer. Also you have the Illuminati all-seeing eye there. It's exactly where I would expect a Masonic astronaut to be teaching. Now let's look at other NASA Masonic connections. Fred Kleinknecht, head of NASA during the Apollo program, is now the Sovereign Grand Commander of the Council of the 33rd Degree of the ancient and accepted Scottish Rite of Freemasonry of the Southern Jurisdiction. Here is a picture of him. As you see here, every one of the men who walked on the moon was a Freemason. Here are some additional astronauts who are Freemasons that did not walk on the moon. You have John Glenn, who was also a U.S. Senator. He was the first American to supposedly orbit the Earth. Then you have Gus Grissom, who became the second man in space. He supposedly died in a fire that occurred during testing. But of course, who knows if that's really true? Then you have Wally Schirra, who was a part of Project Mercury and Apollo 7. And then there is Michael Collins, who was the pilot of the Apollo 11 command module. Look at all of the Masonic symbolism on these NASA mission coins. Plenty of Masonic symbolism here. You even have Buzz Aldrin doing the 666 Eye of Horus symbol. And look at all of these astronauts doing the 666 hand sign. The astronaut in the middle sticking his tongue out like that is also a satanic gesture. Then you have this fake trip to space by Blue Origin, starring Katy Perry and friends. You can see the mission patch as a Baphomet, which is a satanic god. During the entire trip, none of them wore helmets. The launch and landing looked incredibly fake. Then when Jeff Bezos was walking up to use a special tool to open the capsule door after they landed, one of the women mistakenly pushed it open from the inside without even having to turn a lever or anything, showing that both the capsule and the capsule door were fake. After that happened, Jeff Bezos shut the door and then proceeded to put the tool up to the door to still make it look like he had to unlock it and then reopen the door again. You can find plenty of videos on YouTube showing the Katy Perry space stunt fakery. Anyways, the point is that astronauts, celebrities, people in high places in this world, they are all in the same Illuminati club. Things that make you go, 6 Apollo missions landed on the moon, all on the visible side, adding a total of 12 days. Yet, there is not a single minute of Earth footage filmed from there. They forgot to film it. They forgot to film it 6 times. How does the public keep buying this garbage? Now we're going to look at other NASA fakery. I have enough content to make this section hours and hours long. But because this video is already extremely long, I'm just going to show you a few examples. Like this one here. Why is there a 6-sided hexagon on the pole of Saturn? Well, that's because this is CGI and NASA made it that way. And the reason they made it that way is because it completes the 666. Saturn is supposedly the 6th planet. The origin of Saturday is Saturn, which is the 6th day of the week. And then you've got the 6-sided hexagon on the pole. Hence, 666, Saturnalia. Oops, they accidentally applied gravity to the fruit. Oops, they accidentally applied gravity to the water. Oops, they forgot to cover up the wire that's holding up this satellite. Oops, they put a wet American flag on the moon. Oops, looks like they passed through a rainstorm in space. Look how fake this image of the moon looks. NASA really needs to hire some better CGI people. Moon looks fake, and how is that white blob over there supposed to be the Earth? Why does this image look like they are under a dim spotlight? The light across the surface of the moon is supposed to be uniform. Yeah, tell me about it. Where is the blast crater from the thruster having to fire when this thing descended down to the moon? Where is the massive burn spot underneath from the heat of the flame? The ground looks completely untouched. How did this thing survive spaceflight when some of the hull is only the thickness of 2 sheets of tinfoil, according to the NASA engineers? It looks like some really low-quality model that a bunch of high schoolers built with cardboard, aluminum foil, and some paint. Yep, this sure checks out. To infinity and beyond. Captain's log, stardate 5.3264.
Mr. Data, warp factor 5. Engage.
Aye, aye, Captain.
Come join us at NASA, on the dark side of the Force. It is your destiny.
Captain,
I have finished my analysis of these spacesuits. They are highly illogical.
Admiral, we have moths here.
In 2014, a scientist named Ron Joseph sued NASA for ignoring a mushroom-like fungus found on Mars after seeing a photograph from the Opportunity rover. He said the refusal to investigate was evidence of a cover-up. According to some people with some inside information on this, and I don't have any direct proof of this, so take it with a grain of salt, but apparently this scientist was threatened by the CIA to drop the case, which of course he did. It's too bad that Mr. Joseph doesn't know that the reason he saw mushrooms in a photograph is that the Mars footage comes from Earth, probably somewhere in Arizona. Looks like a NASA employee forgot to fully comb the film site before they started snapping pictures. Oops. Now we're going to look at NASA engineering documents and see that they all reference a flat stationary Earth, just like the one shown here. Stability and control estimation flight test results for the SR-71 aircraft with externally mounted experiments. Flat, non-rotating Earth. Prepared for NASA, Washington, D.C., Georgia Institute of Technology, where I went to school. Flat, non-rotating Earth. Determination of angles of attack and side slip from radar data, and a roll-stabilized platform. Flat, non-rotating Earth. A mathematical model of the CH-53 helicopter. Flat, non-rotating Earth. Derivation and definition of a linear aircraft model, NASA. Flat, non-rotating Earth. Again, flat, non-rotating Earth. Approximate optimal guidance for the Advanced Launch System. Flat, non-rotating Earth, and then flat Earth. Singular arc, time optimal climb trajectory of aircraft in a two-dimensional wind field. Non-rotating, flat Earth. User's Manual for Linear, a Fortran program to derive linear aircraft models. Stationary atmosphere over a flat, non-rotating Earth. Predicted performance of a thrust-enhanced SR-71 aircraft with an external payload. A non-rotating Earth. A method for reducing the sensitivity of optimal nonlinear systems to parameter uncertainty. A flat, non-rotating Earth. Investigation of aircraft landing in variable wind fields. The Earth is flat and non-rotating. Flight testing of VSTOL aircraft to identify a full-envelope aerodynamic model. Flat, non-rotating Earth. User's Manual for Interactive Linear, a Fortran program to derive linear aircraft models. Stationary atmosphere, flat, non-rotating Earth. Calculation of wind compensation for launching of unguided rockets. Flat, non-rotating Earth. General equations of motion for a damaged asymmetric aircraft. A flat, non-rotating Earth. Now let's take a look at the Masonic Luciferian math. The speed of the far side of the Earth from the Moon-Earth barycenter is 66 miles per hour. The speed of the globe's orbit is 66.6 miles per hour. The curvature in 1 mile squared is 0.666 feet. The tilt of the Earth is 66.6 degrees. Need I say more? The flat Earth is shown in all major world logos. Here's the United Nations. You have the World Meteorological Organization, ICAO, OACI, NKAO, the IMO, and then, of course, the World Health Organization. And don't even get me started on the meaning of the serpent wrapped around a certain object there. You can find out more about that in some of my other videos. Hint, it has to do with the VA XXX.
Now I'm going to debunk the supposed Earth curve shadow that people claim they see, like the one shown in the distance in the sky here. Even Neil deGrasse Tyson claims that these are Earth curve shadows you are seeing. I'm going to prove to you that it is just morning mist, fog, or dew. It's just water vapor. Here they're saying there's a belt of pink above the shadow called the belt of Venus. And they say, you know it's the Earth's shadow because it's opposite of the sunset. This is the same mountain range we just saw in the previous picture, except now the sunrise is causing the sun to begin to burn the fog layer away. All right, here's another supposed picture of it. Take note of what it looks like. They claim the belt of Venus is caused by light rays backscattering through the atmosphere. Uh-oh, what's this? It looks like the exact same thing, but it's in the direction of the sunrise. Houston, we have a problem. I can even see the pink belt of Venus. Look at that. All it is, guys, is just water vapor, dust particles, pollution, and morning fog. Then shortly after sunrise, the sun will burn this stuff up and it will disappear. Look how dark this one is. I could swear that's an Earth shadow there. The next problem that globe proponents have by trying to claim they're seeing an Earth curve shadow is that they are missing a very big piece of this Earth curve shadow that we should be seeing. As you can see here in this diagram created by an engineer, the Earth curve shadow wouldn't just be seen opposite the sunrise or the sunset on the opposite horizon, but you would see a physical shadow moving across the underside of a cloud layer if a cloud layer is present, like the one you see here. And it would stretch all the way from the northern horizon to the southern horizon and would always move east to west at 1,000 miles an hour at the equator and then slower speeds as you go up in latitude from there. In the morning, the shadow would start at the horizon and recede away towards you, moving towards the west. And then at sunset, the shadow would rise up in the east and move towards you until completely covering the sky, moving all the way to the western horizon. And 1,000 miles an hour isn't that fast. Take note of how fast a commercial jet looks to be moving when it is at the same altitude as the clouds. Then double that speed. And that's how fast the shadow would be moving at the equator. And we all know when we look up at those jets, they don't appear to be moving that fast in the sky. So even if you double that speed, that's not very fast. So in other words, this is not something you could miss because it zips over you in the blink of an eye. No, it would take a while to move from east to west. Of course, a cloud layer does need to be present, but that's most days of the year. Of course, the only other time you wouldn't see it would be weather phenomena, like a thunderstorm or something like that. But I would be willing to bet that roughly half the days of the year would offer conditions where you could see this effect. I am 43 years old and have not seen this effect even once in my entire life. Thus, the globe has been disproven yet again.
A lot of globe proponents make the argument that the reason why planes don't have to tilt their nose down to follow the curvature of the Earth is that the aircraft naturally follows the curve of the Earth due to the various density layers of the atmosphere following the curve of the Earth. Basically, due to the lift equation, the aircraft will naturally remain at the same altitude above the curving Earth. In addition, for aircraft like commercial jets that are moving roughly 500 miles an hour, the rate of curvature would be so slow that pilots would not be able to distinguish from tilting the plane to adjust for it and all of the other tilt and pitch adjustments that are having to be made constantly due to things like wind turbulence and jet streams, atmospheric updrafts and downdrafts, low pressure zones and high pressure zones, and so essentially these pilots would never notice it. And I agree, for slow-moving aircraft, you wouldn't notice it. Also, for slow-moving aircraft, the various densities of the atmosphere at different altitudes would govern the motion of the aircraft around the curve of the Earth. And you can see why here in the lift equation. You have L equals the coefficient of lift times 1/2 the air density times the velocity squared times the wing area. And this is also equal to the coefficient of lift times the dynamic pressure times the wing area. Now, what globe proponents seem to not be able to understand is that as you increase the velocity through the atmosphere, the balance of forces acting on the aircraft begin to change, and these forces begin to override the density and buoyancy equilibrium that the plane was previously locked into. Also, the rate of curvature drop per minute increases exponentially. As you see here, the X-43, which goes Mach 9.6, would encounter a Earth curve drop of roughly 2 miles per minute. The X-15, which goes Mach 6.7, would see roughly a mile drop in curvature per minute. The SR-71 Blackbird, which goes Mach 3.3, would see 1,200 feet of curvature drop per minute. The MiG-25 Foxbat, which goes Mach 3.2, would see 1,100 feet of curvature drop per minute. And the XB-70 Valkyrie, which goes Mach 3.1, would also see a curvature drop of about 1,100 feet per minute. So just to quickly recap, the forces acting on a slow-moving aircraft is thrust, drag, lift, and weight. These force vectors then give you the force equations shown below. But at higher velocities, the forces change. As you can see here, a shock wave forms around the plane, and as you see on the bottom of the plane, there are what is called viscous interactions. So essentially, the air is rushing so quickly underneath the aircraft that it basically forms the equivalent of a solid surface for the plane to sit on, thus also locking the aircraft into a straight line vector direction. At these velocities, the density of the air and the buoyancy of the aircraft become irrelevant. And this will be the case until the aircraft reached such high velocities and the air became so thin that the viscous interactions would become incredibly weak. Only then would the 4 basic forces acting on an aircraft, such as thrust, drag, lift, and weight, become relevant again. You can also see that this is how these faster-moving aircraft are able to travel at higher altitudes without stalling. So we can conclude then that these fast-moving aircraft would certainly notice the curvature of the Earth, as they would be locked into a straight-line orientation, unaffected by curving density layers, compounded with the fact that their very high velocities would mean they would see a very rapid curvature drop rate. This is further confirmed by this snippet from an aircraft engineering textbook. The characteristics exhibited by air or objects moving at hypersonic speeds are complex. When an aircraft reaches hypersonic speed, the amount of pressure it generates has increased to 25 times the atmospheric pressure. This permits sustained flight at high altitudes where the atmospheric pressure is extremely low, provided the aircraft speed is high enough. This contrasts with the dynamic pressure of aircraft flying at low speeds, which is small relative to the ambient atmospheric pressure. So we can conclude that slow-moving aircraft, such as commercial jets, would not detect the curvature of the Earth. It would not have to compensate for it. But faster-moving aircraft would. This includes all of the aircraft that I showed here in this proof, plus every modern fighter jet in the world. All of the pilots of those aircraft would have to manually compensate for the Earth's curve, continuously. However, none of them ever report having to do this. Thus, this disproves the globe. This is Mike, with a call sign of Cujo. He is a retired fighter pilot. He recently woke up to the flat Earth truth. And as you see here, he says that the number one thing that tricks pilots about the shape of the Earth is that they think the Earth is so big and vast, you would never notice any curvature, even at high altitudes. And this is what he thought, which is why he never tried to look up the curvature rate or any of the other geometry related to Earth curvature. He states that the radar systems aboard his aircraft prove there is no Earth curvature because they would make scans 80 miles out and would never have to adjust for any Earth curvature. As you see in this graphic here, they would make large radar sweeps horizontally outward from the aircraft in sweeping motions, and no Earth curve was ever detected. He also says that he never saw any enemy aircraft emerging from behind the Earth's curve, nor were any enemy aircraft able to use this trick to essentially fly under the radar. He states during this interview that he hopes that other currently enlisted fighter pilots will see his testimony and test out what he is saying. This is a very powerful globe debunk. Now we're going to look at a flat Earth testimony from Afonso Amidio de Vasconcelos Lopez. He is a geophysicist, seismologist, and a former professor at University of Sao Paulo, Brazil. This is one of the top universities in Latin America. He states the flat Earth has been discussed in many seismology publications, and they often talk about how large of an area can be studied while considering the Earth to be a flat plane. He also said that most globe proponents are not in a position to debate this subject matter because they are not an expert in a given field of science. Now, globe proponents, pay attention to this last part of what this man has said. Most of you have very little knowledge of science. The only reason that you have a false level of confidence is that the globe is backed by the mainstream, and that is it. Yet you guys sure are quick to jump on flat Earth channels and flat Earth videos to spout nonsense, to throw insults, etc. But 95% of you have no idea what you're talking about, and you have no knowledge of science at all in any field. The majority of flat earthers, however, are in a much better position to present their arguments because we have all had to do a lot of research and learning in order to exit the globe deception to begin with. As for myself, I already had collegiate level education in some of these fields of science. However, just within the past 10 years, I have done an immense amount of research and additional education so that I can present a valid argument. We have another testimony from a fighter pilot who decided to remain anonymous. He only gave his call sign, which is Wizzo. He testifies that he would track aircraft out to 115 miles, and the instruments would never show any curvature drop of those aircraft around a globe. The second part of his testimony involves the distance at which he spotted K2, which is the second tallest mountain in the world located in Pakistan, with a peak height of 28,250 feet. As you can see in this diagram, he observed K2 at a distance of 345 miles. This means there would have been a 15-mile curvature drop affecting this mountain. This means there should have been a dip angle of 2.5 degrees from the elevation of the aircraft that this pilot was in, which was 28,000 feet, to the top of the mountain. But he testifies that his targeting computer was showing the top of this mountain at eye level with no dip angle. This pilot's testimonies debunk the globe. This image here shows the sun and the moon, as observed from the Earth, at their supposed maximum and minimum distances from the Earth. You can clearly see that on average, they are the same size disk in the sky. Do you think it is more likely that Earth's only moon, that was formed due to a random collision supposedly, happened to form at just the precise diameter and distance from the Earth to be exactly 400 times smaller and 400 times closer than the sun? In that this would occur around the only planet in the solar system that has human beings living there to observe it? Or do you think this is a case where we can apply Occam's razor and simply state that the sun and the moon are the same exact size and roughly the same distance away? I will let you decide, but I think we all know what makes the most sense.
Light follows the inverse square law. So as you see in this diagram, as you double the distance, the intensity of the light is 1/4. So now let's look at this experiment. The Earth's radius is 6376 kilometers. The distance from the pole to Denmark, radially, would be approximately 4,000 kilometers. We can assume an atmosphere 100 kilometers thick with 99.6% gas, 0.4% water vapor. Let's say the sun is to the right, and the observer is located at this point D1, 150 million kilometers away from the sun. Thus, if you rotated the Earth a quarter turn, the observer would be 150 million and 4,000 kilometers away from the sun at that point, D2. So if an observer measured 1,000 watts per square meter at solar noon, standing there at point I1, then using the formula I1 over I2 equals D2 squared over D1 squared, you get 1,000 watts per square meter over I2 equals 150 million and 4,000 kilometers squared divided by 150 million kilometers squared. And you get I2 equals 999.95 watts per square meter. That would be the intensity of the light from the sun when the Earth is rotated a quarter turn. Now if we take the results we just obtained and plot everything out on a distance to light amplitude graph, we can see that on the globe model, the sunlight intensity should not change from high noon all the way until sunset, or from sunrise to high noon. Now, of course, you would have a little bit of allowance for pollution, dust, and water vapor, reducing the intensity of the sun's rays a little bit as the sun angle approached the horizon at sunrise or sunset, but it wouldn't be a whole lot. But look at the graph we get in reality when it's actually measured all day long. If we assume sunrise is at 6 a.m. and sunset is at 6 p.m., based on this graph, then the 3-hour mark would be 9 a.m., and then the 9-hour mark would be 3 p.m. Well, according to this graph, that means that just 3 hours before high noon and 3 hours after high noon, the brightness of the sun's light is just 2/3 the level of brightness at high noon. Now, in 3 hours' time, the Earth will have rotated 45 degrees. A massive sun, 1 million times the size of Earth, 93 million miles away, would not get cut to 2/3 of its normal brightness simply because the sun's rays are coming in at 45 degrees instead of 90. The dense part of the atmosphere is only a few miles thick. So the sun brightness curve throughout the day makes no sense in the globe model. It should be only a very slight bell curve. A bell curve this dramatic indicates a smaller, more local sun that illuminates locally. So in other words, this brightness curve fits the flat Earth model far better. Now let's look at another experiment that involves the inverse square law of light. This chart shows how the sun appears in the sky from the perspective of different planets throughout the solar system. As you can see here, from Eris, the sun appears as a distant, average-sized star. Now, this means that Eris, at a distance of 68 AU from the sun, causes the sun to look like an average-sized star. The next closest star to Earth will be Alpha Centauri A, and it is 277,600 AU from Earth. This means that Alpha Centauri A is 4,082 times further away from Earth than the sun is from Eris. So using the inverse square law of light, 1 over r squared, you get 1 over 4,082 squared, which means that Alpha Centauri A should have a brightness of 0.0000006 times the brightness of an average star. This means that you would not see it. So if this is the closest sun-sized star to Earth, and you can't see it, then the conclusion is you would not see any of the other stars in the universe. So, these two experiments using the inverse square law of light debunk the globe yet again. Now we're going to look at this specific scientist, Robert Bennett, PhD in physics. He has connections to people that worked with Einstein. His thesis was on relativity and rigid body motion. He has conducted research on how a satellite would rotate or spin in a gravitational field. During his studies, he has walked away from both general and special relativity. He now believes in ether physics and a geostationary and geocentric Earth. He holds a doctorate in physics from Stevens Tech and was a physics instructor at Manhattan College and Bergen Community College from 1967 to 1983. He has consulted on software architecture with Bell Labs and Chase Bank. He is the co-author of Galileo Was Wrong and speaker at the Geocentric Catholic Conference at Notre Dame. Some of his works include A Philosophy for the NPA, Nullification of the Michelson-Morley Experiment, Null Result. Philosophy is more than the middle of NPA, the Michelson-Morley Experiment Null, voided by the vacuum. Philosophy more than the middle of NPA, Einstein's train derailed, the light clock smashed, the alpha model, absolute lab frame and flexible ether. And finally, Galileo Was Wrong, the Church Was Right, Volume 1, The Scientific Case for Geocentrism. So it's important for everyone to know, especially the globe propagandists, that not all scientists are in agreement, even in our modern age. Many of them disagree with relativity and the Big Bang. Many scientists disagree with evolution. But the thing that keeps most of these scientists in line and agreeing with the mainstream is fear of losing a prestigious career, fear of being ostracized by your peers, fear of losing your status and your fat salary, and fear of losing everything you worked for. Because as history shows, when you turn on the mainstream, you face persecution. Let's look at what Sheikh Abdul Aziz Ibn Baz, Supreme Religious Authority of Saudi Arabia, in 1993 said about the shape of the earth. He said, "The earth is flat. Whoever claims it is round is an atheist deserving of punishment." In the Quran, the sky is described as a canopy, roof, or dome. And it's not just one, but many verses that say that. That also implies a flat circular earth beneath the solid sky. Surah at-Talaq 65:12 states, "It is Allah who has created 7 heavens and of the earth the like thereof," i.e. the 7. "His command descends between them, the heavens and earth, that you may know that Allah has power over all things, and that Allah surrounds, comprehends, all things in His knowledge." Surah Al-Mulk 67:3 states, "Then we adorn the lowest heaven with lamps, which are the stars, and we guard it, the heaven, for those who are warned." So, the Quran is definitely a flat earth book. Psalm 33:9, "For he spoke, and it came to be. He commanded, and it stood firm." Psalm 93:1, "The Lord reigneth. He is clothed with majesty. The Lord is clothed with strength, wherewith he hath girded himself. The world also is established, that it cannot be moved." Psalm 96:10, "Say among the heathen that the Lord reigneth. The world also shall be established, that it shall not be moved. He shall judge the people righteously." Psalm 104:5, "Who laid the foundations of the earth, that it should not be removed forever." Psalm 119:90, "Thy faithfulness is unto all generations. Thou hast established the earth, and it abideth." Isaiah 45:18, "For thus saith the Lord that created the heavens, God himself that formed the earth, and made it. He hath established it. He created it not in vain. He formed it to be inhabited. I am the Lord, and there is none else." Zechariah 1:11, "And they answered the angel of the Lord, that stood among the myrtle trees, and said, We have walked to and fro through the earth, and behold, all the earth sitteth still, and is at rest." 1 Chronicles 16:30, "Fear before him all the earth. The world also shall be stable, that it be not moved." 1 Samuel 2:8, "He raiseth up the poor out of the dust, and lifteth up the beggar from the dunghill, to set them among princes, and to make them inherit the throne of glory. For the pillars of the earth are the Lord's, and he hath set the world upon them." Job 9:6, "Which shaketh the earth out of her place, and the pillars thereof tremble." Psalm 75:3, The earth and all the inhabitants thereof are dissolved. I bear up the pillars of it. Selah. 2 Peter 3:5. For this they willingly are ignorant of, that by the word of God the heavens were of old, and the earth standing out of the water and in the water. Isaiah 11:12. And he shall set up an ensign for the nations, and shall assemble the outcasts of Israel, and gather together the dispersed of Judah from the four corners of the earth. Revelation 7:1. And after these things I saw four angels, standing on the four corners of the earth, holding the four winds of the earth, that the wind should not blow on the earth, nor on the sea, nor on any tree. As you see here, the original meaning of the word firmament means solid dome. Genesis 1:8, King James Version. And God called the firmament heaven, and the evening and the morning were the second day. Then look what they did in the New Age NIV version. Genesis 1:8. God called the vault sky, and there was evening, and there was morning the second day. So they intentionally changed the meaning of the word firmament from solid dome to sky. This was done on purpose to hide the flat earth, and this is why I only use the King James Version of the Bible. Genesis 1:6-8. And God said, Let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters, and let it divide the waters from the waters. And God made the firmament, and divided the waters which were under the firmament from the waters which were above the firmament. And it was so. And God called the firmament heaven, and the evening and the morning were the second day. Genesis 1:20. And God said, Let the waters bring forth abundantly the moving creature that hath life, and fowl that may fly above the earth in the open firmament of heaven. Genesis 7:11. In the 600th year of Noah's life, in the second month, the 17th day of the month, the same day were all the fountains of the great deep broken up, and the windows of heaven were opened. Now, I don't think the sky is capable of doing all of that was just described. Only a solid barrier would be able to. Genesis 1:14-18. And God said, Let there be lights in the firmament of heaven to divide the day from the night, and let them be for signs and for seasons, and for days and years, and let them be for lights in the firmament of the heaven to give light upon the earth. And it was so. And God made two great lights, the greater light to rule the day, and the lesser light to rule the night. He made the stars also. And God set them in the firmament of the heaven to give light upon the earth, and to rule over the day and over the night, and to divide the light from the darkness. And God saw that it was good. Genesis 8:2. The fountains also of the deep and the windows of heaven were stopped, and the rain from heaven was restrained. Job 37:18. Hast thou with him spread out the sky, which is strong and as a molten looking glass? Psalm 19:1. The heavens declare the glory of God, and the firmament showeth his handiwork. Psalm 150:1. Praise ye the Lord. Praise God in his sanctuary. Praise him in the firmament of his power. Isaiah 40:22. It is he that sitteth upon the circle of the earth, and the inhabitants thereof are as grasshoppers, that stretcheth out the heavens as a curtain, and spreadeth them out as a tent to dwell in. Ezekiel 10:1. Then I looked, and behold, in the firmament that was above the head of the cherubims, there appeared over them, as it were, a sapphire stone, as the appearance of the likeness of a throne. Daniel 12:3. And they that be wise shall shine as the brightness of the firmament, and they that turn many to righteousness as the stars forever and ever. Ezekiel 1:22-26. And the likeness of the firmament upon the heads of the living creature was as the color of the terrible crystal, stretched forth over their heads above, and under the firmament were their wings straight, the one toward the other. Every one had two, which covered on this side, and every one had two, which covered on that side, their bodies. And when they went, I heard the noise of their wings, like the noise of great waters, as the voice of the Almighty, the voice of speech, as the noise of an host. When they stood, they let down their wings, and there was a voice from the firmament that was over their heads, when they stood and had let down their wings. And above the firmament that was over their heads was the likeness of a throne, as the appearance of a sapphire stone. And upon the likeness of the throne was the likeness as the appearance of a man above upon it. Joshua 10:12-14. Then spake Joshua to the Lord in the day when the Lord delivered up the Amorites before the children of Israel. And he said in the sight of Israel, Sun, stand thou still upon Gibeon, and thou moon in the valley of Ajalon. And the sun stood still, and the moon stayed, until the people had avenged themselves upon their enemies. Is not this written in the book of Jasher? So the sun stood still in the midst of heaven, and hasted not to go down about a whole day. And there was no day like that before it or after it, that the Lord hearkened unto the voice of a man. For the Lord fought for Israel. Job 9:7, which commandeth the sun, and it riseth not, and sealeth up the stars. Isaiah 60:20, Thy sun shall no more go down, neither shall thy moon withdraw itself, for the Lord shall be thine everlasting light, and the days of thine mourning shall be ended. Habakkuk 3:11, The sun and moon stood still in their habitation. At the light of thine arrows they went, and at the shining of thy glittering spear. Deuteronomy 11:30, Are they not on the other side Jordan, by the way where the sun goeth down, in the land of the Canaanites, which dwell in the champaign, over against Gilgal, beside the plains of Morah? 2 Kings 20:8-11, And Hezekiah said unto Isaiah, What shall be the sign that the Lord will heal me, and that I shall go up into the house of the Lord the third day? And Isaiah said, This sign shalt thou have of the Lord, that the Lord will do the thing that he hath spoken. Shall the shadow go forward 10 degrees, or go back 10 degrees? And Hezekiah answered, It is a light thing for the shadow to go down 10 degrees. Nay, but let the shadow return backward 10 degrees. And Isaiah the prophet cried unto the Lord, and he brought the shadow 10 degrees backward, by which it had gone down in the dial of Ahaz. In the Big Bang model, light emerged from a single point, spread out and condensed into hydrogen gas. This hydrogen gas then collapsed and began forming stars. As stars began to die, they created heavier elements, which then formed new stars that created even heavier elements. While all that was taking place, large areas of matter separated out and became galaxies. Eventually, protoplanetary disks began to form around the stars in these galaxies, and the matter in those disks began to collapse into planets. Once the planets were formed, additional collisions between these planets and large meteors began to eject material into orbit around these planets, becoming ring systems and moons. So the creation order in that model is stars, sun, earth, moon. In the biblical model of creation, instead of starting with an infinite void, you begin with an infinite ocean. Then God places an engineered biodome underwater in the middle of this ocean. He then causes land to rise up on the floor of the biodome, while leaving some water for the oceans. Then he places the sun, moon, and stars inside. So in that sequence, you have earth, sun, moon, star. That's a big difference. Let's look at the scriptures that confirm this. Genesis 1:1-6. In the beginning God created the heaven and the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep, and the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters. And God said, "Let there be light." And there was light. And God saw the light, that it was good. And God divided the light from the darkness. And God called the light day, and the darkness he called night. And the evening and the morning were the first day. And God said, "Let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters, and let it divide the waters from the waters." Genesis 1, 7 through 12. And God made the firmament, and divided the waters which were under the firmament from the waters which were above the firmament. And it was so. And God called the firmament heaven. And the evening and the morning were the second day. And God said, "Let the waters under the heaven be gathered together unto one place, and let the dry land appear." And it was so. And God called the dry land earth, and the gathering together of the waters called he seas. And God saw that it was good. And God said, "Let the earth bring forth grass, the herb yielding seed, and the fruit tree yielding fruit, after his kind, whose seed is in itself, upon the earth." And it was so. And the earth brought forth grass, an herb yielding seed after his kind, and the tree yielding fruit, whose seed was in itself, after his kind. And God saw that it was good. Genesis 1, 13 through 19. And the evening and the morning were the third day. And God said, "Let there be lights in the firmament of the heaven to divide the day from the night, and let them be for signs and for seasons, and for days and years, and let them be for lights in the firmament of the heaven to give light upon the earth." And it was so. And God made two great lights, the greater light to rule the day, and the lesser light to rule the night. He made the stars also. And God set them in the firmament of the heaven to give light upon the earth, and to rule over the day and over the night, and to divide the light from the darkness. And God saw that it was good. And the evening and the morning were the fourth day. This old world map was found in a Buddhist temple in Japan in 1907. Scholars believe it is over 1,000 years old and could have been created by Chinese priests. You can find many old world maps like this, showing far out distant lands. And this raises an interesting question. Just how big is the earth? Well, let's look to the scriptures and find out. Job 38, 4 through 5. Where wast thou when I laid the foundations of the earth? Declare if thou hast understanding. Who hath laid the measures thereof? If thou knowest, or who hath stretched the line upon it? Jeremiah 31:37. Thus saith the Lord, if heaven above can be measured, and the foundations of the earth searched out beneath, I will also cast off all the seed of Israel for all that they have done, saith the Lord. Proverbs 25:3. The heaven for height, and the earth for depth, and the heart of kings is unsearchable. So what is God saying here? He is clearly telling us that while we are living on this earth as human beings, in our fleshly bodies, we will never know the dimensions of the earth. This is an interesting map that's supposedly hanging on the walls of the UN. On the left there, it looks like they are equating the firmament and how the optics work with it to the human eye. Of course, in the central part, you can see the known continents that are all unfrozen due to the movement of the sun over them. The rest of the earth is a big frozen wasteland. Then on the right, you can see the motion of the sun, moon, and planets over the known continents. And it looks like all of that is part of some larger rotational cycle that moves either clockwise or counterclockwise, causing frozen parts of the earth to thaw out and previously thawed parts of the earth to freeze back over. So it's kind of like you're moving a local heater around a big frozen wasteland over epochs, giving access to new lands while cutting off access to the old lands. So let's look at some Bible verses that describe the earth as a flat disk. Isaiah 40:22. It is he that sitteth upon the circle of the earth, and the inhabitants thereof are as grasshoppers, that stretcheth out the heavens as a curtain, and spreadeth them out as a tent to dwell in. Now, a lot of globe proponents will try to say that a globe can be considered a circle
because it makes the 2D shape of a circle when viewed from any direction. The problem with that theory is that Isaiah clearly uses the word circle to imply a disk, while in another verse, the one shown at the bottom there in purple, he clearly refers to a sphere as a ball. So Isaiah is clearly not referring to the earth as a ball. Job 38, 4-5. Where wast thou when I laid the foundations of the earth? Declare if thou hast understanding. Who hath laid the measures thereof, if thou knowest? Or who hath stretched the line upon it? Satan likes to twist people's minds and invert things. This is why in the latter days here, mainstream science teaches that curved lines are actually straight due to relativity. They claim that if you are free-falling around the curvature of space-time, you are not really curving but moving straight. Well, let's see what the Bible has to say about it. 1 Samuel 6:12. And the kine took the straight way to the way of Beth-shemesh, and went along the highway, lowing as they went, and turned not aside to the right hand or to the left. And the lords of the Philistines went after them unto the border of Beth-shemesh. Psalm 5:8. Lead me, O Lord, in thy righteousness, because of mine enemies. Make thy way straight before my face. Psalm 27:11. Teach me the way, O Lord, and lead me in a plain path, because of mine enemies. Isaiah 43. The voice of him that crieth in the wilderness, prepare ye the way of the Lord, make straight in the desert a highway for our God. Jeremiah 31:9. They shall come with weeping, and with supplications will I lead them. I will cause them to walk by the rivers of waters in a straight way, wherein they shall not stumble. For I am a father to Israel, and Ephraim is my firstborn. Matthew 3:3. For this is he that was spoken of by the prophet Esaias, saying, the voice of one crying in the wilderness, prepare ye the way of the Lord, make his paths straight. Mark 1:3. The voice of one crying in the wilderness, prepare ye the way of the Lord, make his paths straight. Acts 16:11. Therefore, loosing from Troas, we came with a straight course to Samothracia, and the next day to Neapolis. So the Bible clearly says, straight lines are straight, not curved. Genesis 1:29. And God said, behold, I have given you every herb bearing seed, which is upon the face of all the earth, and every tree, in thee which is the fruit of a tree, yielding seed. To you it shall be for meat. Genesis 6:1. And it came to pass, when men began to multiply on the face of the earth, and daughters were born unto them. Genesis 7:3. Of fowls also of the air, by sevens, the male and the female, to keep seed alive upon the face of all the earth. 1 Kings 13:34. And this thing became sin unto the house of Jeroboam, even to cut it off, and to destroy it from off the face of the earth. Job 37:12. And it is turned round about by his counsels, that they may do whatsoever he commandeth them upon the face of the world in the earth. Psalm 104:30. Thou sendest forth thy spirit, they are created, and thou renewest the face of the earth. Amos 9:6. It is he that buildeth his stories in the heaven, and hath founded his troop in the earth. He that calleth for the waters of the sea, and poureth them out upon the face of the earth. The Lord is his name. Genesis 11:8. So the Lord scattered them abroad from thence upon the face of all the earth, and they left off to build the city. Genesis 1:2. And the earth was without form, and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep, and the Spirit of God
moved upon the face of the waters. Genesis 7:18. And the waters prevailed, and were increased greatly upon the earth, and the ark went upon the face of the waters. Job 38:30. The waters are hid as with a stone, and the face of the deep is frozen. Deuteronomy 28:49. The Lord shall bring a nation against thee from far, from the end of the earth, as swift as the eagle flieth, a nation whose tongue thou shalt not understand. Job 37:3. He directeth it under the whole heaven, and his lightning unto the ends of the earth. Job 38:13. That it might take hold of the ends of the earth, that the wicked might be shaken out of it. Psalm 46:9. He maketh wars to cease unto the end of the earth. He breaketh the bow and cutteth the spear in sunder. He burneth the chariot in the fire. Psalm 48:10. According to thy name, O God, so is thy praise unto the ends of the earth. Thy right hand is full of righteousness. Psalm 59:13. Consume them in wrath. Consume them, that they may not be. And let them know that God ruleth in Jacob, and to the ends of the earth, Selah. Isaiah 41:5. The isles saw it, and feared. The ends of the earth were afraid, drew near, and came. Daniel 4:22. It is thou, O King, that art grown and become strong, for thy greatness is grown, and reacheth unto heaven, and thy dominion to the end of the earth. Genesis 1:16. And God made the great lights, the greater light to rule the day, and the lesser light to rule the night. He made the stars also. Isaiah 13:10. For the stars of heaven and the constellations thereof shall not give their light. The sun shall be darkened in his going forth, and the moon shall not cause her light to shine. Isaiah 60:19-20. The sun shall be no more thy light by day, neither for brightness shall the moon give light unto thee. But the Lord shall be unto thee an everlasting light, and thy God thy glory. Thy sun shall no more go down, neither shall thy moon withdraw itself. For the Lord shall be thine everlasting light, and the days of thine mourning shall be ended. Jeremiah 31:35. Thus saith the Lord, which giveth the sun for a light by day, and the ordinances of the moon and of the stars for a light by night, which divideth the sea when the waves thereof roar. The Lord of hosts is his name. Matthew 24:29. Immediately after the tribulation of those days shall the sun be darkened, and the moon shall not give her light, and the stars shall fall from heaven, and the powers of the heavens shall be shaken. Revelation 21:23. And the city had no need of the sun, neither of the moon, to shine in it, for the glory of God did lighten it, and the Lamb is the light thereof. Now let's look at a couple of experiments. In this experiment, a glass of water was put in moonlight, and another glass of water was put in the shadow. Temperatures were taken by a Fluke 87 multimeter with a thermocouple. The starting temperature of the water in both glasses was 112.5 degrees Fahrenheit. You can see that the glass of water in moonlight was consistently cooler than the glass of water in the shadow. He then did the experiment again, this time using a Fluke infrared temperature gun to measure the temperatures. This also showed that the water in the moonlight was cooler. Finally, he tested the temperature of concrete in moonlight and in shadow. You can see the concrete that was exposed to the moonlight was over 4 degrees cooler than the concrete in shadow. Here's another experiment that someone did. You can see the temperature in the moon shadow, and this is the temperature in the moonlight. You can see it's over 2 degrees cooler. So these two experiments show that the Bible is accurate, The moon has its own light, and it has a cooling effect. Revelation 1:7. Behold, he cometh with clouds, and every eye shall see him, and they also which pierced him, and all kindreds of the earth shall wail because of him. Even so, Amen. Everyone being able to see Jesus at the same time on a globe Earth is impossible. Even if he approached Earth from a long distance away, at best, only half of the Earth could see him at the same time. This is only possible on a flat Earth. Revelation 21:15-17. And he that talked with me had a golden reed to measure the city, and the gates thereof, and the wall thereof. And the city lieth foursquare, and the length is as large as the breadth. And he measured the city with the reed, 12,000 furlongs. The length and the breadth and the height of it are equal. And he measured the wall thereof, 144 cubits, according to the measure of a man, that is, of the angel. This is how big New Jerusalem would be compared to the ball Earth. You can see instantly that this would not work. It would not even be able to sit level due to the curvature of the Earth, as you see here. Even if it sank down into the Earth, you would have a big bulge of Earth many miles high on all four sides, blocking the bottom entrances to this city on all four sides. Also, just due to the spin of the Earth alone, this huge amount of offset mass would tear the Earth into shreds, creating a big debris field. Also, the added mass of the city would add additional gravitational pull from the Earth that would pull the moon inward and send it into a decaying orbit that would eventually collide with the Earth. And then eventually what you would get is a new, larger Earth with the city of New Jerusalem crunched in and compressed somewhere near the core, eventually fully disintegrating and turning into molten material itself. Then this new, larger Earth would begin to travel on an altered orbital path due to an increased gravitational pull from having a bigger mass, likely sending it into a decaying orbit into the sun. And the Bible does offer two possible shapes for this city. One is a cube, and the other is a pyramid, as you see here. But even if it arrived as a pyramid, that wouldn't change anything. It would still cause all of these problems. So this is why New Jerusalem does not work on the globe. It can only work on a flat Earth. Let's discuss why Noah's flood would not work on the globe. So, most people at this point in the world know the story of Noah's flood. The world had become wicked. Fallen angels had come down and had mutated human beings and animals, causing all kinds of abominations all over the earth. It's also possible that industry and technology paralleled what we have today, creating other issues like mass pollution, mass deforestation, mass animal extinction. So God decided it was time to wipe the slate clean and start over. He found Noah and his family to be the only righteous family left, worthy of being spared, and to carry out the mission of rescuing all the animals so that they would be able to continue on in the next earth age. So God asked Noah to build a large ship that would be able to carry all the animals, his family, and all the food and supplies they would need for close to a year's time. And this obviously took Noah a long time to complete. It's a massive project. The Bible gives the dimensions of the ark, and it would have been about the size of a small cruise ship. Now, the flood was such a catastrophic event that it reshaped the topography of the earth. How do we know that? Because before the flood took place, all of the animals were able to migrate from all of the different lands of the earth and arrive to the ark on foot. This would not have been possible if they had been separated by oceans back then. So that means that the flood event would have been powerful enough to reshape the oceans and the continents into the form we see today. This means that the flood did not originate from merely rainfall or underground chambers of water, as that would not have caused enough force to reshape the topography of the earth. Also, those sources would not have been able to deliver enough water to flood the entire world. And the Bible makes it clear it was a worldwide flood. So the globe model really doesn't offer a mechanism by which you could have a worldwide flood arrive out of nowhere. If you try to claim that a large comet made of ice crashed into the earth and delivered all the water material needed for the flood, then you create one major problem. And that is that the comet would have to be so massive to deliver the unprecedented amount of water needed for this flood event that the impact of that comet into the earth would destroy the earth. So, with the failure of that theory, we can see that there really is no other mechanism by which the globe Earth would receive enough water to turn it into a water world. The next big issue is, once the flood took place, where did all the water eventually go? The Bible says that the waters receded and dry land appeared again. Where did the waters recede to on the globe Earth? And the answer is, it would not be able to recede. The globe Earth would remain a water world forever. This is because, from the core to the crust, the globe Earth is essentially solid, with only small pockets here and there, and cave systems here and there, and those would come nowhere close to being able to remedy that much water on the surface of the Earth. Well, I have good news for you. The Flat Earth model solves all of these problems. The Bible says that the Earth is basically a biodome submerged in a giant ocean. And the book of Enoch talks about doorways that can open and close on the dome or the firmament. Sometimes they are referred to as the windows of heaven. So all God would have to do is just open a few of these doorways on the dome over the earth to allow the waters that surround the earth to rush in and flood it. This provides the limitless water source for the flood. It also answers the question of how the topography of the earth was reshaped, as that would take a lot of force. Well, imagine how large some of these windows of heaven are, or the doorways on the firmament. They could very well be hundreds of miles wide and 100 miles tall. So if you were to open several of those around the earth, the force of water coming through would be incalculable. It would make mega tsunamis look like ripples in a pond. So you likely had massive surges of water coming from the perimeter of the earth inwards, and that kind of force would have recarved an entire new topography upon the face of the earth. Since Noah and the ark would have been very close to the center of the whole flat earth, the force of the rushing waters would have diminished enough by the time they reached that part of the earth that they would have no longer been a threat, and instead would have just delivered steadily rising waters. Now, of course, you can imagine with that much water rushing across the earth, it probably created all kinds of atmospheric disturbances, creating colossal thunderstorms and hurricanes all over the place. There were probably rain showers unlike anyone had ever seen before. And so God let in enough water to flood the whole earth, and then he shut the doors on the firmament to keep any more water from rushing in. Now, the flat earth model allows for channels and large caverns all underneath the earth. The Bible also talks about the great deep, or waters that are under the earth. So it's possible the great deep, or the massive ocean underneath the earth, is connected to oceans within the earth through a bunch of underground channels. It is also likely that there is a natural equilibrium that is always in effect, where the pressures from the water below trying to push upward into the oceans of the earth is balanced by the water pressure and the weight of the oceans above on those channels of water, including, of course, the weight of the air layers above that. And this solves the issue of where the waters would recede to after the flood. When the additional flood waters were added, that additional mass of water would have applied an additional downward vector of force that would have overridden the equilibrium, causing the extra water to get pushed out through the bottom of the earth. And this would have continued until just enough water was left in the oceans to reestablish the equilibrium again. So, the bottom line here is, the globe Earth model offers no mechanism for the arrival of Noah's flood or the removal of the flood waters. It also can't explain the topography of the Earth being reshaped. The flat Earth model solves all of those problems and makes Noah's flood perfectly feasible. Job 38:14. It is turned as clay to the seal, and they stand as a garment. So this, right here, is what the Bible says the earth looks like. If you remember back to my proof on Dr. Auguste Piccard, who flew to the stratosphere, this shape matches what he said about his observation of the earth, and that is that it appeared as a flat disk with an upturned edge. Revelation 29. And they went up on the breadth of the earth, and compassed the camp of the saints about, and the beloved city. And fire came down from God out of heaven and devoured them. Let's look at 2 verses from the 1537 Matthew Bible. 2 Samuel 11:11. Uriah said unto David, The ark and Israel and Judah dwell in pavilions, and my lord Joab and the servants of my lord lie in tents upon the flat earth. And should I then go into mine house to eat and to drink, and to lie with my wife? 1 Samuel 2:8. The pillars of the earth are the Lord's, and he hath set the round world upon them. Now you can tell by the first couple of sentences in this article that it comes from a globe propagandist that is trying to claim that the word round means spherical. Well, I guess they forgot that the word round can also mean a round circle or a round disk. And of course, that is what the word round means here, because the Bible does not contradict itself. So, the 1537 Matthew Bible is another flat earth proof. Genesis 1:7. And God made the firmament, and divided the waters which were under the firmament from the waters which were above the firmament. And it was so. Deuteronomy 5:8. Thou shalt not make thee any graven image, or any likeness of anything that is in heaven above, or that is in the earth beneath, or that is in the waters beneath the earth. Psalm 104:6. Thou coveredst it with the deep, as with a garment. The waters stood above the mountains. Psalm 136:6. To him that stretched out the earth above the waters, for his mercy endureth forever. The observable universe supposedly has 2 trillion galaxies, with 100 billion stars per galaxy, an average of 1.6 planets per star, giving you 3.2 times 10 to the 23 planets. Then there is an average of 2 moons per planet, giving you 6.4 times 10 to the 23 moons. Then in addition to all that, you have countless black holes, white holes, quasars, nebulae, and dark matter. Now, don't you think if all that really existed, the Bible would mention it? I mean, surely if there were an infinite number of other worlds out there, the Bible would have talked about at least some of them. Surely the Bible would have at least talked about galaxies. Well, I hate to break it to you, but the only objects the Bible mentions in the cosmos are a much more limited number of stars, though still quite a few, 1 sun and 1 moon. Other than that, it mentions a dome-shaped barrier and then waters above. The Bible clearly does describe everything in creation in pretty great detail. It even mentions the other realms that exist, such as heaven, hell, the abyss, and paradise. So if it doesn't mention galaxies, planets, other moons, black holes, white holes, quasars, nebulae, and dark matter, then you can be pretty certain they don't exist. There is another way that the Bible shows that the earth is far more than just another planet in an infinite universe with an infinite number of other planets in it. The way that the Bible shows this is the fact that God angels, Satan, demons, and all other spiritual principalities and powers that exist are only interested in the earth. If there were an infinite number of other worlds out there, with countless intelligent races in the universe, then these spiritual powers would be giving attention to all of them in various ways, and the earth would see long periods of time with no intervention or attention from any of these higher powers. Take God himself, for example. Why would he spend all of his time testing and rebuking the peoples of earth, testing and rebuking nations of the earth, delivering various forms of wrath to the earth, sending miracles to the earth? And why would he send his only begotten Son to the earth and not any of the other countless worlds that I could guarantee you a good percentage of would need salvation as well? Why would the earth be the place that God's Son Jesus is going to set up his 1,000-year millennial kingdom? And why would God choose earth to merge with heaven to create the perfect eternal realm with the heavenly city New Jerusalem in it? Wouldn't there be countless other planets out in the universe that would be far better for an eternal kingdom than just regular old earth? Then look at Satan. Why did Satan spend all of his time tempting people of the earth? There would be countless other worlds and civilizations out there he could mess with. And this includes all of his demons as well. Then look at the angels. Why are they only concerned with the earth? Why are angels constantly going back between heaven and earth to help mankind on earth? Wouldn't there be countless other civilizations that need their help as well? Why would God make Israel the chosen land and people? What about one of the other civilizations on one of the other planets? How about one of their cities? So the bottom line is the fact that God, Satan, angels, demons, and all other spiritual principalities and powers only focus on the earth is proof that the earth is the key material realm. It is not a planet, and there are not countless other worlds. The Bible does not mention saved alien races in heaven. This is proof they don't exist. If there really were countless worlds out there with trillions of alien civilizations, then people like John and others who were taken to heaven would have seen these trillions of different alien races there as well. I also think it's pretty certain that at least half of those alien races would have fallen into sin, just like human beings did, and thus God would have had to send countless saviors to all corners of the universe to offer all of them the same path of salvation that we got. The fact that none of that is mentioned in the Bible and no one sees any of these alien races in heaven is proof that none of that exists. First Timothy 6:20-21. O Timothy, keep that which is committed to thy trust, avoiding profane and vain babblings and oppositions of science falsely so called, which some professing have erred concerning the faith. Grace be with thee. Amen. So you can see here, God doesn't have a problem with science. He has a problem with false science. If you are truly following the scientific method and conducting pure, unbiased science, then you won't run into any problems. The issue we have in the world today is that science has become like a religion full of bias and philosophical constraints. In the mid-1700s, Scottish traveler James Bruce brought back complete manuscripts of the Book of Enoch from Ethiopia to Europe. These manuscripts were written in the language of Gyros. Then in 1947, fragments of the Book of Enoch were found along with the Dead Sea Scrolls, and they were written in Aramaic. To this very day, the Ethiopian Bibles still contain the Book of Enoch, along with several other books of the Apocrypha. The book was written over a long period of time, and it is quoted in the New Testament by Jude and Peter. Of course, Enoch is also Noah's great-grandfather. So what does this book have to say about the earth? Let's take a look. You can see it shows the flat earth with 7 firmaments over it. The earth also sits on pillars. Then right beneath the earth, you see the 2 realms of hell and paradise, each one containing an entrance guarded by an angel. Then further down, you see the shaft to the abyss and the abyss itself, with an angel watching over that realm. Then we can see that the sun and the moon are contained between the third and fourth firmament. This is also where the heavenly city New Jerusalem exists, and surrounding lands and gardens. The stars are contained between the fifth and sixth firmament. Then there is an angelic realm between the sixth and seventh firmament. And then on the very top of the seventh firmament exists the temple of God, where the throne of God exists, along with the 24 elders and the 4 living creatures. Now, in the book of Enoch, we are told that Enoch was found to be very righteous. He walked closely with the Lord, so much so, in fact, that the Lord raptured him up to heaven and then gave him a grand tour of all of creation with accompanying angelic guides, such as the angel Uriel. In addition to everything shown in this image here, Enoch was shown other amazing sights as well. He saw that the north, east, west, and south faces over the inner firmament of the earth each contain 3 gates. The north and south gates are the source of the wind across the earth. Then he was shown that stars emerge from the eastern gate and travel across the earth into the western gate. He was shown a terrible location on the earth that is reserved for the punishment of disobedient stars that do not follow their ordained paths in the sky. This is where Enoch mentions the wandering stars that disobeyed God's commandment and instead travel along a path in the sky that they desire to follow. It further states that this is what contributes to mankind being deceived about the cosmos, especially in the latter days. And of course, it's referring to what we call the planets. He has shown that each star is unique and has a glory of its own, and they are like large crystals charged with energy. He saw mighty channels of energy that power the stars, that seem to flow from greater and greater branches of rivers of energy that travel around the earth from some unknown source. He saw what he described as the windows of heaven, embedded in the innermost firmament. He saw great mountains and mountain ranges at the perimeter of the earth, including something he called the mountain of God. Was it from one of these massive mountains that Satan took Jesus and showed him all of the kingdoms of the earth during that moment when Jesus faced great temptation from the devil? Enoch was also shown areas far out at the perimeter of the earth that he referred to as outer darkness. He described it as a terrible-looking landscape of uninhabitable lands. Could that be what the surface of the earth looks like beyond the inner firmament? Enoch was also shown that the sun and moon pass through gates as they circulate over the earth. This graphic shows the 6 gates of the sun that the sun moves through to cause the seasons. So from the perspective of the northern latitudes, it is wintertime when the sun is passing through gate 1, 2, and 3. Then it becomes spring when the sun passes through gate 4, 5, and 6. Then summertime when it is in gate 6, then 5, then 4. And then it turns to fall when the sun passes through gate 3, 2, and then back to 1. The period of time between gates is between 30 and 31 days. And this is what causes the sun and moon to spiral in and out over the earth. So the book of Enoch certainly gives some incredible knowledge and insights about the earth. And, of course, you can see why, even back in times of old, the powers that be would have considered this knowledge to be dangerous for the common masses to have, which is why they kept Enoch out of the Bible. Certainly in modern times, they would consider this knowledge dangerous, and I wouldn't be surprised if shortly down the road, in the not-so-distant future, they try to fully eliminate the Book of Enoch and various other sources of truth like it off the face of the earth, especially as we get closer to the fake alien invasion. Take a look at this album cover for the Red Hot Chili Peppers. If you look closely, the perspective of the ocean is going in the wrong direction. This is because it is not supposed to be the ocean, but rather the waters above the firmament overhead. They also show waters on the earth being turned to blood, as shown in the water in this pool, which is a reference to the end times, where the waters will be turned to blood during God's wrath. This album has the famous song Californication, with that well-known lyric that says,
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. This Journey album cover shows the flat Earth with the four corners of the Earth. It also shows the gates and windows of the firmament shown on the four sides of the Earth. You can also see the sun and moon circulating over the Earth. They are of equal size but opposite energy, hinting at the cooling effect of the moon and the heating effect of the sun. Then finally you see the scarab beetle in the center, which has roots all the way back to ancient Egypt, symbolizing rebirth and transformation, with connections to the sun god Ra. This is a promotional photo taken by the Beatles for their song Yellow Submarine. You can see them flashing the devil horns and the 666 hand sign. This is because, of course, the song Yellow Submarine has a hidden meaning. It is a flat Earth reference, where the yellow represents the lands of the Earth and the yellow sunlight upon the Earth, and the submarine is a reference to the fact that the Earth really is like a giant submarine, completely surrounded by water. In the song, there's a phrase that is repeated over and over: "We all live in a yellow submarine," which of course means everyone lives in the yellow submarine of Earth. This song was released in 1966, which is a reference to 666, because 9s and 6s are interchangeable. Of course, you have this song, Astronaut in the Ocean, which of course is a reference to the fact that there are no astronauts in space, but if they did go to space, space is water, and thus they would be in the ocean. In the very first word of the song, he says astro, and then pauses, and then says not, hinting at the fact that astronauts are not doing what they claim to be doing. All throughout the song, he repeats the same line, where he says, "I feel like an astronaut in the ocean." He also repeats the line, "When your brain goes numb, you can call that mental freeze," which is a reference to how the masses just mindlessly follow the globe Earth model. In one of the lyrics, he actually says, "Can you please read between the lines?" So he is clearly telling the listeners that there is a hidden meaning behind this song, but you have to read between the lines. Then, of course, you have this album by Thomas Dolby called Blinded by Science. They also put out this magazine with cover art that is based on the album. And you can see here that the scientist is putting him under hypnosis. And, of course, these are references to what modern-day science is doing to the masses. It's causing them to be blind and hypnotized, making them vulnerable to attacks from the Illuminati elite that really just want to depopulate. And you see a reference to that with the skulls on the table there. Here's another album put out by Thomas Dolby called The Flat Earth. They love to put the truth out in plain sight. This is the band Rammstein, a world-renowned German rock band, and this is a scene from the music video of a song called We're All Living in America. You can see the band members in these various scenes making fun of the moon landing by not wearing helmets. Here you see them making fun of Star Trek by playing Star Trek pinball on the moon. And the whole song is basically a message of hatred towards the United States. They say over and over that we're all living in America. Coca-Cola, Mickey Mouse, Santa Claus, and sometimes war. So basically they are blaming the United States for infiltrating the rest of the world with its propaganda, culture, and war agendas. They also say over and over in the song that this is not a love song. So they are clearly angry about this. Then, of course, here at the last scene of the music video, one of the band members, dressed as a NASA astronaut, walks off the staged moon landing while the makeup crew doctors up his face, and he points towards you, the viewer, and winks, basically to say, they got you guys good with this deception. The peer review process was originally intended to be a straightforward process by which scientific research, experiments, and theories would be assessed by a group of professionals in that field of study with no outside bias or conflicts of interest. However, in modern times, peer review boards have essentially become censorship boards, blocking all independent research experiments and theories that do not agree with the mainstream. This cartoon illustrates the problem well. Several years ago, a hearing was held in Congress about social media content filtering. During this hearing, Congressman Ted Deutsch asks the YouTube public policy representative what they are doing to deal with conspiracy theorists on their platform. The YouTube representative, Juniper Downs, responds by saying that they will be promoting more authoritative content and demoting conspiracy theory videos, and in addition, they will be placing fact-check boxes on conspiracy videos in order to quote-unquote correct what the video is trying to claim. So basically, the government found a loophole method to violate the First Amendment, and for a while now has been censoring the public indirectly using private companies. Because these social media platforms all exist in the domain of private companies, this allows the government to force these private companies to set whatever terms and conditions are needed. And companies like YouTube don't complain. They likely get financial kickbacks from the government. And these social media companies also know that conspiracy videos are usually not very popular and thus don't generate much revenue. So it's also in their financial interest to promote the more popular videos, which is going to be all of your mindless, entertainment-driven videos. Here is another tactic that is used against truth seekers and whistleblowers: the hit piece. Here is a news article recently posted from the Illuminati news organization, the New York Post, and the title of the article is "Flat Earthers Admit Defeat After Seeing 24-Hour Antarctic Sun. Sometimes you are wrong." So this is another example of the Illuminati-owned media lying to the general public, which is pretty much all they seem to do these days. I don't know any flat earthers that admitted defeat because of this fake scam final experiment that has been thoroughly debunked as fraud. You can even go back and look at my proof in this video on the final experiment, where I thoroughly debunk it as fraud. The only flat earther that has ever admitted defeat because of this clown show would be Jaron of Jaronism. And it's very suspicious because he was one of the leading flat earth channels for a very long time and was even one of the globe busters for quite some time. He conducted many flat earth experiments, and he came up with countless good flat earth proofs. He also did numerous shows where he debunked NASA and showed all of the NASA fakery. So the fact that all it took was the sun supposedly doing something in Antarctica to override his hundreds of other pieces of evidence for the flat earth is extremely suspicious. And to make matters worse, he basically turned on the flat earth community and started attacking other flat earthers. So it looks to me like he was bribed with a large amount of money to make the switch to the globe, and he took it. Even if there really were a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, neither myself nor any other flat earther that I know of would switch back to believing in the globe simply over that one observation, while ignoring the hundreds of proofs and experiments that we have showing otherwise. The next big threat that truthers face is JTRIG, or the Joint Threat Research Intelligence Group. It's a unit of the Government Communications Headquarters, which is part of the British Intelligence Agency. It was actually Edward Snowden that leaked information and documents revealing their existence. As you can see here, it says, the scope of the JTRIG's mission includes using dirty tricks to destroy, deny, degrade, and disrupt enemies by discrediting them, planting misinformation, and shutting down their communications. This is where a lot of your trolls and bots originate from that attack all of the Flat Earth channels and other truther channels. These trolls and bots will jump into the comments sections of your videos and will start name-calling, trying to discredit you. I've had trolls call me a liar before. Sometimes they'll threaten you, or they'll threaten to report your channel. And if you have people in the comments section that are putting positive comments about your video, many times the trolls will attack those people too. And I would be willing to bet it's not just JTRIG doing this, but probably agents from the CIA and other quote-unquote disinformation fighting organizations around the world, where people are paid
to jump into social media across all different platforms, where they then engage in every dirty tactic in the book. Another big issue that truthers face is that because social media platforms like YouTube promote what they call authoritative content, channels like this, Professor Dave Explains, which is an anti-flat earth channel, get promoted to the top of the search results, ensuring that they get tons of views and tons of subscribers. This also generates a significant amount of revenue for their channels. Meanwhile, if you search for flat earth in the YouTube search bar, you will have to scroll down past thousands and thousands of channels like this with anti-flat earth propaganda before you find your first honest flat earth video. And that ensures that the flat earth truthers will get barely any views and barely any followers or subscribers. And that also means that the truther channels will make no money. Not that truthers are in it for the money, but still, it's just another form of attack. One thing is for certain, though, the anti-truthers are definitely in it for the money, and that's probably why most of them exist. Now let's look at a few more examples of some anti-truther sellouts who are likely just trying to get rich. There's good old Looney Tune, MC Toon. Then we've got Psycho Man Dan, whose life mission is to fight the flat earth. Yeah, sure. His life's mission is to get rich. Next up, we have Dave McNoggin. Yeah, Dave, that's exactly what flat earthers think the earth is. We're busted. I guess we need to just pack it up and go home. And of course, we can't forget about Globy McGlobeface, shown to the right there. And I don't even have to make fun of his name. It makes fun of itself. And finally here, we have Lesser Sapien. And apparently, he's the one that's embarrassing. That's why the Joker there is looking straight at him and laughing his head off. Globe propagandists will commonly use tactics like this, where they claim to be interviewing a professional of some sorts, and that individual is either not a real professional, or they are flat out lying. In this example here, you see the fake pastor Will Duffy from the Final Experiment scam trying to claim that Wolfie 6020, a well-known globe propagandist, is a real pilot. Even if he is, Wolfie 6020 is an anti-flat earther and globe propagandist, so he would be willing to lie just to prove the globe. Another tactic that the mainstream uses against flat earthers is the straw man tactic, where they falsely claim what flat earthers believe and then proceed to ridicule or argue against that false claim. As you can see in this picture, flat earthers certainly do not believe that's what the earth looks like. Yet here is a NASA astronomer laughing at how ridiculous it is. And of course, the reason that they do this is they want the public to believe that that is what flat earthers believe in. They also try to use mind tricks, like the one shown here from Neil deGrasse Tyson. He says here, the earth looks flat because 1, you're not far enough away at your size, and 2, your size isn't large enough relative to Earth to notice any curvature at all. And of course, this was done to try to discourage the public from conducting their own experiments in measuring the Earth's curvature. Here is yet another tactic that they use, as you can see in this news screenshot from CNN, where they label things as conspiracy theories to try to discredit them. And of course, the reason that they do this is because the public generally views conspiracy theories as silly, untrue, and generally originating from uneducated or mentally ill people. On occasion, you will see a celebrity speak out about the truth, such as this example where Kyrie Irving says the earth is flat. Obviously, his comments went viral, and this caused the powers that be to have to engage in damage control. So what did they do? They had NASA come out 5 days later and announce that they discovered 7 new planets. And we see these kind of tactics not just when celebrities come out and announce something about the truth, but over the years it has seemed like whenever flat earthers have brought forth arguments or discoveries, it never fails that shortly after that, it seems that the scientific community or NASA react to it and put out some new discovery or experiment that is designed to try to refute what flat earthers have recently said. So the bottom line with all of this is take note of how many different tactics and strategies they have implemented to try to silence truthers. And this forces you to the conclusion that if they are fighting the flat earth this hard, it must be a truth that they do not want you to know. Otherwise, they wouldn't care. Let's talk about sun radar bounce. Stanford University claims to be one of the first to successfully bounce radar off of the sun and to record the reflected signal back on Earth, back in 1960. Mainstream science claims that they have done this over and over again ever since. They claim that they are performing these radar bounces at a frequency range of 25 to 38 megahertz. Now let's look at why this is impossible and can never be done. First and foremost, the ionosphere reflects any signals under 40 megahertz. So that alone kills this whole endeavor from the get-go. And you have to remember that in order to get line of sight to the sun, they would have to fire these signals through the daylight side of the ionosphere, which is when it is at its strongest. Then, even if you claim that some of the signal still gets through, there are several layers of the Earth beyond that that are going to give you problems. The plasma sphere absorbs some low-frequency radio. So do the Van Allen radiation belts. So does the magnetosphere. So does the plasma sheet. And so does the magnetosheath. So even if 20% of the signal still gets through the ionosphere, it will not make it through all of those other regions. Even if you claim by some miracle 10% of the signal was still able to get through all of these regions, it would still need to travel 93 million miles to the sun, then be reflected by the sun, which I will show you in a second why that's not possible. Then it would have to travel 93 million miles back to Earth, and then this extremely weak signal would have to pass through all of these trouble boundaries and regions all over again before it got to the receiver back on Earth. This is impossible. The final problem that you have is that the sun itself is a black body object. This means that it will perfectly absorb all incoming electromagnetic radiation at all wavelengths. So even if you magically somehow make it through all of those troublesome regions around the Earth, and you are able to get a little bit of a signal to the sun will absorb it and will not reflect it. So all of this proves that radar bounce of the sun is impossible. Thus, they cannot claim this is a valid tool for measuring the distance to the sun. Now let's talk about radio moon bounce. It was first theorized in 1940 by W.J. Bray of the British General Post Office, and then supposedly the first successful attempt was done in 1954 at the Naval Research Laboratory in Stump Neck, Maryland. Now let's look at all the issues associated with radio moon bounce. EME operation requires a good understanding of radio propagation, antenna theory, and digital signal processing techniques. The equipment and antennas can be expensive, requiring significant investment. So those two facts alone will scare off 99.95% of the public. Another issue you have is the sheer distance of the moon itself at 384,000 kilometers, and this would give you high signal attenuation. Of course, they have to claim that this can be overcome by using powerful transmitters, high-gain antennas, and ultra-sensitive receivers. The next problem you have is that the lunar surface would not be a perfect reflector. It would scatter and spread the signal, so anything that you did get back would be extremely weak. Then, of course, you have the Doppler shift issue. Because of the relative motion between the Earth and the Moon, you would get a Doppler shift in the signal, and this makes it difficult to track and lock onto the signal, requiring the operator to use frequency tracking and compensation techniques, which I'm sure would not be easy. And I realize that we as flat earthers know that the Earth does not move. Just remember, as with all the other proofs throughout my video, I am using their paradigm and globe model against them to debunk their claims. Another issue you have is the polarization of radio waves as they travel through the ionosphere, and that would lead to signal loss. Now, of course, again, they have to claim that you can adjust for this using antennas with polarization diversity and adjusting the position of the antenna. And if you thought that was all of the issues, oh wait, there's more. Radio interference from other sources can overwhelm the weak signals, making reception difficult. This makes careful site selection and filtering critical. The next issue is echoes can occur, which can cause interference. The operator then has to use special digital modes and signal processing techniques to compensate for that. Then you have atmospheric effects. Scintillation and Faraday rotation in the ionosphere can distort and weaken the EME signals. Of course, they say higher frequencies can reduce the impact of that problem. And then, of course, again, we see at the bottom, they reiterate the fact that you will need large, high-gain antennas, powerful amplifiers, low-noise receivers, and digital signal processing equipment. So again, it's a very expensive endeavor. Now, in addition to all of the issues we just discussed, there are a couple of regions around the Earth that cause problems for microwaves. The plasma sphere and plasma sheet can absorb microwaves. Another barrier around the Earth that will do this is the magnetosheath. So even though the higher frequency microwaves can get through the ionosphere and the Van Allen belts and the magnetosphere just fine, these other two regions around the Earth pose a big problem. And you have to remember, this problem is doubled in a situation like this, because not only does the signal have to get through these zones once on the way to the moon, but then the signal that is reflected back off of the moon has to pass through these regions again on its way back to Earth. So, we can confidently conclude that due to the massive avalanche of issues associated with radio moon bounce, that no one has been able to pull this off. And the few that claim to have done this are either tricked due to the software showing a received signal from the moon when there isn't any, or they are lying, simply because they want attention and fame for supposedly pulling off an impossible feat. Let's take a look at Foucault pendulums. I'm sure everyone has seen one of these in their local museum. All it is a pendulum that swings back and forth, and supposedly the centrifugal forces from the spin of the Earth will cause the direction of the swing of the pendulum to rotate along with the Earth's rotation. They will usually swing back and forth over a timekeeping plate, as you see there, and this essentially turns it into a clock with 15 degrees of direction change per hour. Well, I hate to break it to you, globies, but there are two other mechanisms that could explain this other than the spin of the Earth. The first is the Machian principle. Ernest Mach explained that motion around a central body such as the Earth will result in a net force acting upon that said central body. Now let's examine this section of a relational mechanics textbook. In relational mechanics, we can interpret this rotation as an analog of the magnetic Lorentz force law. In this case, the spinning set of distant galaxies generates a gravitational magnetic field represented by this equation, where the magnetic field vector of the galaxies equals -2 times the angular velocity times the total magnetic field energy of the Earth, which exerts a force on moving masses given by this equation. The mass of the galaxies times the velocity vector of the mass of the Earth times the magnetic field vector of the galaxies. The flattened figure of the Earth, or Foucault's pendulum, can no longer be utilized as proofs of the Earth's real rotation. That's a key statement. In relational mechanics, both facts can be equally explained with the frame of distant galaxies at rest, exerting a gravitational force represented by this equation: the negative flux times the mass of the galaxies times the magnetic vector potential of the mass of the galaxies times the total magnetic field energy. On bodies at the Earth's surface, while the Earth rotates relative to this frame, or with the Earth at rest while the distant galaxies rotate around it, exerting a gravitational force represented by this equation: the negative flux times the mass of the galaxies times the magnetic vector potential of the mass of the Earth plus 2 times the vector velocity of the mass of the Earth times the angular velocity of the total magnetic field energy of the Earth plus the angular velocity of the total magnetic field energy of the Earth times the angular velocity of the total magnetic field energy of the Earth times the position vector of the mass of the Earth on bodies at the Earth's surface. Now pay close attention to this part. Both explanations are equally correct and yield the same effects. It then becomes a matter of convenience or of convention to choose the Earth, the distant galaxies, or any other body or frame of reference to be considered at rest. So to summarize this, they are showing you mathematically that Machian forces from a rotating cosmos would translate forces down onto the Earth. The other force that could be driving Foucault pendulums would be the rotating ether field over the Earth. Though this force would be extremely weak, it would likely be just enough to affect the swinging of a pendulum and change its direction. As you will see throughout this video, the ether field has a direct effect on the direction of light and electromagnetic energy. Since this subquantum field is theorized to manifest all physical matter, then the movement of this field relative to fixed space would also affect physical matter. So, now you have seen two mechanisms that are viable explanations for the movement of Foucault pendulums. Both of these mechanisms show how Foucault pendulums could still work on a flat, non-rotating Earth. Now let's examine the Cavendish experiment. The setup is pretty simple. You had a 6-foot wooden rod, wire, 2 small and 2 big lead spheres. Supposedly, the gravitational attraction between the big and little spheres caused the arm to rotate. The rotation stopped when the torque of the twisting wire balanced the force of attraction, and then by measuring the angle of the rod and knowing the torque for the wire, he was able to determine the force between the pairs. And this is when they supposedly discovered the gravitational constant. So this is the equation that Cavendish was working with, which is Newton's gravity equation. The variable he was trying to find is g, the gravitational constant. So when you rearrange the equation to set everything equal to g, you get g equals the force of gravity times the distance squared divided by the mass of the first object times the mass of the second object. Then in order to solve for g, Cavendish needed to measure F, M1, M2, and R with precision. The gravitational force, F, between the two masses caused the rod to twist, creating torque represented by this equation, where the gravitational torque equals the gravitational force times the rod length. The wire resisted this with an opposing torque, represented by the equation the torque of the wire equals k theta, where k is the torsion constant of the wire, and theta is the angular displacement at equilibrium. Then setting those forces equal to each other, you get the formula F equals k theta over L. To determine k, he measured the oscillation period t of the torsion balance, given by the formula t equals 2 pi times the square root of I over k, where I is the moment of inertia of the rod and the small spheres. Then when you solve for k, you get k equals 4 pi squared times I over t squared. For small spheres, I equals 2 times the mass times the length divided by 2 squared, which equals the mass times the length squared divided by 2. Now, given that F equals k times theta over L, and g equals F times R squared divided by M1 times M2, we can plug in k and I, where k equals 4 pi squared times I over t squared, and I equals ml squared over 2. This gives us g equals 4 pi squared times ml squared over 2 times theta times r squared divided by t squared times L times m1 times m2. This can be simplified to g equals 2 pi squared times L times theta times r squared divided by t squared times m1, where m1, or capital M, is the mass of the large sphere. During the experiment, Cavendish measured theta at around 0.003 radians, r at around 0.23 meters, t, the oscillation period, was roughly equal to 7 minutes. The mass of the large sphere was around 158 kilograms, and the rod length was around 1.86 meters. And when you plug all of those values into the equation, you get a gravitational constant roughly equal to 6.75 times 10 to the negative 11 cubic meters per kilogram per second squared. And apparently this matches what they get in modern times, with a value of 6.67 times 10 to the negative 11 cubic meters per kilogram per second squared. Now let's look at all the issues with this experiment.
It says here that modern Cavendish experiments, while generally considered successful, and of course they have to say that because this is a key experiment for the globe model, still face challenges in achieving high precision and controlling for external influences. These issues can lead to uncertainties in the measured value of G, and potentially affect the validity of the experiment's conclusions. That's a really big problem. Let's look at the outside influences that can mess the experiment up. Air currents and breezes can interfere with the delicate torsion balance. Electrostatic attraction from nearby objects, even from small objects. Ether wind can also be an influence. Vibrations and disturbances in the lab can affect the accuracy of the readings. Imperfect materials or variations in the torsion wire's properties can lead to issues. Inaccurate measurements in the masses of the lead spheres or the pendulum can cause problems. Making errors when determining the torsional constant of the wire will cause issues. Also, the apparatus has to be perfectly aligned and horizontal. Any deviation from that will cause issues. Now you can see in this modern Cavendish apparatus that they try to mitigate some of these issues with things like magnetic dampers, shielding cylinders, vacuum chambers, 3-point mounts, and pre-hang fibers. But as you are going to see in the next couple of slides, none of this matters. Here in this recent Forbes article, the title says, "Scientists admit, embarrassingly, we don't know how strong the force of gravity is." The article goes on to say that the gravitational constant, G, was the first constant to ever be measured. Yet more than 350 years after we first determined its value, it is truly embarrassing how poorly known, compared to all the other constants, our knowledge of this one is. And of course, this constant is used in calculations for things all throughout the universe. It says further down, the tiniest sources of uncertainty, from density of materials to seismic vibrations of the Earth, can affect the experiment. That determines the constant. Next, they say, until we can do better, there will always be an uncomfortably large uncertainty anywhere the gravitational phenomenon is important. It's 2018 and we still don't know how strong gravity actually is. Well, that's kind of a big problem, guys. I mean, this value determines the sizes and distances of everything in the universe. Adjusting it up and down even a little bit would drastically change the size of the universe and the solar system. This chart shows the uncertainty level in parts per million of different constants and values in physics. You can see that they are all far, far under 1 part per million, with the exception of the Boltzmann constant, which is about 8.5 parts per million. There is one that drastically stands out from the rest, however, and that is the gravitational constant, with an uncertainty level of 128 parts per million. This is 300 to 400 times the uncertainty level of all of the rest of the values and constants. That's terrible. Another thing that needs to be mentioned with these Cavendish experiments is that, in addition to all of the issues we discussed earlier, you cannot shield from or eliminate electrostatic forces, vacuum energy forces, or ether wind effects. Those 3 variables alone invalidate any type of Cavendish experiment. This would also explain why their uncertainty level is so high with the gravitational constant, because the 3 forces I just mentioned would be fluctuating all the time, and this would lead to different Cavendish results every time. So the bottom line here is that the Cavendish experiment is unreliable, and there is no way to distinguish and isolate a gravitational force out of all of the other forces that would be constantly affecting the apparatus. Thus, the mathematical constant that is measured during a Cavendish experiment cannot be linked to gravity. There are 2 different types of surveying. The first is plane surveying, which accounts for 99.9% of the surveying done. In this type of surveying, Earth curvature is ignored for up to 100 square miles. The second type of surveying is called geodetic surveying, which accounts for only 0.1% of surveying conducted. In this type of surveying, Earth curvature is not directly measured. Local data points are plotted into a datum grid that presupposes curvature. This is the theoretical situation that surveying students are taught. You have the geoid, which is the true, uneven surface of the Earth. Then you have the reference ellipsoid, which is kind of the agreed-upon surface elevation of a simplified Earth. Then, of course, you have the Earth's surface, and you have global mean sea level. You can see here that if you have a point of interest, the orthometric height is equal to the ellipsoid height minus the geoid height. Here's another graphic that shows the differences between the ellipsoid and the geoid. Sometimes the geoid falls above the ellipsoid, and sometimes it falls below it. You can also see that the center of the ellipsoid and the center of the Earth do not line up. Keep in mind, however, that this is all just theory, but of course this is what they have to teach surveying students. Otherwise, too many questions would arise. Now let's look at how surveying is actually conducted. This is from a professional surveyor on a surveying blog. Things like pipelines and tunnels are surveyed off datum elevations. A vertical datum is a surface of zero elevation to which heights of various other points are referenced. Vertical datums already fit the surface curvature of the Earth. In the USA, the current vertical datum for the contiguous United States and Alaska is the North American vertical datum of 1988. Then this person says, try to imagine this simplified example. A pipeline needs to be built 6 feet below the ground. It needs to run level. All the ground it crosses is level, and at elevation 4,236 feet above sea level. Benchmark points will be set every few hundred feet at elevation 4,236 feet. The pipeline builders will build 6 feet below those benchmarks. Since the benchmarks are based on the North American vertical datum, they already follow the curvature of the Earth. The surveyors for the construction company don't have to worry about it. So just to make sure this is clear, the surveyors are not directly interacting with the curvature of the Earth. They just assume that they are automatically following it due to Earth curve being built into the North American vertical datum. In the field, no surveyor is going to know whether they are following a curving datum grid that's following the curve of the Earth, or whether they are following a flat, plane datum grid. And this is how surveyors are tricked. They work in small increments of hundreds, maybe a few thousand feet. Those increments are too small to measure any Earth curvature, even if they were trying to find it using their theodolites and various other tools. Also, no surveyor is ever taking measurements along distances of 5 to 10 miles or more, where the curvature would become noticeable, because no project would ever require that. And again, like the surveyor in this blog has already said, for long projects like bridges, tunnels, and pipelines, they simply follow the datum grid. So hopefully this makes sense. On the very rare occasion that a surveyor has to deal with Earth curvature for a very special, unique project, they will only be interacting with that curvature through a false curving datum grid or from surveying software that is falsely showing it. They never directly interact with it in the field. Now, in addition to surveying software and datum grids, here's the third way that surveyors are tricked into thinking they are dealing with Earth curvature. This is a product description for a total station, which is the main piece of surveying equipment that surveyors use in the field. Look at the underlined portion there. This total station is integrated with automatic detection and correction for meteorological atmospheric refraction and Earth curvature. So again, the surveyor is misled because they think their instrument is correcting for Earth curvature, but they would have no way to know whether the instrument was doing this or not. They didn't write the programming software for the instrument. The only thing they see is this product description. So, just to summarize, 99.9% of all surveying is called plane surveying, where the Earth is considered to be a flat plane for up to 100 square miles. The other 0.1% of surveying is called geodetic surveying, where it is simply a case of surveyors being tricked into thinking they are dealing with Earth curvature when they are really not. Now let's talk about why the Earth should be tidally locked to the Sun after 4.5 billion years of multiple forces acting upon it. First, let's look at the Moon as an example. The Moon is roughly the same age as the Earth. Right after the Moon was formed,
They believe it was as close to the Earth as 14,000 miles. Compare that to the 250,000 miles distance it supposedly is today. They believe that the strong tidal forces that existed due to the proximity of the moon to the Earth is what caused it to become tidally locked to the Earth within the first few 100 million years of its existence. Now let's look at all of the forces throughout the Earth's existence that have been creating friction against the spin of the Earth. Ironically, the first one is the spin of the Earth itself. Geodynamo theory suggests that the spin of the Earth causes convection currents in the Earth's outer core. These convection currents will be sliding across the inner mantle of the Earth, causing friction, slowing the spin of the Earth. The next force you would have is atmospheric drag. Due to conservation of angular momentum, the atmosphere would always be falling slightly behind the spin of the Earth. This would add another friction force slowing Earth's spin. Then, of course, you have the equatorial bulge, formed by centrifugal forces from the spin of the Earth. This would essentially create handles, so to speak, that the moon's gravity would tug on as it orbited the Earth. The main reason why this would happen is because, as you see with the white line in the image here, the moon's orbital plane is tilted away from the Earth's equatorial plane by 5 degrees. So as the moon moves throughout its orbit, some of the time it would be above the bulge, and other times it would be below the bulge. That would also create a friction force working against the spin of the Earth. As we have already discussed previously in this video, the 66 mile per hour sling of the Earth around the Earth-Moon barycenter, combined with the spin of the Earth, would create accelerating and decelerating centrifugal forces on the far side of the Earth and on the near side of the Earth to the moon. This would create additional tidal and deformation effects throughout all layers of the Earth, generating additional friction forces. Keep in mind also that the orbital plane of this Earth-Moon barycenter orbit will be tilted 5 degrees off of the rotational plane that the Earth's spin would be aligned with, creating even more complex forces. Then we have friction source number 3, which would be the gravitational influence of the Sun. Then we have friction source number 4, which would be the gravitational influence of other large bodies in the solar system. Then we have friction source number 5, which are the tidal forces acting on the Earth from the moon's gravity. This would include everything from atmospheric tides to oceanic tides to tectonic tides caused by the gravitational tug of the moon. In the early days of the Earth and Moon, when the moon was merely 14,000 miles away from the Earth, these tidal forces would have been much greater, causing substantial friction against the Earth's spin for at least the first billion years. So let's summarize this situation. The moon was supposedly tidally locked to the Earth by 500 million years, roughly. That means it was locked to the Earth within the first 11% of its life. The Earth is roughly the same age at 4.5 billion years old. So even after 9 times the amount of time from the moon's tidal locking, with far, far more friction forces acting upon it, the Earth is still spinning at a significant rate? This is nonsense. The Earth would absolutely be tidally locked to the Sun by now, and the fact that this isn't the case disproves the globe. Now we're going to discuss satellite orbit issues, and there are quite a few of them. As you see here in this diagram, not only would you have a gravitational pull coming from the Sun and the Moon tugging at the satellites, but you also have reflected solar radiation bouncing off of the Earth and pushing on the satellites. In addition, the gravitational field of the Earth itself would have variations due to tides and the shape of the Earth not being a perfect sphere. Tides and geoid undulation would cause the force of gravity at different points around the satellite's orbit to vary in strength. Now let's calculate the average gravitational tug of the Sun and Moon on an average GEO satellite. We will assume a satellite distance of 22,236 miles and an average satellite weight of 3,000 kilograms. We will also assume an average Sun and Moon distance of 148,270,400 kilometers and 384,440 kilometers. Assuming all of these values, we get the gravitational force of the Earth at 672.18 newtons, the gravitational tug of the Sun at 17.52 newtons, and the gravitational tug of the Moon at 0.099 newtons. Yes, the gravitational pull of the Earth is by far the dominant force, but you have to remember that force is canceled out by the centrifugal force of the satellite's orbit. Any additional forces you add to the orbit after this, even if they are very small, will significantly alter the orbital path. So the gravitational tug from the Sun and the Moon would have a significant effect on the satellite's orbit. Now let's calculate how much of an effect solar radiation pressure would have on the orbit of a satellite. Here's an example from science.org. For a 12-foot beacon satellite located about 1,600 kilometers above the Earth, the orbit can be changed by a rate of up to 1.12 kilometers per day due to solar radiation pressure. This serves as a good indicator of the pretty sizable effect that this phenomenon can have on a satellite. Then, of course, you have this issue, and this would be the biggest problem for the orbits of satellites. As the Earth gets slung around the Earth-Moon barycenter at 66 miles per hour, or roughly 13 degrees per day, this would essentially sling all of the satellites outward into space, as you see here in the diagram. Remember, when you have two or more rotations around two different points of rotation, it creates accelerating and decelerating centrifugal forces. If you have trouble conceptualizing this, just think about the octopus ride at the fair, where you have seats on the ride that are rotating around one point that is attached to a long arm that is rotating about another point. Anyone that has ridden this ride knows that they feel a strong outward pulling force when the seats rotate to the outside of the ride, and a greatly reduced outward pulling force when the seats rotate to the inward part of the ride. Now let's look at a quote from astronomer Gerardus D. Bow, Ph.D. Again, once more for the record, it has been shown at least 6 different ways, this century alone, that the equations in physics used by NASA to launch satellites are identical to the equations derived from a geocentric universe. Thus, if the space program is proof of anything, it proves geocentricity and disproves heliocentrism. The evidence for heliocentrism is even weaker than the evidence for evolution. So, like all of the other NASA engineering documents, the equations that NASA uses for satellites assume a flat, non-rotating Earth. What they are actually doing is launching satellites up into the rotational fields or energies over the flat Earth that are due to either rotational Machian forces, a rotational ether field, or a rotating electromagnetic field. The method by which these satellites remain afloat over the Earth could just be as simple as the fact that once you pass the lower firmament of the Earth, or the upper Gaussian plate for the downward pulling force of the Earth, you enter a region where there is no downward pulling force, the celestial region, where everything basically floats for eternity, with their motions only being dictated by the rotating field over the Earth. So the bottom line is, satellite orbits would not work in the globe model. Even though most satellites are equipped with thrusters, their limited fuel supply would not be nearly enough to compensate for all of the immense forces constantly working to throw their orbits off track. Satellites are only viable in the flat Earth model. As I've said many times before, they like to put the truth in plain sight. This is Neil deGrasse Tyson's new book that was just recently released. And of course, he would be a #1 New York Times best-selling author. The name of the book is Merlin's Tour of the Universe, A Traveler's Guide to Blue Moons and Black Holes, Mars, Stars, and Everything Far. Notice how the title of the book makes a spiral pattern. Spirals are usually associated with hypnosis. And at the center of the spiral, you see Merlin the wizard, holding the sorcerer's staff. So they are admitting here in plain sight that modern astronomy is nothing more than hypnosis and sorcery. Keep in mind also that the Bible blames the United States for deceiving the entire world through sorcery. In the heliocentric model, with a sun that is 93 million miles away, the horizon should fade evenly at sunset and illuminate evenly at sunrise, from the northernmost point to the southernmost point. But what do we see instead? We see this effect. The sun appears small, close, and illuminating locally. just like the sky glow from a city shown in the bottom frame. Here's a picture of the sky just after sunset. You can see a local dome or a region of light that is from a local light source. This disproves the globe. The average cruising speed of a diesel-electric submarine submerged under the water is 23 miles per hour. The average cruising speed of a nuclear submarine underwater is 35 miles per hour. So we'll average the two and say 30 miles per hour. Now let's say that the submarine is at a depth of 150 feet. In order to get 150 feet of curvature drop, you need to travel 15 miles. A submarine traveling 30 miles per hour would reach 15 miles in 30 minutes. So a submarine traveling 30 miles per hour at a depth of 150 feet would have to continually tip its nose down underwater to follow the curvature of the Earth. Otherwise, it would be forced to surface. Now, it is true that water increases density as you increase depth. So many globers will probably be quick to make the same excuse for submarines that they make with slow-moving jumbo jets in the sky. And that is that these vessels and aircraft will automatically follow the curve of the Earth because they are following a density layer. As we already looked at in one of my previous proofs on jet speeds and the curvature of the Earth, we determined that slow-moving jets would in fact follow the density layer. However, faster-moving aircraft would not. And this is because the viscous forces of the atmosphere wrapping around the fast-moving plane overtake the buoyant forces that would normally be acting upon it, locking the plane into a straight-line vector. The same principle is true for things moving underwater. However, there is a much, much lower threshold for viscous locking relative to speed. For example, you can take a toy submarine and move it 5 miles per hour through the air, and you will feel almost no effect from that. If you were to let go of the submarine at this speed in the air, it would just fall to the ground. However, if you move this toy submarine at 5 miles per hour underwater in a swimming pool, you could let go of the submarine and it would keep traveling in a straight line direction until its speed reached almost zero, where it would then either sink or float up to the surface depending on its buoyancy, relative to the water density around it. So now if we scale all of this up to life size, just imagine how strong the viscous forces of the water would be acting upon the massive hull of a 500-foot-long nuclear submarine, traveling at 30 miles per hour. The forces would be immense, and would certainly keep the submarine locked into a straight-line vector direction. The submarine would have to slow down to an extremely slow speed, likely 5 miles per hour or less, in order for buoyant forces to take back over, causing the submarine to either sink or rise to whatever water density layer its ballasts were set for. No submarine pilot will ever tell you that they had to constantly dip the nose down of the submarine to follow the curvature of the Earth under the water. This is another disproof of the globe Earth. In one of my previous proofs, we looked at NASA engineering documents and saw that they referenced a flat and stationary Earth. Now let's look at engineering documents from other institutions to see what they say. Here we have Army Research Laboratory, computationally efficient algorithms for estimating the angle of arrival of helicopters using acoustic arrays. Flat Earth. Army Research Laboratory, propagation of electromagnetic fields over flat Earth. Army Research Laboratory, automatic target acquisition of the Demo 3 program. A flat Earth. MIT, a property-based system design method with application to a targeting system for small UAVs. A flat Earth and flat Earth. Army Research Laboratory, trajectory prediction of spin-stabilized projectiles with a steady liquid payload. A flat Earth. Here is a document from the CIA titled Dissertations Defended in the Scientific Council of the Institute of Physics of the Earth, Institute of Physics of the Atmosphere, and Institute of Applied Geophysics. And then, of course, down in the body, we see derived on the assumption of a flat Earth. And there are many more documents like this out there, but I don't want this video to be 50 hours long. This presentation is from a professional geologist who is covering the fact that no tsunamis wrap around Antarctica. He starts by showing this graphic, which illustrates how tsunami waves wrap around land masses. You can see in the 4 boxes to the right the approaching wave as it wraps around the landmass. Here is another example of that process. And then this image here is yet another example. You can see the waves wrapping around New Zealand and Australia. This is a 9.5 earthquake that took place off the coast of Chile in 1960. You can see the force vectors showing the direction of the resulting tsunami wave. As you can see in this image, the yellow represents the region of the ocean that the tsunami wave passed through, and the red lines on the coast represent the places where the tsunami wave impacted the coast. Now, do you notice something odd here? According to the globe model, the tsunami wave should have wrapped around Antarctica and traveled upwards, impacting the southern coasts of Australia and Africa. But we don't see that at all. It's as if the tsunami hit a wall. If you look here to the left side of this graphic, you can see that the resulting tsunami wave from the earthquake should have wrapped around Antarctica, as shown there with the arrows. The waves would have ricocheted off the coast of Antarctica and spread out across all of the Southern Ocean. Around Antarctica, you would likely even have waves hitting the tip of Africa. But we don't see any of that. Well, when you look at the image on the right, it all makes sense when you plot the wave out on the flat Earth map. This is why the wave didn't make it to 2/3 of the Southern Ocean and the tip of Africa. So, this example, coupled with the fact that no tsunami wave in recorded history has ever wrapped around Antarctica, is a lethal debunk of the globe model. This is the deepest hole in the world. The Kola borehole plummets 7.5 miles down into the Earth. It was part of a Soviet experiment, and they only stopped digging because the temperatures got too hot. You can see in this image just how deep the hole is compared to the Burj Khalifa and the Mariana Trench. Now let's look at some of the actual things that were discovered versus what the predictions were. The temperatures were off by almost double. They were completely wrong on the depths of most of the layers and the compositions of those layers, and they found water in layers that were not expected. The next big issue that we have is that if temperatures were getting too hot for a highly durable metal drill bit and shaft at a depth of just 7.5 miles, then what would the temperatures have been at double that depth, at 15 miles? The rock would be molten, but this defies the globe model, which states that the Earth should be solid for the first 60 miles. This region is called the lithosphere, and it includes the Earth's crust and the uppermost mantle. So the big question for mainstream science here is, if they were wrong about the first 7.5 miles of the Earth, how can they claim to know what exists within the remaining 3,956 miles? And the answer to that is, they don't know. Back in December of 1933, Popular Science magazine reported an amazing scientific feat where 3 Russians ascended 12 miles into the atmosphere to take scientific measurements. Soaring in their airtight balloon gondola to the record-breaking height of 11.8 miles above the Earth, the other day 3 Russian aeronauts brought back the first scientific observations ever made at so great an altitude. Above their heads, the sky provided a striking spectacle. Its color had turned to a soft, deep violet, almost devoid of the light-reflecting haze found at lower levels. Looking down, they tried in vain to detect any curvature of the Earth's horizon. So, just like Dr. Auguste Piccard, who went up to roughly the same elevation and said the Earth appeared as a flat disk with an upturned edge, these guys reported that they couldn't find any Earth curve either. This is a huge debunk of the globe Earth. Now we're going to look at why an atmosphere would not stick to a spinning ball. Gases have low friction compared to solids and liquids. This is because the gas particles are widely spaced, have weak intermolecular forces, and move randomly. Now, the Earth's circumference at the equator is roughly 24,900 miles. Let's look at how much a particular band of atmosphere would fall behind the spin of the Earth at an altitude of 50 miles. So at the equator, a band of atmosphere 50 miles up would have a circumference of 25,214 miles. This means that air 50 miles up would have to travel an additional 314 miles in one day. This would create 13 mile per hour winds moving opposite of the Earth's spin east to west at the equator, decreasing in speed as you move towards the poles. This wind would be consistent worldwide and would be detected at all times, despite other air currents or jet streams. We would also pick up a little bit of additional atmospheric slippage due to the Earth-Moon barycenter rotation. The barycenter circumference at the far side of the Earth from the barycenter at the equator is 43,112 miles. Atmosphere 50 miles up from that location would have a circumference of 43,426 miles. This means that air located at 50 miles altitude at that location of the Earth would have to travel an additional 314 miles in 27.3 days, or 655 hours. That would create a 0.5 mile per hour wind moving opposite of the spin of the Earth, east to west, at the equator, decreasing in speed as you move towards the poles. This, added to the previous wind velocity we just calculated, gives you a 13.5 mile per hour non-stop east to west wind at the equator. Of course, this wind is at an altitude of 50 miles. The velocity of the wind would decrease as you move closer and closer to the ground. But that fact is primarily irrelevant because we are primarily concerned with the higher altitudes of atmosphere anyways. Now, as you see here, the primary factor driving jet streams is supposedly a combination of Earth's rotation and uneven heating of the planet. The main issue with the jet streams, however, is that they are moving in the wrong direction. The atmospheric drag would be moving east to west, yet we see the jet streams moving west to east, and at a relatively high velocity. You can see here they move at 250 miles per hour. And you can see here in this graphic that all four primary jet streams are moving in the wrong direction. By the way, as a side note, these four primary jet streams are likely what the Bible refers to as the four winds of the Earth. In addition to the jet streams moving the wrong direction, we also have this issue where the wind velocity fluctuates up and down dramatically as you increase altitude. This does not make sense on a spinning globe that should be seeing increasing east to west winds as you increase in altitude. Of course, local and regional winds, due to weather patterns, would play a role. However, they would be the exception and not the norm. Now, alternating wind velocities at different altitudes can be explained by ether winds moving across the Earth at different velocities at different altitudes. I'm sure many of you have seen this at your local museum. This device is meant to model how the atmosphere works around the Earth. It is comprised of a sphere with a clear plastic shell around it and a thick liquid placed in between. When you spin this apparatus, it is designed to show that the atmosphere rotates perfectly with the spin of the Earth, and that the only effect that you get is the Coriolis effect. Well, of course they want you to believe that, because no east to west atmospheric drag wind that is worldwide has ever been detected. There are three major reasons, though, why this is not an accurate model of the atmosphere. Number one, the outer clear shell adds a second surface of friction to the top of the atmosphere that does not exist in reality. Number two, the heavy liquid medium that is used does not replicate a gas. And the third reason is that gravity is pulling the liquid straight down to the floor instead of being pulled inwards towards the center of the sphere. So the bottom line with all of this is, number one, no atmospheric drag wind moving east to west at 13.5 miles per hour, or any other velocity for that matter, has ever been detected. Number two, all four major jet streams are moving in the wrong direction. And number three, overall atmospheric wind velocity varies drastically with altitude in an alternating manner. These three aspects of the atmosphere disprove the globe model. As you can see in this diagram, sonar waves travel line of sight underwater. They do not bend around objects. SOSUS, or the Sound Surveillance System,
was set up by the U.S. Navy a long time ago to track Soviet submarines. It is a sonar-based system that uses a system of triangulation from 2 or more stations. The average ocean depth is 2.3 miles, or 12,144 feet. The SOSA stations were submerged 650 feet deep, causing them to be 11,494 feet above the seabed. This would cause a sonar shadow zone beyond a distance of 131 miles, due to the curvature of the Earth. That would render this entire system completely useless. Now, of course, just like with long-distance whale calls, they claim that this magic SOFAR channel bends the sonar around the curvature of the Earth for unprecedented distances. So the same debunks can be used here that were used with the long-distance whale calls. The reason that this SOFAR channel can never exist is that the oceans are packed full of different salinity zones, causing different zones of water density, different temperature zones, causing different zones of water density, ocean currents moving different directions, causing water turbulence that would disrupt a channel, such as this, schools of fish, ocean vegetation, ocean pollution, microplankton, ocean algae, and hydrothermal vents. These things are occurring all over the oceans at all times. You could never get one of these magic density channels to stretch more than a couple of miles before encountering one of these obstacles. So then the only explanation that we have as to why these SOSA stations can detect things at such great distances is that the Earth and the oceans are flat. Earth curvature is not a variable in plane descent calculations. First, let's look at the rule of thumb version for calculating plane descent. Number 1, calculate the altitude difference. Subtract your desired altitude from your current altitude. Number 2, convert to thousands of feet. Divide the altitude difference by 1,000. And then step 3, multiply by 3. Multiply the result by 3 to find the approximate distance in nautical miles from your destination where you should begin your descent. For example, if you are at 10,000 feet and want to descend to 1,000 feet, you calculate the difference to get 9,000 feet, and then you would take that difference and divide by 1,000, and that equals 9. You then multiply 9 by 3 to get 27 nautical miles. Therefore, you should start your descent 27 nautical miles from your destination. Now, for top of descent, pilots generally want a 3-degree descent angle so that they can just glide the airplane down with the engines running in idle. This ensures the lowest operating cost because the aircraft is burning minimum fuel. In modern aircraft, the top of descent calculations are handled by the flight management systems and the autopilot. However, pilots still have to learn the formula for calculating it. The formula for top of descent is airport elevation divided by traffic pattern elevation, plus or minus wind speed, plus or minus wind direction, plus the weight of the plane. In this example here, notice that they arrive at a top of descent distance of 118 nautical miles, or 136 standard miles. If the Earth were a sphere, there would be 12,330 feet of curvature drop. That would be over 2 miles of Earth curve drop, but there is no variable for it in the formula. If we look at what this says here, it says pilots do not have to account for Earth curve when calculating top of descent, because the altimeter and airspeed indicators account for Earth curve automatically. So they are using the same argument here that we already covered in one of my previous proofs, and that is that the slower, heavy aircraft remain locked in a density layer in the atmosphere that curves with the curvature of the Earth due to the forces of thrust, drag, weight, and lift all balancing. And as I said in my previous proof, I am in agreement with this for the slow, heavy aircraft that are maintaining a constant altitude. However, that argument can't be used in the situation of a plane descending down through the atmosphere. And the reason for that is that you are no longer remaining in a uniform density layer. You are descending down through thicker and thicker atmosphere. In this situation, the forces acting on the plane are no longer in equilibrium with a uniform density layer guiding the plane around the curve of the Earth. Now you will have increased lift
As the plane descends down through thicker and thicker atmosphere, the force of drag will steadily increase. The weight of the plane won't change. As far as thrust is concerned, you are no longer using engines propelling the plane at a constant velocity. But now the forward velocity of the plane is caused by a combination of the initial forward inertia of the plane when the engines are cut off, plus the downward pull of gravity. So now 3 of the 4 forces acting on the plane have changed, and 2 of them will continue to change at an exponential rate. You would now no longer be moving in equilibrium with the curvature of the Earth. Thus, if the Earth's curvature existed, it would have to be a variable in the top of descent formula. As you can see in this graphic, the top of descent formula creates a right triangle that runs along the tangent line of the globe Earth relative to the airplane's position. This creates a major problem because with a average cruising altitude of 37,000 feet, the average top of descent distance for a commercial aircraft is going to be around 134 miles. This would give you over 2 miles of Earth curvature drop at the end of that run. As we just previously discussed, this Earth curvature drop would have to be accounted for. The fact that it is treated as if it doesn't even exist in the top of descent formula is a major debunk of the globe Earth. Flat Earth has a 99% retention rate, and the reason for that is, as you conduct research into this subject matter and start conducting your own experiments, you will quickly find major issues with the globe model. As more time progresses, the amount of evidence for a flat Earth will start stacking sky high. Meanwhile, the globe model will produce nothing but failure after failure. Once you see the truth, you can't unsee it. Many times it only takes one photograph to convert somebody over to the flat Earth, such as a high-altitude balloon photo. Once you become a flat earther, you realize that you actually knew very little about the globe model, and that the only reason that you believed in it is because you blindly believed the authorities. You realized that you had never verified any of the claims that they had given you. Flat earthers are critical thinkers, and they are usually the most researched and studied individuals in various fields of science. They also end up being the most knowledgeable about the globe Earth model, because you have to be in order to find all of the flaws in it. Flat earthers usually also have a creative mind, with an ability to creatively solve problems, and an ability to creatively invent new theories about the world around us. Now, the only reason why the flat Earth retention rate is not 100% is due to people like Jaron from Jaronism. The Illuminati elites are, in fact, waging an information war against the public. They will target truthers that have large followings and will attempt to bribe those people with money. The final thing I would like to say is that the Flat Earth movement is not a cult. There is no leader. It is nothing more than a community of truth seekers making their best effort to determine where we live. Relativity states that time slows down as you approach the speed of light. To test this theory, the Hafel-Keating experiment of 1971 was conducted. 3 different atomic clocks were used. One of the clocks was stationed on the ground, while the other 2 clocks were put on airplanes, with one of the planes going due west and the other plane traveling due east. The time displacement equation is shown to the left, with gamma equaling 1 divided by the square root of 1 minus a velocity squared divided by the speed of light squared. Based on relativity, the plane traveling due west against the spin of the Earth would have the smallest relative velocity and the largest amount of time progression, whereas the plane traveling due east with the rotation of the Earth would have the largest velocity and thus the smallest amount of time progression. So, for the plane traveling due west, the time on Earth would be less than the time on the plane, and for the plane traveling due east, the time on Earth will be greater than the time on the plane. These were the predictions. As you can see from this data table, they ran 4 different clocks eastward as well as westward, and they did it twice. The predicted time displacement for the eastward clocks was minus 40 plus or minus 23 nanoseconds. The predicted time displacement for the westward clocks was 275 plus or minus 21 nanoseconds.
As you can see, the time displacements are all over the place, with many of them coming nowhere near the predictions. Now we're going to look at published data in Science after post-analysis and consolidation. That was done in 1972. Here, we compare the original data and the data after a post-analysis and consolidation was done. In their published paper, it is mentioned that corrections were made to include the relevant information, such as flight speed and altitude, not counting takeoff, landing altitude changes, etc. And suddenly, the results are brought in line with the predictions by relativity. It should be noted that no source of what exactly was changed or how it was accounted for can be found. So obviously, what happened here is the guys running this experiment fudged the numbers to get the results that they wanted. This is the statement they put out before they fudged the results. The results of this analysis are in reasonable agreement with theoretical predictions. I would say they're not. However, those who doubt the validity of conventional relativity theory, and there are many people in this category. Now pay attention to that statement. Mainstream science wants you to believe that everyone is in agreement with relativity. This has never been the case and is not the case today. Probably will not be converted by the results shown. Indeed, the difference between theory and measurement is disturbing. You can say that again. And if our final analysis does not improve agreement, now why would the final analysis improve agreement? Oh, that's right, because they're going to fudge the numbers. An improved version of this experiment should be given serious consideration. Now let's look at the mechanics of an atomic clock. You have a cesium oven which heats the material to a gas. The particles then travel through a polarizer magnet. Then they enter the Ramsey cavity, which is a frequency synthesizer, and all this is surrounded by a magnetic shield. Then the particles leave this compartment and travel through an analyzer magnet. Then they hit the detector. Now we're going to look at all the many reasons why atomic clocks are not reliable instruments for time dilation experiments. The first issue is temperature. Atomic clocks are sensitive to temperature fluctuations, which can affect the stability of the atomic oscillators used for timekeeping. Changes in temperature can alter the frequency of atomic transitions, leading to drifts in the clock's accuracy. The next issue is pressure. While atmospheric pressure near the Earth's surface has a negligible effect, the pressure sensitivity of atomic clocks can be significant for clocks on board satellites. Electromagnetic fields can be an issue. External electromagnetic fields can perturb the atomic transition frequency, affecting the clock's accuracy. Atomic clocks also need to be calibrated and maintained regularly. They need to be calibrated regularly to ensure their accuracy over time. Also, if the clocks do not receive regular maintenance, their performance degrades over time. Next, we have gravitational effects. Gravity can subtly affect the frequency of atomic transitions, especially for clocks on Earth or in satellites. Then we have electromagnetic radiation. Nearby sources of electromagnetic radiation can interfere with the atomic transitions, leading to inaccuracies. There are also different types of atomic clocks. You have cesium, rubidium, hydrogen maser, and optical lattice clocks. They all have different sensitivities and accuracy issues. Next, we see that even the structural elements contained within the clocks themselves can affect the thermal control and cavity tuning, which impacts performance. There is even something called the Doppler effect, where in some atomic clocks, the movement of atoms leads to Doppler shifts, and that also affects the accuracy. And if you thought that was all of the issues, think again. Atomic collisions can cause problems. In some clocks, collisions between atoms can introduce errors. Then we have radiation. Even the clock itself can emit radiation, which can affect its own operation. And then finally, interference. External sources of radio interference can disrupt the signals used by atomic clocks to synchronize their time. So, with all these numerous issues affecting the accuracy of atomic clocks, you can't trust the results coming out of them during any type of experiment. Now, even though the values were all over the place in the Hopple-Keating experiment, there did seem to be somewhat of a correlation between the clocks moving eastward and those moving westward. This could be explained by something that wasn't mentioned in the previous lists of issues that we just looked at. and that would be ether wind. It is highly plausible that a moving ether field affects the readings of atomic clocks. If there really is a large rotating ether field over the Earth that has a preferred direction, then that would explain the results of the Hopple-Keating experiment. Even if they try to claim that modern atomic clocks are more accurate and eliminate some of these issues that we just discussed, number one, you won't be able to eliminate all of the issues. Number two, if we have caught them lying in the past about results, they would certainly do it again. And number three, even if you take the results seriously, time dilation is not the only explanation. A rotating ether field is just as valid of an explanation, especially since all other time dilation experiments, such as the rigid Watt experiment, have been a failure. So we can conclude that time dilation experiments using atomic clocks actually show an ether wind over the Earth, which disproves relativity and thus disproves the globe Earth. During the lunar day, temperatures can reach over 250 degrees Fahrenheit, while during the night, they could plummet to negative 208 degrees Fahrenheit. That's almost a 500 degree Fahrenheit temperature swing. Now let's look at temperatures around Earth's orbit. On the day side, it can be up to 250 degrees Fahrenheit, while on the night side, the temperatures can drop to minus 250 degrees Fahrenheit. So we have a 500 degree Fahrenheit temperature swing here as well. On the surface of the moon and in space, you are dealing with radiant heat. Let's look at the difference between convection heat and radiant heat. With convection heat, the transfer is via fluid movement. It heats the air, which then circulates. With radiant heat, the transfer is via electromagnetic waves. It does not heat the air, but warms objects directly. So keep this in mind. In space and on the surface of the moon, there's no atmosphere to spread the heat around evenly around an object. So let's say you have a spacecraft traveling from the Earth to the moon. The sunlit side of that spacecraft will be 250 degrees Fahrenheit, while the opposite side of the spacecraft, the part in shadow, will be minus 250 degrees Fahrenheit. Now they claim that they mitigate the heat by either wrapping things in reflective foil or painting things white. Well, as for the reflective foil, I really don't see that used very often. As you can see in this image, I don't really see any foil being used. And as far as white surfaces are concerned, I dare you to walk barefooted on a white sidewalk or a white sandy beach on a hot summer day. It instantly burns your feet. And keep in mind, that's with a much reduced radiant heat from the sun, because some of it has already been absorbed by the atmosphere. In space, you are getting 100% of the sun's radiant heat. This is a supposed photo of the ISS. It supposedly orbits the Earth every 90 minutes. So for 45 minutes, it's in shadow, and then the other 45 minutes, it's in direct sunlight. This means that all of the exposed materials you see here in this image are being heated to 250 degrees Fahrenheit in the sunlight for 45 minutes, and then the other 45 minutes, they're being frozen at minus 250 degrees Fahrenheit. And this temperature swing keeps going back and forth over and over again indefinitely every 45 minutes. There aren't any materials in existence that could survive those kind of thermal stresses being applied constantly. The expansion and contraction of these materials would cause things to break, crack. It would cause connections to fail. It would cause some of these materials and panels to buckle and warp. And even worse, as you see in this picture, half of the ISS isn't even covered in protective paneling. You have all of this exposed equipment and mechanical systems being exposed to those kinds of thermal stresses. Sorry guys, but I don't buy it. Look at the two astronauts down there at the bottom. As soon as one of them moves from shadow to sunlight, they would experience an instant 500-degree temperature swing. Their spacesuits wouldn't survive it. And I'm sorry, but the little reflective film they put on the astronauts' visors wouldn't do much. Those astronauts would heat up like they were inside an oven. And look at this picture. There's all kinds of exposed equipment and mechanical systems, not painted white and not wrapped in any reflective foil, being heated to 250 degrees. Look at all the missing panels there on that module. The sun's heat is getting all up in there. Plus, it's like I said before, even the white coating on these materials isn't going to do much,
these materials will still experience extreme temperature swings. Let me give you an analogy here. Imagine you take an automobile with a white paint job and place it in the middle of Death Valley, California, at the hottest time of the year when temperatures get up to 140 degrees Fahrenheit. And let's say you leave it there for 45 minutes, and then you instantaneously teleport the car to the coldest place in Antarctica and leave it there for 45 minutes. And this temperature swing is not even as extreme as the ones we're talking about here in space. But let's say that you teleport the car back and forth between those two locations every 45 minutes. What do you think that car is going to look like after a few days of that? How about a couple of weeks? It would look totally destroyed. All of the paint would be peeling and flaking off. The body panels would all be warping and bending. The tires would likely all be blown, with the rubber in the tires splitting and cracking apart. Parts of the windshield would likely be cracked. The frame might even buckle slightly. And the car would be completely wrecked. Look at all the unprotected stuff in this picture. At least they protected some of it with that reflective hull paneling. I see a whole lot of stuff in this picture that's going to be ravaged by thermal stresses. Do you really think the lunar lander that looks like a shelter that a homeless person built is going to survive those thermal stresses? With paper-thin hull materials not even colored white? But hey, at least they slapped a little gold foil on it, right? And they admit all these issues here. It says, due to the harsh environment of space, intense solar radiation, and extreme temperature fluctuations, spacecraft windows and astronaut visors could experience potential risks and experience damage. Well, of course, to cover their butts, they say that special materials are used and special coatings are used. Well, I'm sorry, but there's no magic materials out there that just effortlessly handle these kinds of thermal extremes. And they know this. That's why they say there are potential risks. I bet this sellout right here that used too much hairspray is glad that she is looking at a green screen instead of looking through a window in space that is undergoing 500-degree temperature swings every 45 minutes. So the bottom line with all of this is that nothing that we have ever put into space could have survived the extreme thermal fluctuations. And thus, this is another proof that they don't exist. If it really was the geodynamo mechanism of the Earth generating the magnetic field, it would look like this, perfectly symmetrical, minus the South Atlantic anomaly. In this 2010 magnetic field map of the Earth, you can see that the northern hemisphere field lines look pretty normal. But when you look at the southern hemisphere, it's pure chaos. There are even two magnetic poles shown in the south. The geodynamo model would not be capable of producing that. Here's a magnetic field map of the Earth from 2015. And here's one from 2020. You can see how drastically the south is changing. And then here's one from 2025. Again, we see massive change in the south. Mainstream science has no way to explain this. And they admit they don't know what's causing this. They can't even replicate or model the geodynamo of the Earth. And even if they could, they would not be able to demonstrate how a liquid outer core that is driven by Coriolis and convective forces could produce this erratic and wild southern magnetic field. A rotating ether field over a flat stationary Earth is the answer. Remember, the ether manifests not only matter, but all other forces of nature as well. So the ether could easily generate a rotating magnetic field over the Earth, and the fluctuations would come from changing ether winds or different ether currents. This would explain why we see greater changes in the magnetic field in the south than we do in the north. In the north, near the point of rotation, ether velocities would be slow. This would cause ether winds and currents to be more minimal. However, the far south, due to the massive radius of the field that we're talking about, ether velocities would be much greater, leading to much greater differences in ether winds and ether currents. That would show up in the magnetic field as more dramatic and changing magnetic field lines in the south. Now you should be able to clearly see that Earth's magnetic field disproves the globe and proves the flat, stationary Earth. Mainstream science claims that Earth's magnetic field is generated by the rotation of molten iron in the outer core, and this process is called the geodynamo. They claim that there are two forces driving this. The first is the Coriolis force, due to the spin of the Earth, and the second force comes from convection currents that occur due to hot iron rising near the core and cooler iron falling further away from the core. Now pay close attention to this. While laboratory experiments have contributed significantly to understanding dynamos, they have not yet fully proven that a dynamo can generate and maintain a magnetic field as complex and sustained as Earth's. So, they have attempted to create laboratory dynamos to try to simulate this process, and it can't be done. They have also tried to model this in supercomputers, and it still can't be done. They can simulate certain aspects of the process, but they cannot replicate the full effect. Until they can provide a working model of this process, the dynamo theory will just have to remain a theory. This is a pretty big embarrassment for globe supporters that have to admit that even in 2025, they don't know how Earth's magnetic field is generated. This is just two out of a million other examples of Southern Ocean navigational records that show navigational discrepancies. In South Sea Voyages by J.C. Ross, another discrepancy is reported. We found ourselves every day from 12 to 16 miles by observation in advance of our reckoning. By our observations at noon, we found ourselves 58 miles to the eastward of our reckoning in 2 days. In the United States Exploring Expedition by Wilkes, we find a similar error reported. In less than 18 hours, he was 20 miles to the east of his reckoning, in 54 degrees, 20 minutes south. Now, magnetic declination is the correction angle between true north and magnetic north. So you have positive declination when magnetic north is east of true north, and negative declination when magnetic north is west of true north. Then you have the fact that the Earth's magnetic field changes. This, combined with magnetic declination corrections, is enough to keep sailors in the southern oceans thoroughly confused at all times. Here is Hervé Raboni. We have seen him a few other places in this video. He is a professional sailor who has crossed the oceans many times and has circumnavigated the Earth. He has decades of sailing experience. The slide you see here was part of his presentation on time zones and how the controllers use time zones to hide the true shape of the Earth. This is the point in the presentation where he was talking about magnetic declination and how that is used to direct the paths of the boats in the southern oceans to hide extra time zones and to mask over distance discrepancies. All you would have to do is slightly manipulate the magnetic declination correction maps. Now, while this is still a tactic that is used today, the primary way that they trick people in modern times traveling in the South is through GPS. Almost all aircraft and sea vessels have GPS navigation systems in them. And so all the GPS system is doing is taking their position on the flat Earth and doing a coordinate transform in order to show the traveler's position on the globe Earth. This is a very easy way to trick all travelers in the South, and it would be very difficult to notice any discrepancies from this because the vast majority of territories in the South have no reference points. It is mostly just open ocean. I will now let Hervé finish out this proof with his presentation on how they manipulate boat speeds. Due to the fact that the globe Earth slightly enlarges distances in the north and greatly compresses distances in the south, the controllers find it necessary from time to time to manipulate people's understanding of the top speeds of various types of boats. If the boats are primarily used in the northern hemisphere, they would want people to believe that they travel a little faster than they actually do. And if the boats are primarily used in the southern hemisphere, they would want people to believe that the boats travel slower than they are actually capable of. This is obviously a case where they needed to show that these boats are able to go much faster than their real capabilities. During the 36th America's Cup boat race held in New Zealand,
TV editing and official speeds of the boats were manipulated to make the boats appear to be moving at twice their actual speed. Sailors have no way to determine their actual speed on the open water. Even if the boats have a speedometer, the gauges could be showing a false speed, either through manipulated GPS or by mechanical design. One of the ways they trick the TV audience is by showing everyone on their TV screens that the boats are traveling at 78 kilometers per hour. However, when this footage is compared with footage shown to the right of a car driving at 41 kilometers per hour, you can clearly see in both videos that the boat and the car are moving at exactly the same speed, using the buoy on the left as a reference and the sign on the right as a reference. Here in this clip of the broadcast, Herv shows that they sped up the television broadcast to make it look like the boats were moving faster. In the TV broadcast, the people appear to be moving a little too fast, but when he slows it down by 25%, everything looks a lot more realistic. Now with the broadcast footage slowed down by 25%, we can calculate the true speed of the boat by placing a marker on the screen and counting the number of seconds it takes for the entire length of the hull to cross that marker. You can find the length of the hull for that boat online. When you run the calculation for this boat, you find it's actually only going 45 kilometers per hour, even though the official speed displayed on the TV screen is showing 72 kilometers per hour. He runs the same calculation on this boat and gets a true speed of 45.4 kilometers per hour, and then on this boat and gets a true speed of 56 kilometers per hour. The final thing Herv does is he shows an experiment that he conducted with a weather vane attached to his car. He starts the experiment by sitting still and notes that the wind is coming in at the correct angle and at 12 knots. Next, he drives the car forward at an average speed of about 45 kilometers per hour. At this speed, the weather vane, which represents the sails of a sailboat, is sitting at the critical angle of 27 degrees, which is the angle needed for a boat to reach top speed. He then proceeds to accelerate up to 75 kilometers per hour, and at this speed you can see that the sails will be pointing straight forward. Now when we look at this clip of the TV footage, we can see the sails of this boat sitting at the critical 27 degree angle, but the speed shown on TV says 81.5 kilometers per hour, which we know is impossible because based on the previous experiment we just looked at, if the boat were traveling that speed, the sails would be pointing straight forward. So we can conclude that the boat's real speed is somewhere around 45 kilometers per hour. So, now you have seen some of the additional trickery that the elites are willing to pull to hide the true distances of the true Earth. Here we have Herv Rabboni, a professional sailor who has crossed the Atlantic 8 times and circumnavigated the Earth, with decades of experience explaining sunrise and sunset discrepancies in the northern and southern hemispheres. He starts here by saying that if you sail to the northern hemisphere to a specific latitude north of the equator at a particular time of year when the sun is directly overhead, you will see a lot of twilight before the rising of the sun. If, however, you sail to the same distance south of the equator at a time of the year when the sun is overhead there, you will see far less twilight before the rising of the sun. And you can see here he's saying the same is true with sunsets. You get much more twilight in the north than you do in the south. He says here, this is because in the south, the sun recedes a lot faster from the observer. We have long summer evenings in the north, while in the south, obscurity comes rapidly. It is even more obvious when sailing because there are no mountains to hide the sun. So in the northern hemisphere, when you sail close to the summer solstice during summer, along the 50th parallel north, we have light a lot longer and we can even see the glow of the sun behind the horizon all night long. This is something I've never seen in the southern hemisphere at the 50th latitude. So the bottom line here is the fact that sunrises, sunsets, and twilight times are much shorter in the southern hemisphere than they are in the northern hemisphere at equal and opposite latitudes from the equator and at equal seasons of the year proves the flat Earth. Because obviously on the globe, sunrise, sunset, and twilight times will be equal in the northern and southern hemispheres at equal and opposite latitudes from the equator and equivalent seasons of the year. So,
This also debunks the globe. In 1840, John Draper took the first successful photograph of the moon, marking the beginning of astrophotography. 10 years later, John Whipple and William Bond took the first photograph of the star Vega. Then in the late 19th century, advancements in technology allowed for more detailed stellar photography. However, this is not the first time in history that the movements and positions of the celestial objects had been recorded in detail. In 129 BC, Hipparchus created one of the earliest known star catalogs, listing around 850 stars with their positions and brightness levels. Ptolemy's work, the Almagest, expanded on this, offering a comprehensive view of the heavens, with mathematical models for celestial movements. This diagram here is showing stellar parallax, which is caused by the movement of the Earth back and forth between opposite sides of its orbit, causing foreground stars to shift against background stars. So, just from the Earth traveling 186 million miles from one side of its orbit to the other, the star Proxima Centauri displays a parallax shift of approximately 0.77 arcseconds. Now let's look at all the different ways the stars are moving around the galaxy. In the Milky Way, stars closer to the center orbit faster than those further out. Next, we see that some of the orbital speeds don't make sense, so they have to invoke dark matter. Next, we see stars in the galactic halo, which surrounds the central disk, orbit more randomly. And some even orbit in the opposite direction of the disk. Then you have proper motion. Individual stars also have their own unique movements relative to each other, further contributing to variations in their orbital speeds. And then finally, stars in the central galactic bulge can vary in speed. Keep all of this in mind as we move to the next slide. From the most ancient star map ever created to the year 2025 is 2,154 years. The solar system is supposedly orbiting the galaxy at 560,000 miles per hour. In that amount of years, we would have traveled 10.5 trillion miles. This is 56,810 times the distance of Earth's orbital diameter. That causes 0.77 arcseconds of parallax in close stars. Thus, the star field that we see in the sky today should not even resemble the star field that was recorded in ancient star maps. However, even after all of this time, the star field has remained exactly the same. This is a major disproof of the globe Earth universe. Samuel Rowbotham was a world-renowned flat earther and experimental scientist who published Earth Not a Globe in 1881. Zetetic Astronomy, Earth Not a Globe, an experimental inquiry into the true figure of the Earth, proving it a plane without orbital or axial motion, and the only known material world. Its true position in the universe, comparatively recent formation, present chemical condition, and approaching destruction by fire. Illustrations by George Davy. 3rd edition, London, 1881. Now let's look at the contents of this publication. First, he defines and compares the differences between zetetic science and theoretical science. He then includes 15 experiments that show the Earth to be flat. We then see various section titles, such as The Earth, No Axial or Orbital Motion, The True Form and Magnitude of the Earth, The True Distance of the Sun, The Sun's Motion Concentric with the Polar Center, The Sun's Path Expands and Contracts daily for 6 months, alternately, Cause of Day and Night, Winter and Summer, and the long alternations of light and darkness at the northern center. Cause of sunrise and sunset. Cause of sun appearing larger when rising and setting than at noonday. Cause of solar and lunar eclipses. The cause of tides. The Earth's true position in the universe, comparatively recent formation, present chemical condition, and approaching destruction by fire. Then he provides a whole section on examination of the so-called proofs of the Earth's rotundity. And you can clearly see here, he provides rebuttals for all of the common globe Earth arguments of his time. Many of these globe Earth arguments are still used to this day. Here are the last few globe arguments that are addressed. Then we have the general summary, and then Parallax and his teachings. Let's take a look at one of the experiments that Rowbotham performed that he included in the publication. The experiment was conducted at a place called Welch's Dam, which was a well-known ferry passage. A boat with a flag mounted on it was directed to sail from Welch's Dam to Welney Bridge, which was 6 miles away. The top of the flag was 5 feet above the surface of the water. Rowbotham entered the water with a good quality telescope, and then he positioned the telescope in such a way that it was sitting 8 inches above the surface of the water. He observed the boat and the flag during its entire 6-mile journey away from him, and they were both visible the entire distance. No curvature was detected over the water for a distance of 6 miles. Earth flatness confirmed. This experiment is just one of many others contained in this publication. I would definitely recommend Earth Not a Globe to anyone new to Flat Earth. I was able to find a free PDF of it online. For anyone who is seeking the true shape of the Earth, this publication offers a lot of great content to get you started. This antenna dish you see here is part of the DSN, or Deep Space Network, that NASA uses to supposedly communicate with spacecraft. It operates in the X-band, 8 to 12 gigahertz. The site that you see here is just one of several located across the world, as shown here on this map. Now we come to our first problem. Gravity affects radio waves and can actually cause a shift in the path of the radio wave. This means if you are trying to communicate with a spacecraft on the other side of the solar system from the Earth, the solar system barycenter is going to be yanking those signals off course. Even if you could figure out how to use the barycenter to bend the signal around the sun in order to reach the spacecraft, the strong gravity well of the barycenter is still going to distort and degrade the signal. Here is our next problem. Moisture in the atmosphere absorbs microwaves, especially the higher frequencies, such as the frequencies that the DSN uses. And then we have issue number 3. The plasmasphere, the plasma sheet, and the magnetosheath absorb microwaves. So there's 3 regions around the Earth that are going to give you trouble. So now that you know all of the issues with deep space communication, how likely do you think it is that they are telling the truth here when they claim that they are communicating with Voyager 1 and Voyager 2 that are currently in interstellar space beyond the edge of the solar system? And keep in mind, in addition to the previous issues we discussed, the solar system is full of meteors, micrometeorites, and space dust. That stuff will also interfere with communication signals. So I highly doubt this would be possible. Of course, the most unbelievable aspect of this entire thing is that supposedly this little craft, Voyager 1, no bigger than a bus, is somehow getting a signal back to Earth 15.5 billion miles away. No one with rational thinking would believe that after covering all the issues we just discussed with deep space communication. So the bottom line is, deep space communication has been debunked. There are too many things that would degrade, distort, or absorb the signal. These issues are already bad enough for something like the DSN, which has immense power powering 3 different sites across the world working together. You certainly would not get a tiny spacecraft anywhere in the solar system or beyond to achieve the same thing in the opposite direction with all the same issues present. And certainly not with far, far less transmission power. All ancient civilizations believed the Earth to be flat with a dome or firmament over it. This includes the Greeks, the Navajo, the Babylonians, the Mesa, the Japanese, the Persians, the Vikings, the Indians, the Mayans, the Incans, the Hebrews, the Australians, the Chinese, the Celtics, the Chumash, the Slavic, the Africans, the Sumerians, the Muslims, the Romans, and the Egyptians. You can also include one modern-day empire, the Freemasons. These ancient civilizations go back thousands of years. The globe model in its modern form has only been around a few hundred years. Many of these ancient civilizations were also very highly advanced, as we are finding out more and more, with modern archaeological discoveries, such as what they just recently found in Egypt, where they found huge structures buried underneath the pyramids that would be nearly impossible for us to build even with current technology. They have also found evidence that the pyramids could have been a wireless energy power source. The Book of Enoch also describes amazing technology back in the days of Noah. So if all of these ancient advanced civilizations had a consensus about the shape of the earth, maybe we need to take them seriously. We have a big problem on Jupiter. Its 10 bands of atmosphere alternate direction from one to the next. So if one band moves from east to west, the band after it will move from west to east. Mainstream science does not have any kind of sufficient explanation for this, other than Coriolis effect, unequal heating by the sun, and jet streams. Well, I'm sorry, but that doesn't cut it. The Earth supposedly has all of those things, yet we don't see alternating directions of jet streams on the Earth. Instead, they all move the same direction. Nor do we see alternating directions of different bands of atmosphere at different latitudes. We do see convection currents in the form of things like Hadley cells, and those convection cells do rotate in opposite directions right next to each other. However, their rotation is in a north to south direction, either clockwise or counterclockwise. So, although the globe model fails to provide a mechanism by which Jupiter's 10 bands of atmosphere alternate direction, the flat Earth model does provide a mechanism, and that is it could be caused by alternating bands of ether wind or by some kind of complex electromagnetic field. It might also involve the channeling of some other form of energy, such as plasma. Whatever the case, this is another nail in the globe coffin. When signals are sent north to south or south to north, there is no change in arrival time in either direction. However, signals sent west to east arrive faster, and those sent east to west arrive slower. This proves that there is an eastbound ether wind. The existence of an ether wind disproves relativity, specifically special relativity, which predicts that the arrival time of a signal sent in any direction on the Earth should never change. So this eastbound ether wind kills special relativity and is another big blow to the globe Earth. Mainstream science says that uneven heating of the Earth is the main driver of ocean currents. The top frame of this image represents a distant and massive sun 93 million miles away, heating the whole face of the Earth equally. That will not cause unequal heating of the Earth. However, in the example at the bottom, you have a stick with a small heater on the end, and that creates a small and local heat source. If you move that around the surface of the water, you will get all kinds of temperature differences. And that is why the flat Earth model is superior in explaining temperature differences and different temperature zones all over the Earth. Now that we've established what's driving the uneven heating, let's take a look at the ocean current map of the Earth. The currents move from hot to cold water, but what is driving that long cold current from west to east near the coast of Antarctica? And there are some other currents you see here that don't quite make sense if we are only looking at temperature as the driving mechanism. Now let's look at the salinity map of the oceans. Water salinity affects its density. You can see here the more dense waters are red, while the least dense are blue. When you apply this map to the map we just previously looked at, you can see how the different zones of salinity also play a role in shaping the ocean currents. But it still doesn't give us the complete picture. We are still missing something. Aha, this is what we were missing. We needed a mechanism that provides a constant force to the waters. A rotating ether field over the Earth would do this. It would also provide the Coriolis forces necessary to produce these current rotations that you see here. Mainstream science will try to claim that physical wind is driving some of the ocean currents, but that doesn't make any sense because the wind changes all over the Earth constantly. That would not give you consistent currents. An ether wind not only solves the issue with the currents, but a fluctuating ether field also explains the mechanism that could be driving the tides. So now we have seen that even though temperature differences and salinity differences in the ocean help to shape the ocean currents, you still need a driving mechanism. An ether wind fulfills this. So now we know how the ocean currents really work, And of course, all of this disproves the globe. Let's talk about the Jones ether test of 1971. In this experiment, a laser travels through a clear plastic disc, then bounces off of two mirrors, bringing the laser back through the plastic disc into a receiver. No change in the angle of the laser beam was seen while the disc was at rest. However, when they began to apply a rotational velocity to the disc, the laser beam was dragged sideways, and this proves that the rotating disc was dragging the ether field around with it, creating a spinning ether vortex that altered the direction of the light. The reason that they use the mirrors is so that if a change in the direction of the beam occurred, the effect would be doubled by causing the beam to pass through the rotating disc twice, making the change easier to detect in the receiver. This is the Fresnel drag test of 1851. The idea here is that light is bounced off of two mirrors. One of the light beams passes through a cylinder of water with the current moving against it, while the other light beam passes through a cylinder of water with the water current moving with it. Then both light beams are reflected upwards towards a receiver. So in theory here, the moving water should pull some of the ether along with it, thus causing the two different light beams to arrive at two different times, and this would cause an interference pattern on the receiver. It's a very similar concept to the Michelson-Morley experiment. When they ran the experiment, they saw an interference pattern, meaning the light beams arrived at two separate times, thus confirming the movement of the ether field caused by the water currents. Thus, Fresnel's law was created, where the speed of light equals c divided by the index of refraction plus the velocity of the medium times 1 minus 1 divided by the index of refraction squared. So when we use Fresnel's equation, we see that the speed of light in a vacuum is c plus the velocity of the ether. And this is because even though in that case there is no medium that's moving, which means no additional ether velocity is being created, you still have an inherent ether velocity that is always present on the Earth, and it changes based on latitude and altitude. When we use Fresnel's equation for the speed of light in air, you still get something that's very close to c plus v, because the index of refraction for air is 1.0003. So it's extremely close to 1, which is what the index of refraction is in the vacuum case. For the speed of light in water, we use an index of refraction value of 3/4, and plugging that into the equation, you get the speed of light equals 0.75 c plus 0.44 v. So even though the speed of light is reduced in water to 3/4 its normal speed, if the direction of light were moving with the water current, and thus with the resulting ether current, then that would help add some additional velocity to that particular light ray. Now let's look at the Galilean ether test conducted in 2002. What he did is he sent radio signals back and forth at different points of elevation and at different distances. He found that the velocity of the ether drift was dependent upon elevation above the Earth's surface, as you can see in the chart there. He also found an overall ether cycle that took place over the period of a sidereal day, not a solar day. This shows that the ether field is directly influenced by the movement of the stars. Now let's take a look at properties of the ether as discovered by Otsutovsky. The density is 8.85 times 10 to the negative 12 kilograms per cubic meter. So the density is incredibly low. The pressure, however, is 1.3 times 10 to the 36th newtons per square meter. So the pressure is extremely high. The specific energy is also very high, at 1.3 times 10 to the 36th joules per cubic meter. The temperature is about as close to absolute zero as you can possibly get, at 10 to the minus 44th Kelvin. The kinematic viscosity is 4 times 10 to the 9th, so it's extremely rigid at rest. However, the dynamic viscosity is 3.5 times 10 to the minus 2, which is very low, and this means that the ether moves very easily when a force is applied to it. Now let's look at a couple of properties of ether elements known as amers. The mass is extremely small, at 1.5 times 10 to the minus 114 kilograms. The diameter is also very small, at 1.5 times 10 to the minus 45 meters. And of course, as you'd expect, the number in a unit of volume is extremely large, at 5.8 times 10 to the 102 per cubic meter. I find all of this very fascinating. Obviously, the existence of the ether disproves relativity, and it disproves the globe. Even though relativity has been thoroughly debunked throughout this video, let's take a look at all the other ways relativity fails and is disproven. The two things that Einstein got right is kinematics and dynamics, but he didn't apply them correctly. Now, when we look at proper time, also referred to as time dilation, you can see the Lorentz equation there, but it doesn't account for the ether. C, or the speed of light, should become c plus v, where v is the velocity of the ether. As far as length contraction goes, it's never been observed. We have the rigid rod conflict. There was an experiment where they attempted to use rigid rods to try to measure length contraction, but it was never observed. They tried moving the rods at different velocities to get different amounts of length contraction, and they never saw it. The few times they thought they observed it, it turned out to be just time measurement errors. Next, we have the Faraday law reversal, which can be fixed by assuming the lab as the absolute frame. It is not a case of relative motion. Then you have the Michelson-Morley experiment, but all of the assumptions are wrong. The first assumption is that Earth is in a solar orbit, which is wrong. None of the interferometry experiments show that. And the second assumption is that there's no ether, which is also wrong. All of the interferometry experiments show an ether wind. Then we have postulate 1, where he says laws of dynamics are valid in inertial frames of reference. The problem is Einstein doesn't define what an inertial frame is. In section 1 of the paper, he says that it is an object moving at a constant speed in a straight line, but that is simply kinematics. Then when we look at postulate 2, that says the speed of light is always c in a vacuum, that is false. The speed of light is c plus v, where v is the velocity of the ether. Another huge disproof of relativity is all of the research and experiments that were conducted by Wang in 2005. In these experiments, Wang demonstrated that the Sagnac effect occurs with linear motion, not just rotational motion. And finally, another huge problem with Einstein's published theory of relativity is that he doesn't include any references. Normally, all scientists include references in their work to demonstrate how their research built upon the research and experiments of others. I suppose that Einstein felt that he was better than everyone else and didn't need to do this. So, these are the final nails in the coffin for relativity. At this point in the video, you can see that relativity has now been thoroughly debunked. Let's look at a couple of quotes from Einstein. Here he says, "But when I was a student, I saw that experiments of this kind had already been made, in particular by your compatriot Michelson. He proved that one does not notice anything on Earth that it moves, but that everything takes place on Earth as if the Earth is in a state of rest." So this shows that Einstein was already looking at previous experiments that showed that the Earth is not moving. So he obviously had a motive from the get-go, and that was to prove all these other scientists wrong, and to come up with a theory that demonstrated that even though all terrestrial experiments on Earth show that the Earth is not moving, it is really just a trick of the cosmos and the bending and warping of space-time. So this shows that the motive wasn't to conduct pure science, but that he had a pre-developed objective he was trying to obtain before he even got started. That's not science, that's a religion. Let's take a look at this one. "It would have been more correct if I had limited myself in my earlier publications to emphasizing only the non-existence of an ether velocity instead of arguing the total non-existence of the ether. For I can see that with the word ether, we say nothing else than that space has to be viewed as a carrier of physical qualities." That was Albert Einstein in a letter to Hendrik Lorentz in 1919. This is called covering your butt. Einstein knows he can't fully dismiss the ether because he was aware that previous experiments and future experiments would detect the ether field. He uses carefully chosen words to keep the properties of the ether as vague as possible, because the one thing he can't do is admit that there is a field throughout the universe that creates fixed space. His theories of relativity require relative space. Finally, let's look at this quote. This word ether has changed its meaning many times in the development of science. At the moment, it no longer stands for a medium built up of particles. Its story, by no means finished, is continued by the relativity theory. That was Albert Einstein in The Evolution of Physics, 1938, pages 159 through 160. So again, Einstein's biggest fear is the ether field, and so here he is claiming that it is no longer a medium built up of particles. And of course Einstein would have to say that because an ether field made of particles creates fixed space. It would also create ether velocities, and those are two things he can't have. Then of course right after that he makes the claim that relativity theory works hand in hand with the ether and is actually progressing research regarding the ether. So these quotes are very interesting and very telling. Unfortunately, relativity has been fully debunked. Of course, more and more mainstream scientists are seeing all of the issues with relativity and are walking away from it, but you won't hear about these people in the mainstream media. Let's take a look at the flat Earth shown in video games, movies, and TV. The Fox News logo clearly shows TV signals being bounced off of the domed firmament. The Today logo shows the flat Earth with multiple firmaments over it. The Paramount logo clearly shows the flat Earth with stars embedded around the firmament. Here's another version of the Paramount logo that shows the stars embedded around the firmament and the waters that surround the Earth. In the Disney logo, they show the Tower of Babel breaking through the dome of the flat Earth, and there is also a hidden 666 in the words Walt Disney. Here in this Rings of Power soundtrack cover art, you can clearly see the flat Earth with the land and the sky contained within a domed firmament. You can even see the little dots in the firmament that represent the stars. They show the oceans butting up to the Antarctic ice wall on the floor. You also see the two Masonic pillars shown with the two burning torches. Also, the Lord of the Rings is a Masonic work. The rings are the eclipses, and the reason that they refer to them as the Rings of Power is because the satanic elites perform witchcraft in association with the eclipses to give themselves power in achieving all of their agendas. And with this power, it makes them feel as if they are lords. I want to show you something in regards to the possible location of a real Middle Earth, which is the world in which the Lord of the Rings takes place in. There is a Flat Earth YouTube channel called Vibes of Cosmos that theorizes that the moon is just a projected X-ray of the lands of the Earth, making the moon a big Earth map in the sky. In this image, you can see how the known continents seem to fit dark spots on the face of the moon. The additional dark spots would be additional continents that exist further out across the Earth. The dot with the arrow pointing to it is a potential location where Middle Earth could exist. When you zoom in on that spot, you can take the official map of Middle Earth and overlay it like you see here, and it seems to match just fine, lining up with the coastline perfectly. If you look at the direction the arrow is pointing there, that shows the direction to the edge of the Earth and the land of Valinor, talked about in the Lord of the Rings, which is the immortal realm. Once you enter Valinor at the edge of the Earth, you are leaving the material Earth realm. In the Rings of Power, they show the edge of the Earth and the firmament barrier touching down on the Earth during a scene where a number of elves, including the elf hero Galadriel, are making the pilgrimage to Valinor. They show what appears to be sort of a great light beyond, which is sort of a reference to the bright realm of heaven. I find this extremely fascinating that all of this seems to line up logically. As a fan of The Lord of the Rings, who has read the books and watched all of the movies and the TV show Rings of Power, I am well aware of the Masonic symbolism that can be found in these works. Here you see an ad for the TV series Three Body Problem. As we saw previously in this video, the Three Body Problem
disproves the viability of the solar system, and the rest of the universe for that matter. And you can see in this image that they are hinting at that by showing you a deep space communication dish crumbling to pieces, as if they are saying that the three-body problem makes the globe Earth model version of the cosmos crumble to pieces. Here's a Simpsons episode where they show Homer knocking a baseball through the firmament. You can see he hits the ball here, then it hits the firmament and causes cracks to form. Then water begins to gush down to the earth. And then, of course, you see water gushing down and filling the stadium. In another episode, during season 33 of all seasons, of course that represents 33rd degree Freemason, you can see here that Homer walks into an office called Scams, and the first thing he looks at in there is the globe Earth. They blatantly show the flat Earth in this Apartments.com commercial. The TV show Under the Dome can't get any more obvious than that. The dome firmament shown in the Simpsons movie. Here's everyone's favorite captain from Star Trek, Captain Jean-Luc Picard. He is a mockery of Dr. Auguste Piccard, the first man to reach the stratosphere, who claimed that the Earth appeared as a flat disk with an upturned edge. The movie Stargate is full of Illuminati symbolism. You can see here the light of Lucifer at the top of the Illuminati pyramid. Of course, the name Stargate itself refers to the fact that there are gates in the firmament where the stars exist. In this scene, the main characters must step through a wall of water in order to enter a wormhole that leads to another planet. This, of course, represents the boundary of water that exists on the other side of the firmament. If you were to pass through this water around the Earth, it would likely take you to another realm as well. In these scenes, he is traveling through the wormhole, and you can see that it kind of does look like a vortex through water. Then you get some particle effects. And then at the end of the wormhole, he begins to approach this light at the end of the tunnel. And that could represent what people commonly see when they pass away on Earth and their soul leaves the Earth realm and begins to travel towards heaven. Now let's talk about The Truman Show. The title says it all. It's the truth about man. Then you see the phrase below that says on the air, unaware. You also see a picture of Truman sleeping. Finally, we see a large crowd of people below. This all represents that the masses are asleep and unaware of the truth. This scene in the movie represents that Hollywood is hiding the truth about Earth, shown in the background with a large domed firmament, through sorcery with things like Star Wars and Star Trek. In the movie, this is the guy that controls the massive Hollywood stage that is modeled exactly like the flat Earth. And basically they use him to represent God. Also, you can see he has a model of the Hollywood stage on the coffee table in front of him. But of course, in the model version, the dome over the stage is not made of metal like the one we saw before, but it's a transparent shell. And of course, this represents the flat Earth, and it is also his footstool. Remember, the Bible says that the Earth is God's footstool. Then at the end of the movie, Truman exits the stage by going through this door and exiting out the side of the massive dome. The door and window shown here represent the doors and the windows in the firmament. The other thing this scene represents is it shows someone who has awoken from the matrix of lies and is walking away from that system and the powers that be over it. Of course, the powers that be try to stop this individual by telling them that you may find freedom by leaving our system, but it's dangerous out there. The world we've created for you is safe, and you are taken care of. And of course, that's the age-old tactic that those in power have used against their slaves. Here is the flat Earth shown in the movie Dark City. In the movie 2001: A Space Odyssey, this black marker that is seen all throughout the movie represents the cube or the tesseract that represents the Earth realm. And so they're mocking the audience throughout the entire movie, because as you are traveling around the solar system with the characters in the film, chasing after this marker, they are basically telling you there is no leaving the Earth realm. At the end of the movie, the main character travels through a wormhole where he is then shown the beginning of time and the Big Bang of the universe. Of course, right before he is shown that, you can see these as above, so below Illuminati pyramids representing the fact that it's all deception. As the camera flashes back and forth between the wormhole and the main character's face, you witness the main character progress further and further into a coma. And this, of course, represents how the elites put the masses in a state of hypnosis through repeated bombardment of lies. The movie Gods of Egypt has a ton of Illuminati symbolism. You can see the pyramid with the all-seeing eye at the bottom. The eye also represents an eclipse, which ushers in the destruction behind it, which is the fire that you see there. Then at the top, you see the Eye of Horus, and that also represents the flat earth, which is why they colored it blue. Then at the bottom right, you see the serpent. And of course, many of the characters have devil horns. In one particular scene in this movie, they show the flat earth. Here is the flat earth shown in the movie Silent Running. Look at all the things that are shown here for the movie Hidden Figures. You can see the flat earth dome containing the sky. Then on the floor, you have the surface of the flat earth, where they show the oceans surrounded by Antarctica. The title Hidden Figures implies that they have been hiding information from the public in various realms of science in order to hide the truth. And of course, all throughout my video, we have explored many of these things that they have tried to keep hidden. On this ad for the movie Biodome, you can see here that they say, "Your dome away from home." Normally you would say, "Your home away from home." Well, if you put those two slogans together, you get the logic that dome equals home. Get it? The flat earth dome is your home. This ad for the movie Biodome is even more in your face. Here the ball earth is shown in the word dome. So what they are saying is it's not a globe, but a dome. The video game Godfall has tons of flat earth references, like the one you see in this image, which shows the waters above the firmament spiraling down. The title Godfall also represents the point in time at which Satan, the god of the elites, is going to be cast down to the earth. Every realm that you travel to in the game is a location from the biblical universe. As you see here, this is the Hell realm. This is the Earth realm looking towards one of the cardinal directions. Look at how the waters above the firmament are rotating. It's a complex movement with rotation overhead and then additional rotations on the sides along all of the cardinal directions. Perhaps this is hinting at how the celestial objects really move over the Earth. As you see here, when you look up, everything's rotating overhead. This may also be showing that the waters that surround the Earth move in the same manner as the celestial objects. This is the Moon realm, and as you can see, it looks like you're underwater, under the ocean somewhere. There's even coral and sea-like vegetation present everywhere. This may be hinting at the fact that the moon exists in the waters above the firmament. Then you have the Heaven realm shown here with the city of New Jerusalem. Then at the highest elevation, we have God's throne. They even depict the Holy Trinity, where they show the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Also, if you look around the room, you see 12 other characters that you can choose to play with in the game, all of which are facing the throne, and that, of course, represents the 12 disciples. Now we're going to talk about the video game Destiny. It's a very Illuminati-heavy game with tons of flat Earth references. As you can see here in the loading screen, they show an overhead view of the flat Earth with the black cube or tesseract, which of course represents the Earth realm. Every few seconds, that image switches to this one, showing that the Illuminati have dominion over the flat Earth. Of course, Destiny is meant to show the destiny of the human race, and it is meant to show what the Earth will be like during the tribulation period and the period of God's wrath. Consequently, anytime you think you are traveling to another planet in this game, you are really just traveling to another location on Earth, or one of the biblical realms. For example, in this image, you see when you travel to the moon Titan, you are really traveling to the Pacific coast of the United States after it has been hit by a mega tsunami. You can see massive waves still rolling in with wrecked ships and wrecked docks. One of the cities you find there is actually called the New Pacific Arcology. When you travel to Venus in the game, you find out you are actually arriving at a destroyed New York. 3 of the locations here are called the Ishtar Commons, the Ishtar Collective, and the Ishtar Academy. Of course, the word Ishtar is another word for the Statue of Liberty. The location you see in this image is called the Shattered Coast, and you can see volcanoes erupting everywhere, there's meteors raining down, the waters have turned blood red. It looks like the coast has been hit by a mega tsunami, the skies have been darkened, And it looks like a mega earthquake has hit the whole region as well. These are all plagues of God's wrath in the last days. This is a raid mission in the game called the Vault of Glass. And what do you think that represents? The firmament, of course. In true Illuminati fashion, however, they had to make the glass firmament pyramid-shaped. Europa is really just Antarctica. Another thing to note is that every planet you go to, you can find one of these giant Illuminati pyramids sitting there. Here's the pyramid that you find on the moon. Now, another thing to note about the moon is that it's not actually the moon, but hell. As you can see in this game map, you have the world's grave, the circle of bones, the gatehouse, the summoning pits, and of course, the hell mouth. When you travel to Mercury in the game, you realize it's just representing the point in time in which God increases the heat of the sun and scorches mankind during one of the bowl plagues. Other than that, it is just one massive Illuminati ritual. Everywhere you look, you will see the Illuminati pyramid with two-pillar symbology. Many of them are lined up like that, with the sun directly behind the pyramid. And this represents Illuminati sun worship. Then, as you see in this image, some of them are portals. This one also has two-pillar symbology with the two beams of light shooting upwards. Here's the big pyramid that sits on Io. When you travel to Io, however, you realize it's just the Yellowstone supervolcano that has erupted. The name of your main contact stationed at Io is Asher, and the whole landscape looks like it's covered in sulfur. When you travel to Mars, you realize it's just Arizona, with the destroyed city of Phoenix located there. As you see here, Mars has a whole fleet of pyramids around it. You can also see clouds. This is hinting at the fact that the planets are not much further up than the clouds are, and that they are much closer than we have been told. In the game, there's a realm called the Ascendant Realm, and that is where this city is located, called the Dreaming City. Of course, this is supposed to represent heaven. If you look upwards into the sky, you will see the rotation of stars and all kinds of other celestial objects, hinting at the fact that you are looking down at the earth from above the firmaments. This is a multiplayer map called Eternity, and of course it is showing the eternal flat earth realm from a side slice perspective and from an overhead perspective. This location shows a bunch of inverted pyramids showing flat plains of water. The flat earth and domed firmament are shown in the background. You even see the waters that surround the earth and two-pillar symbology within the earth. Gaslighting is an emotional abuse tactic where the abuser gets someone else to question their own perception of reality. The image you see here is an as above, so below pyramid, with the upper pyramid being made out of gas. This gas is also emerging out of this figure's head, and this is a reference to psychological gaslighting. The false cosmos of space and planets and moons is shown all around as well, and all of this is showing that they have been gaslighting us about our reality for a long time. This is the main headquarters in the game. You can see the globe Earth and the moon contained within a pyramid there. Then in the background you see the flat Earth and the sky contained within the dome-shaped window. This tactic of putting the deception in the front and the truth in the background is a common Illuminati tactic. An Illuminati pyramid with the all-seeing eye built into a globe that is orbiting the globe. Pretty obvious if you ask me. The final thing I want to point out in the game Destiny is that all throughout the game, while you are zipping around the solar system, the very cursor you use to select everything in the game is a flat Earth map. What a secretive little way to put the truth in plain sight, huh? Now let's look at the video game No Man's Sky. You can see the as above, so below pyramid. The two gold ships make the two pillars. The letter A in man is also a pyramid. As far as the letter A is concerned, you will see them turn the letter A into a pyramid in many science fiction fonts. The title No Man's Sky hints at the fact that at a certain altitude, the sky is no longer in the domain of mankind. In this ad for the game, you see the as above, so below pyramid with the all-seeing eye, located right where your player's head would be, inside the helmet. Here they are showing you that they have you under their hypnosis as you explore a false universe. This is the city of Nur-Sultan, Kazakhstan, and the whole city is basically one massive piece of Illuminati artwork. You can see the sun worship tower in the front, then the two gold towers are the two pillars. Behind that, you see the domed flat earth on top of the building there. Then in the background, you have the Illuminati pyramid, and behind that is a tower with the Egyptian god Horus on top. Pay close attention to the four triangles at the top of the pyramid. It is a way that the satanic elites represent as above, so below, and the satanic trinity. You can see it's used here in the video game Zelda. Surrounding it is the Egyptian god Horus. And the reason why they show Horus a lot is because they are eager to enter into the age of Horus, or their New World Order. Now I will show you how they use this symbol in a variety of space cartoons and products. Now let's look at these government logos. You can see the good old NASA logo with a serpent's tongue coming through it. They also use the same stars in the Space Force logo as they did the NASA logo. Both the Air Force Space Command and Space Force logos use the Delta symbol, which is just the Illuminati pyramid. And of course, Space Command and the Space Force are both branches of the Air Force. They are hinting at the fact that space is just higher altitudes of the sky. One would expect the Space Force to be a whole separate division of the military. Look at how the Space Force logo is identical to the Starfleet Command logo from Star Trek. Even Star Trek uses that Delta Illuminati pyramid. And the Starfleet logo is actually showing an overhead view of the flat Earth. You see the Antarctic ice ring around the edge, then the blue oceans are in the middle, then it shows the sun, moon, and stars circling over the Earth. It could be argued that the Space Force logo shows all of that as well. Alright, back to TV and movies. In this episode of American Horror Story, they show the stage in Area 51 where the moon landing was faked. Now let's jump to Star Trek the Motion Picture. In this movie, an unknown object that looks like a massive cloud of energy is racing towards Earth. So Captain Kirk and crew must assemble in a brand new Starship Enterprise in order to intercept this object and assess the situation. Notice how it has the appearance of a cloud, and they even call it the cloud a few times throughout the movie. Many flat earthers believe that the Earth realm exists as a massive ether toroid where centrifugal forces would manifest light and matter, and centripetal forces would manifest electricity. There would also be a block wall or a dielectric inertia plane in between the two halves, and that is where the material portion of the Earth would be located. Now, pay close attention to this shape. Look familiar? So when the Enterprise gets within close proximity of this alien object, you can see that they are actually showing the toroidal ether field of the Earth realm. As the Enterprise flies into this energy field, they discover all kinds of plasma fields and glowing dots that are meant to represent the stars, and then they finally reach a colossal-sized alien vessel in the center. And that, of course, represents the physical terrestrial Earth. At the end of the movie, they discover that one of the Voyager probes is controlling the entire ship and energy cloud. And this is also more truth in plain sight. Here, the Voyager probe is in the alien cloud. And if you remember, the first image we looked at for this movie showed that the alien object from a distance looks like a cloud. They are telling you that the Voyager probes did not go into deep space, but rather they went to the clouds. Just like all other satellites that are sent up, all of these probes likely get locked into the rotational energies over the Earth through either some form of levitation or quantum locking, but none of them go higher than the lower firmament. The last thing we're going to look at is this Hennessy commercial. Also, look at the slogan there. It says, "What's your wild rabbit?" That's a reference to going down the rabbit hole, which is what they usually blame conspiracy theorists for doing. It's also a reference to Alice in Wonderland, where Alice follows the rabbit to discover Wonderland. You also see a reference to the white rabbit in the
Matrix movies, where Neo found his way out of the Matrix by following the White Rabbit. In the beginning of the commercial, they show you Dr. Auguste Piccard ascending up through the clouds in his high-altitude balloon. Of course, he was the first man to reach the stratosphere back in 1931. He also reported that at peak altitude, the Earth appeared as a flat disk with an upturned edge. Then the camera zooms out, and Piccard's balloon keeps going up higher and higher. You can also see the lower firmament with the waters above. Shortly after that, his balloon pops, but instead of falling back to the surface of the Earth, he is now apparently in some kind of gravitational pull of the firmament pulling him upwards. And this scene here shows him plunging into the firmament and the waters above the Earth. Thank you for taking the time to watch this video. You should now be fully awoken to the truth of where you live. Please share this video far and wide with as many people as humanly possible, as this is critical in these final days where evil and wickedness are running rampant. God bless.